Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Age: Ash, 12. Delia, 35. Review: Pokédex speaking. Review: conversation. Review: thoughts. Review: flashback. Prologue. There was only one way to define the atmosphere that was in the Hall of Origins: chaos, total and utter chaos. There always had been a chosen one, to lead the world in each generation. Her job was to lead their world towards peace and stability. Selection of chosen one generally involved choosing someone with a pure heart and soul capable of handling the task assigned to him from birth. However, today there has been a problem, a big problem indeed. The chosen one of this generation had died prematurely. Greater problem yet, his soul had already left the body, and even Dialga, the time deity, could not interfere. All the Pokémon were in uproar and sprouting confusion among themselves. The Legendaries were in deep thought, thinking how they will proceed without the chosen one to help them and the world. All of them were pondering upon just why this event could not be foreseen. Only one, their creator, was silent. He was lost in his memories. Arceus was thinking about a prophecy, an ancient one that was forgotten long ago. He could not remember the original prophecy, but its stories were still present in his memories. The prophecy predicted that in time when all would seem lost, a chosen one would arrive, though he or she would not be born of their world. The chosen one would come from a world vastly different from theirs, but he will possess a pure heart and iron will. He will be responsible for bringing peace and tranquility in the world and would unite human and Pokémon alike. However, for now, they had to wait for the chosen one to arrive. There was only one Pokémon, actually two, who could find the chosen child. Arceus gave instructions to Palkia, the space deity, to keep an eye on lookout for him, not knowing that in 5 years he himself will be drawn towards him. Somewhere in Harry Potter World, after 5 years in Pokémon World. 3 years have passed since Dumbledore left Ash Potter on the doorstep of a Muggle orphanage in London, just like his brother who was left on Privet Drive, but without protections, of course. A burglar who happened to be passing from there picked him up and took him to his house, thinking of money. He was going to raise him for a few years and would then sell him to the highest bidder. Ash had slept throughout the way, unaware of his destiny awaiting him. A 4-year-old black-haired boy with chocolate-colored eyes was screaming in agony. The drunkard thief who has stolen him as a child was beating him mercilessly because he had just lost a huge amount of money in gambling. Ash has received many slaps and punches in gut, but this was the first time that the beating was horrible because the man was totally drunk. His arms were bent at an awkward angle, totally covered in blood. His arms were fractured and there were some strange designs on the bones, some because of the fracture that could be identified as runes. As the man prepared the fire poker to beat him again, he gave out a cry of help that broke through the magical block placed by Dumbledore. The magic in him burst out as water bursts out when a dam breaks. His magic, recognizing immediate threat, lashed out at the man and cleaved him in half. Unknown to Ash at that time, he started glowing a multitude of colors, and his cry has been heard by none other than the god of Pokémon. In the halls of origins. "Help me," was the cry echoed in the minds of Arceus and Palkia. They together with Dialga came to the very source of cry to come face to face with a very horrifying scene. A child of about 4 was writhing in pain, glowing blue and pink, screaming his head off. Dialga snapped out of the trance and started glowing blue, and time seemed to slow down. Using the magical energy that was still emanating from the child and adding some of his own energy, Arceus and Palkia helped too, and started healing his body. His mind lurched at seeing the boy's body. Scars littered everywhere, blood splattered all over his body. Thankfully most of it was of his caretaker. Unseen to everyone but Arceus, while the boy's body was healing itself, some weird designs appeared on his bones. The broken bones while healing left some bone scarring that was not actually harmful in any way but rather beneficial. If a rune master would have been there, he would have identified the runes as luck, strength, speed, language, and 2 pure energy runes that were opposite in nature. Ash's magic, which has long realized that the foreign energy was an ally, started cooperating. Then a new problem emerged. While Ash's body had healed to a stable state, even somewhat healing the malnutrition, his magic was getting chaotic because of the pure opposite energy runes. "Lord Arceus, if something is not done then the boy would explode," said a concerned Dialga. He was probably right too, seeing as how he could control time. If Ash would have exploded with a burst of magical energy, then he would have taken the whole of London and even some surrounding areas with him. Arceus decided there was only one thing they can do. "See these," said Arceus, sending a mental picture to both Palkia and Dialga, and then continued, "These are runes currently powered by the boy's energy. In this world, it is called magic. These two particular runes are the polar opposite in nature, and it is what causing his magic to go haywire. There are many types of energy here fighting for dominance to reside in the runes. However, since all are equally powerful, soon the boy's magic would be overwhelmed and he will explode. Our only option is to take him to our world and try to resonate the runes with aura and psychic powers to save this boy misery. But there hasn't been anyone capable of handling both aura and psychic powers together, my lord," said concerned Palkia. "He is special and can handle it, and I have the feeling that he's going to be our next chosen one," said Arceus, deciding Ash's much better fate. There was a then burst of light and Arceus disappeared with Ash and the other two Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, it is a well-known fact that energy cannot be destroyed or created but can change its state. Its proof appeared when, after Palkia opened the transporting portal, all of Ash's magic converted into psychic and aura powers, with some help of course. After appearing, Arceus and Dialga were already out. Dialga, as per Arceus' orders, summoned a Lucario, to focus aura, and Mew, to focus psychic energy in Ash's runes. Lucario guided Mew. After that, Dialga also fell unconscious. Apparently, Ash's world was very far away to have spent all their energy. The other legendaries moved them into comfortable positions where they will wake up 5 days later, while Ash will wake up with sore body after 2 weeks. The following 2 weeks were easily the worst 2 weeks. Distressed legendaries were causing different types of storm all over the world. Although Arceus, Palkia and Dialga woke after 5 days, they were very weak. Ash's body was healing years' worth of malnutrition and his stunted growth. Sometimes, large buildup of energy would take place just for the runes to absorb them. It took 2 weeks and Ash's body was now as healthy as a 4-year-old, but with incredible luck, strength, speed and stamina. With command over the two polar opposite powers of aura and psychic, the main source of energy in Pokémon World, and the power of Poke Speech, Ash was ready to face his new destiny in a new world. Arceus have explained briefly about Pokémon World to Ash and told Celebi to transport Ash to former Chosen One's mother, Ash Ketchum, with her power to time travel. Arceus tasked Celebi to take Ash a week before the demise of Chosen One to explain the situation to Delia with a note he wrote himself. At Ketchum's residence. Ash Ketchum was a grieving mother. After her husband's death, her only son Henry was now dead. Losing Richard, her husband, was hard enough, but now her son too, and so soon. She had not properly recovered from her husband's death and was barely coping with Henry, but now this. Sometimes life was really tough. The grieving mother had nothing left to live for. She was now a purposeless woman and did not want to live. However, she could not die like a coward. She loved Richard and Henry too much for that. If she did commit suicide, she would have not been able to face her son and husband in afterlife, no matter how much she wanted to. She desperately prayed to God to show her a way, grant her a purpose in life. Her wishes were answered when Celebi appeared of nowhere and with a 4-year-old boy. Though the boy looked healthy, since all damage and malnutrition has been healed, his eyes were a different story. There is a saying that the eyes are windows of the soul. Delia learned firsthand about it, seeing the pain in the child's eyes. Celebi handed Ash to Delia along with the letter that Arceus sent. Delia read the letter and seemed in shock, seeing as how much the young child had to endure. She vowed to protect him and give him a happy childhood he truthfully deserved. She knelt beside Ash and hugged the scared child, but the boy stiffened in her arms. She got even angrier at his treatment, as obviously no one had ever touched him gently, not even a pat on his back. She whispered soothing words in his ears, trying her hardest to comfort the distraught soul. Slowly, the boy relaxed in her embrace. He felt happy for some reason, and the hug was absolutely something that he had longed for. "I'll be your new mother from now and you'll be my son," she whispered in his ear. He had longed for this, the warmth, the comfort, this motherly feeling. He had dreamt of this day when he would reunite with his mother, and now he had a chance to have a mother he really did not want it to go away. He wanted to grab this opportunity and never let go of it. Granted, she would not be his real birth mother, but the motherly feeling that her mere presence brings was enough for him. Though he was slightly afraid that it was all a cruel joke, but the pain in her eyes convinced him otherwise. "Really?" asked Ash in a small voice that was full of longing, pain and hope that it broke Delia's heart. "Really," she whispered back to Ash, who was sobbing openly in her arms. She let him because, as Arceus said, his physical wounds are healed but the emotional and mental ones were not. And thus, Ash Potter was dead forever, and in his place Ash Ketchum was born, who has a whole new life to look forward to. He did not know yet, but his life was going to change for the better soon. Chapter 1, The Journey Begins. Almost 8 years had passed since that night when two lost souls found peace and purpose. Yes, it was 8 years since Delia Ketchum adopted the lonely and abused orphan Ash Potter, nowadays known as Ash Ketchum. If someone asked Ash about the last 6 years, his reply would be, "The best time of my life," while Delia found a purpose in life caring for Ash after Henry's death. It was difficult for both of them to adjust to each other. Delia had a difficult time to get Ash open up to her about his previous life so that he can start healing. To make him open up, she started to tell him about her life. She didn't realize, but in doing so she healed herself. Both helped each other, talking about pain of losing someone, about the loneliness and about the nightmares. They shared each other's pain, happiness and joy and had very close relationship. Ash knew she was not his biological mother, but he loved her as his mother, maybe even more, while Delia had finally made peace with Henry's death. She loved Ash as her own son and fulfilled every wish of Ash, not that he was a spoiled prince. Ash was very mature despite of his age. He asked very intelligent questions and never demanded things that have no use or purpose. He was as interested in Pokémon as every other small boy. But he knew he had a lot to learn, and so he learned, and that too from Professor Oak. Samuel Oak lived nearby with his son, daughter-in-law and his grandson Gray. Ash went daily to Professor Oak and learned about Pokémons. He learned about their lives, their diet, proper care and food. He also learned about the different types of Pokémons, their attacks and abilities, since he was very interested in battling. Ash's knowledge about Pokémon rivaled most of the trainers, but he lacked experience, which would definitely come with his journey. Very odd things happened with Ash sometimes. He was always able to understand the Pokémons, whatever species it may be. He had once fallen from the branch of a tree. Instead of falling directly, he floated down the tree, though he cannot explain the pink light in which he was surrounded with. Similarly, he had once protected a wild Oddish and himself from a flamethrower attack by a bluish-green shield. When he asked his mother about the strange things, and she explained him all about his aura and psychic powers to the best of her knowledge. He didn't know that he will receive the answers to all his questions and more very soon. To say Ash was excited would be the understatement of the century. Tomorrow he was going to get his own Pokémon and start his own journey as a Pokémon trainer. He was feeling so restless that he could not sleep. He had learned everything there is that could be learned from books about Pokémons. All he needed was some experience, and so he was itching to go on his journey. He decided to go out in fresh air since he could not sleep. He sneaked out of the house without making any noise. He headed towards a clearing at the back of the house. This was the place where he usually went to relax and meditate. He sat down cross-legged on the grass and started to meditate. He did not know, but a bluish-green and a pink energy was starting to surround him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in the Hall of Origins. "Hello Ash, it's been a long time since we met," said Arceus to a dumbstruck Ash. "Oh, how did I come here?" Arceus asked Ash, shaking his head in confusion. You brought yourself through meditation. Any aura user can connect to this place if his heart is pure and yours the purest, replied Arceus. How come I never came before? Asked Ash curiously. Your mother told you about your aura and psychic powers, isn't it? Asked Arceus. Yeah, she told me about the aura and psychic powers. What are they actually and how do they work in general? But I don't understand how I got these powers in first place. Do you know anything about it? Asked Ash curiously. I think it's time I tell you what exactly happened that night. It started like this. Ash was late, no scratch that, he was very late. Because his talks with Arceus went till early mornings, he was very exhausted and woke very late. Arceus had told him about the reality of his original world, how they came to help, why did they bring him to this world, how he got his powers and many more that he was truly shocked. As for how he got back into his bedroom, Arceus is not the god of the Pokémons for nothing. Right now Ash was running to the Oak's laboratory to hopefully get his Pokémon because he was late. Oh well. At least he did not just come running in pajamas. Look who's here, it's Ashy Boy finally arriving with all his might, said Gary in a cocky voice. But Ash knew different, Gary was his best friend after all. He and Gary had instantly become friends when they first met. As they grew older, Gary became more cocky, arrogant and spoiled. But that PRD was short-lived. Gary's first crush, some girl named Sophie, had told him in no uncertain terms that no girl would ever like a JRK like him. Gary had taken this to heart and became a better boy, or man you can say, because of this. He changed for the better and was no more arrogant or cocky. Could not sleep last night and then overslept a little, replied Ash taking a deep breath. It was no surprise for Gary to see Ash in almost fine condition despite knowing that Ash ran the whole way from his house. Ash was always more fit than any other boy in their age group. So did you get your Squirtle? Asked Ash. How do you know I'm going to choose Squirtle? Asked a flabbergasted Gary. Ash just gave him a look that said, you just did not ask that. You have been ranting non-stop to get Squirtle as a starter since you were 6. Of course, I don't know you wanted Squirtle as your starter, replied Ash sounding sarcastic in the end. Oh well, guess I forget that, said Gary mareepishly, so, see you later Ash, I gotta go and start my journey. Good luck, continued Gary and then drove off in a car with his cheerleaders who Ash had just noticed. Ash cleared his head and entered the laboratory and shouted for Professor Oak. Oh it's you, said Oak after seeing Ash who he considered as his grandson. You're too late Ash, I knew there were more than 3 trainers to start with so I requested some more Pokémons to give as starter but even those are gone now. I'm sorry Ash but I did expected you earlier, replied Oak in a solemn tone. Oh, was all Ash said looking utterly dejected. Maybe I can request for 1 Pokémon more but that will take a week if not more. Or come with me I'll catch a Pokémon from wild for you, after there is no rule about which should your starter be, said Oak after seeing the dejected look on Ash's face. That won't be necessary, Professor, came a new voice that Ash could recognize anywhere. Mom, said Ash turning around to see Delia Ketchum standing with a backpack. Here honey you forgot your backpack, said Delia giving him his black-green, emerald green same as his eyes, colored backpack, and as for your starter Pokémon, don't worry about it. I already picked one for you from the daycare, continued Delia taking out a luxury ball, black with red and gold. Mom you don't mean her, Ash nearly squealed with happiness. Well it certainly is the best choice of starter for you. She hatched in your arms, you two are nearly inseparable and I knew you didn't want to part with her. So, here take her Pokeball and call her out, replied Delia smiling at her not-so-little boy. Ash took the luxury ball into his hands and threw it in the air with a shout of, come on out. A bluish-white blur tackled Ash in the chest and then started liking him in the face. Oak and Delia were not surprised to see a horse-like Pokémon with snow-white mane and blue flames covering parts of its body since it was a regular occurrence in the daycare. Chapter 2, Ash got a Pokémon. Come on Ponyta, get off me, said Ash giggling slightly. Ponyta got off Ash allowing him to stand. Ash started patting Ponyta through her blue flames which didn't hurt him in the slightest. Ash's Ponyta was a bit larger than other of its kind. She had a beautiful snow-white mane that sparkles in night with blue fire covering her body instead of regular reddish-orange. It was a shiny Ponyta which Delia had picked for Ash, seeing the bond between them. "Here Ash, let me register Ponyta as your starter. It would just take a minute." "Recall her back and keep it in that place," said Oak, pointing towards an empty socket near his computer. Ash recalled his Ponyta and placed the Pokeball in the socket. "Now Ash, since you didn't receive a starter from me, I want to make it for you by giving this advanced national dex containing the information of all the Pokémon ever seen, including Pokémons from other regions. It will also act as an ID for you. There are many other features that are not available in a standard Pokédex, which I trust you'll be able to find it out. Here are some Pokeballs which will help you catching Pokémons," said Oak, giving him the Pokédex after registering Ponyta. "So why don't you scan Ponyta in your Pokédex?" continued Oak. "Okay," said Ash, bringing his Pokédex over Ponyta's Pokeball. Ponyta, a fire horse Pokémon. A Ponyta is very weak at birth. It can barely stand up. Its legs become stronger as it stumbles and falls while trying to keep up with its parent. Its body is light, and its legs are incredibly powerful. It can clear air's rock in one leap. Its hooves are 10 times harder than diamond. It can trample anything completely flat in little time. Name, Ponyta. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Nature, mild. Ability, flash fire. Oh, just how lucky can someone get? It's already shiny, good ability for attacks, perfect for straightforward attack, and I know it already knows Flame Wheel. I am in for a treat. That's some good stats, Ash. Now you're all set to begin your journey. Good luck, Ash, make Pallet Town proud, said Oak, ruffling Ash's hairs. Go on, sweetie, but remember to call time to time. I've already packed your things in the bag. There are some snacks and chocolate too, some utensils, some medical supplies, your favorite t-shirt, PJs, and some spare underwear which you should change daily. Delia talked on but was interrupted by Ash. Mom, shouted an embarrassed Ash, not this in public, please. Oh, I am going to miss you so much, my little baby, my son, said Delia, hugging her son. I'm going to miss you too, Mom. Ash replied, hugging his mother as well. Okay, Mom, Professor Oak, bye-bye, said Ash, waving, and then took off in a run. He is something special. He's going to go very far, commented Oak. I know, whispered Delia. Come on out, Ponyta, Ash said, tossing Ponyta's Pokeball. Ponyta appeared in flash of colors. Let's see what moves you got, Ponyta, said Ash, bringing Pokédex over Ponyta. Name, Ponyta. Ability, Flash Fire. Attacks, Double Kick, Flame Wheel, Morning Sun, Horn Drill, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember. You got some nice set of attacks, Ponyta. It'll be easier, but remember we've to train ourselves regularly to be the very best Pokémon trainer. Let's go, our next stop is Viridian City, said Ash, whistling slightly. Ash climbed upon Ponyta's back and they started moving towards Viridian City. While sitting on Ponyta, Ash's mind traveled to his talks with Arceus. Flashback starts. I think it's time I tell you what exactly happened that night. It started like this. You came from a different world, Ash, where there are no Pokémons but instead wizards and witches. You were one such wizard who was left on the doorstep of an orphanage from where you were stolen by that thief. That night, when the beatings were too much for you, you cried for help, which your magic unknowingly transmitted to our dimension. We rescued you from there and using your excess energy brought you here with us. During that transportation your magic changed into aura and psychic powers, replied Arceus. That's why I can do such things. But what does it make me? Ash asked to Arceus. For those people that can use aura, they are called aura guardians, and those who use psychic powers are called psychics. But you, Ash, are the first one to have both powers in you. It is surprising because they are polar opposite of each other. You have a great destiny ahead of you, Ash. You'll face tough trials and challenges. but do not fear what is about to come. Enjoy life and train yourself best, young one, said Arceus. Well, can I meet the other legendaries too? Ash asked the question out of nowhere. Yes, of course. Come with me. And with that Ash spoke to every legendary. Some were kind, some rude, some indifferent, but still Ash was fascinated by them. Now, it's time to go, young one. We'll meet again. Keep practicing your meditation. Catch a psychic Pokémon that will teach you how to control your powers. Your aura training will start when you would have grown up some. Now go, and with a flash Ash was gone from the Hall of Origins. Flashback ends. Ash was brought out of his musings by Ponyta stopping. What's the matter, Ponyta? Ash asked his starter. Ponyta just pointed towards the left side of forest from where some faint noises were coming. Let's go check this out, said Ash, and Ponyta galloped towards the noise. They came upon a herd of angry Spearow attacking an Oddish which was fighting very valiantly but could not cope due to large number of Spearows. Ponyta run at full speed and prepare a flame wheel. Be ready to jump, said Ash calmly after getting on ground. Blue flames started rounding towards Ponyta, who was running towards the Spearows. Now Ponyta jump and use Morning Sun without letting go of flame wheel, said Ash, hoping that Ponyta would be able to take the strain. Ponyta was glowing so brightly that it looked really like a sun, albeit blue. All the Spearows were blinded momentarily. Oddish, seeing all of them distracted, immediately released a spray of sleep powder on the Spearows, which fell asleep on the spot. Ash recalled Ponyta before she could be victim of sleep powder and also to give her some rest. You did wonderfully, Ponyta, I couldn't ask for anything more, said Ash, looking at Ponyta's Pokeball. Ash looked up to Oddish, who was trying to drag itself back to a tree. He decided to help the poor Oddish, seeing it was about to faint. He pulled a Pokeball from his belt and offered it to Oddish, who nodded. Ash gently tapped the Pokeball on Oddish. Oddish disappeared in a flash of red light into the Pokeball, which to Ash's relief didn't struggle. He clipped both Pokeballs onto his belt and thought it's better to leave before the Spearows wake up. He walked on the way towards Viridian City, guided by a map which he found in the Pokédex among other things. He found a nice clearing on the edge of a lake and started making a camp since he did not want it to travel in dark. He released Ponyta and Oddish and sprayed them with super potions to restore their health. He gathered some dry woods and Ponyta made a quick work of fire. He searched for food and found some apples and berries. He made some food for himself and filled 2 bowls with Pokémon food for his Pokémons. After eating, he set up a tent for himself. He called Oddish to him to analyze him in his Pokédex. Oddish, the weed Pokémon. It roams actively at night. This Pokémon grows by absorbing moonlight. Oddish searches for fertile, nutrient-rich soil, then plants itself. During the daytime, while it is planted, these Pokémon's feet are thought to change shape and become similar to the roots of trees. Name, Oddish. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Nature. Naughty. Ability, chlorophyll. Attacks, razor leaf, synthesis, absorb, sweet scent, acid, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder. You have a good move set, Oddish. Let's rest now, Oddish. Ponyta, tomorrow we are going to start real return and take some rest, said Ash, recalling both Pokémons. He went to sleep dreaming of 3 women which he would not remember when he would wake up. Previously. Oddish, the weed Pokémon. It roams actively at night. This Pokémon grows by absorbing moonlight. Oddish searches for fertile, nutrient-rich soil, then plants itself. During the daytime, while it is planted, these Pokémon's feet are thought to change shape and become similar to the roots of trees. Name, Oddish. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Nature, naughty. Ability, chlorophyll. Attacks, razor leaf, synthesis, absorb, sweet scent, acid, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder. You have a good move set, Oddish. Let's rest now, Oddish. Ponyta, tomorrow we are going to start real training. Return, said Ash, recalling both Pokémons. He went to sleep dreaming of 3 women which he would not remember when he would wake up. Chapter 3, Pokémon Emergency. As per his habit, Ash woke up early in the morning. He quickly amassed his sleeping bag and put it back in his bag. He bathed in the lake and changed his clothes. He then prepared a light breakfast for himself. Ash didn't look like it, but he was an excellent cook. He learned it all from his mom. He wanted to be fully prepared for his journey because he did not want to depend on others. So he learned all those things that could help him in his journey. He also fixed some Pokémon food for his Pokémons. He was mentally reviewing on how to best train his Pokémon. It was time for training now, of course, after breakfast. Come on out, said Ash, and in a flash of red and sparkles appeared Ponyta and Oddish, extremely well rested. Come on, have breakfast and then we are going to train, said Ash, a determined glint in his eyes. I don't like this glint, murmured Oddish to Ponyta. Don't be afraid, Oddish, it's just training. Don't you want to get stronger? Asked Ash. Oddish just stared blankly at Ash. Did he just understand what I said? Thought Oddish. Can you understand what I'm saying? Asked Oddish, a bit puzzled. Yeah, answered Ash, stroking his chin, and then after a while continued, I was always able to understand Pokémon. Not the whole talk, no, just the basic meaning. It's the first time I'm able to understand what you said word to word. Well, no worry, we'll deal with it later. Right now it is training time. Now Ponyta, I know you have slight practice with warm-up, so, think you can run 2 laps of this lake at full speed? Well, do first one at normal pace and second one at full speed. Okay, now go, instructed Ash after getting a nod from Ponyta. Okay, Ash, said Ponyta cheerfully to him. I can understand her too. We'll think about it later. Now Oddish, you have to warm up too. You have to run between these 2 trees, said Ash, marking the 2 trees. Start at a normal pace, then increase your pace slowly to attain full speed. You can start now while I'll warm up myself. I'll be training along with you guys, instructed Ash. Ponyta was already galloping across the lake by the time Ash finished, instructed Oddish. Ash and Oddish also started their warm-up, which turned into exercise. After a while, when all 3 of them were finished, Ash called Ponyta and Oddish to him. That was a great warm-up. We'll be doing it daily, tweaking it slightly according to space and terrain. Now our first gym battle is going to be tough since it is a rock-type gym. Brock, the gym leader, use Geodude and Onix, both are rock and ground types. Ponyta is weak against them while Oddish have a slight advantage against them. But if we work hard we'll be able to defeat him. Ponyta, you have double kick, and if we're able to increase accuracy then horn drill effective moves, while Oddish would have no problems in terms of moves. Now we're going to start training. We'll be doing all-round training, meaning we'll improve in every area we can. First is the movement speed in battles. It will enable us to dodge attacks easily and launch physical attacks first. Running every morning like this will likely increase your speed. It will be a slow progress, and we have 8 months to train for the league, so, it's no problem. Now let us move on to attacking part. It consists, mainly, attacking speed, rate, power and range. We'll train to increase the speed of our attack so it'll be less likely for the opponent to dodge the attack. We'll increase the rate of attack to hit the opponent repeatedly. We'll also have to work on range so that the attack could reach with enough power to the opponent. And most importantly, the power output in the attacks. By this training you'll be able to control the power in your attacks. Stated Ash and took a deep breath. Then we'll do defensive training. It includes dodging the attacks and resistance training. We'll practice to dodge attacks and increase your resistance to your weaknesses. Your resistance will increase as you'll level up and evolve. In between these I'll teach you some more attacks so that we'll be able to win a match while in disadvantage and also maintain an element of surprise. Then you have to master your attacks. There is a big difference in knowing the attacks and mastering them. If you master a set attack it will deal more damage than before. Okay, now on to training. Ponyta, you use Ember on that big stone, try to hit it, while Oddish you use Razor Leaf on that barren tree branch. Start with keeping power minimum and increase it slowly. As you'll increase the power, try to hit mark as it will get harder to aim. Start now, instructed Ash. As Ponyta and Oddish practiced their moves, Ash took out his notebook and Pokédex and started taking notes. He helped Oddish and Ponyta when they struggled and gave them some pointers. When Ponyta and Oddish were exhausted, he stopped them and checked their progress. Good work, Ponyta and Oddish. I'm impressed by your progress. Oddish, you still have to work on power control and quantity. You are still throwing only 4 leaves in the razor leaf attack while it should be a whole barrage of leaves, only then it will be effective. Your accuracy is spot on even in higher powers. So work hard to increase the of leaves in the attack. Ponyta, you have amazing power that you have to focus it a little bit more so it goes and hit its mark in a controlled way and not get scattered midway. You need to improve your firing accuracy, but you can control your power level amazingly. I wonder if you can work on that. Trailed Ash, wondering. Yep, definitely going to work on that. But that's for later, said Ash after thinking for a while. Ash then sprayed them with super potions to heal their injuries and told them to rest for a while before they continue moving. Ash then started with his meditation. Splash. It broke Ash's concentration and he came out of his meditative trance. Ponyta and Oddish also woke up due to the noise. Ash slowly got up and looked around to find 3 Golduck surrounding a differently colored Psyduck. He took out his Pokédex and scanned them. Psyduck, the duck Pokémon. When its headache intensifies, it starts using strange powers. However, it has no recollection of its powers, so it always looks befuddled and bewildered. When it does so, this Pokémon generates brain waves that are supposedly only seen in sleepers. This discovery spurred controversy among scholars. Golduck, the duck Pokémon. It is the evolved form of Psyduck. The webbed flippers on its forelegs and hind legs and the streamlined body of Golduck give it frightening speed. It appears by waterways at dusk. It sometimes rescues people from wrecked ships floundering in high seas. It may use telekinetic powers if its forehead glows mysteriously. You are banished from our group. A weird Psyduck cannot be the leader of Golducks, said the Golduck in the center before all 3 of them deliver a devastating focus punch to Psyduck, who flew all the way and smashed with a tree just near Ash. All 3 Golduck then turned and walked away. Ash went near the Psyduck to see it was severely injured and needed help immediately. Oddish used sweet scent then sleep powder on Psyduck, whispered Ash. When Psyduck was asleep, Ash returned Oddish to her Pokeball and cleared up everything. He then picked up Psyduck and sat on Ponyta, but his breath was caught when he looked up in the sky. A large golden bird was flying over the forest, leaving a rainbow trailing. That's Ho-Oh, I'm sure of it. Ash exclaimed and brought his Pokédex to scan Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokémon. Ho-Oh's feathers glow in 7 colors depending on the angle at which they are struck by light. A rainbow is said to form behind it when it flies. These feathers are said to bring happiness to the bearers. This Pokémon is said to live at the foot of a rainbow. It is said that it only reveals itself to a pure-hearted trainers. What is Lady Ho-Oh doing over here, wondered Ash, but then shook his head. Psyduck was his first priority now. Come on Ponyta, full speed, we've to get him to Pokémon Center immediately, said Ash, climbing on Ponyta's back. Ponyta nodded and started running towards Viridian City in blue flames. Viridian City. Attention citizens of Viridian City. Attention citizens of Viridian City. We have reports on possible Pokémon thieves in our area. Be on the lookout for suspicious-looking strangers. I repeat, be on the lookout for suspicious-looking strangers. Officer Jenny announced in the whole city. Speak of the devil. Muttered Officer Jenny, looking at Ash, who was riding a blue Ponyta and holding an injured Psyduck. Hold it. And just where do you think you are going with that Pokémon, young man? Questioned Officer Jenny, stooping Ash. Officer Jenny was a beautiful green-haired lady who had dedicated her life to catch criminals. But she's also very kind and helping if you are not a criminal. I found it in the woods. It is severely injured and needs immediate medical attention, answered Ash. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you might be stealing it. Just show me your ID and you can go. Officer Jenny stated. Here, said Ash, giving her his Pokédex. Let's see if you are the real deal, said Officer Jenny, pressing some buttons. I am Dexter, a Pokédex programmed by Professor Oak for Pokémon trainer Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. My function is to provide Ash with information and advice regarding Pokémon and their training. If lost or stolen, I cannot be replaced. Can I take Psyduck to Pokémon Center now? Asked Ash. I'll get you there in no time at all, said Officer Jenny with a wink. Well, that won't be necessary. Just give me the directions to Pokémon Center, replied Ash. If that is what you want. Just go straight and you'll see it. It's the biggest structure in the city with red roof, replied Officer Jenny. Ash thanked her and was off on his Ponyta before Jenny could even blink. With Team Rocket. A balloon in the shape of a Meowth was passing over the police station. A man with blue hairs with the help of a fishing line tore of the wanted poster from the board and pulled it up. A wanted poster, how flattering, exclaimed a woman with pink hairs seeing the poster. The poster contained a picture of a blue-haired man with a rose and a pink-haired woman. The faces of both the convicts were in shadows. Flattering. This picture makes me terrible, replied the man. Then you should be happy that the photographer captured the real you, stated the woman. Exactly, replied the man. We'll show these pumpkins, said the woman. The people of Viridian City will be sorry they saw this face, replied the man. We're all sorry we see your face. Stay focused, we're here to catch rare and unusual Pokémons. Don't forget, Meowth, said Meowth, which could actually talk. Absolutely, said the pink-haired woman. But of course, said the man. And just remember I'm the top cat, said the cat Pokémon. You got it, replied the man. Meowth, said the cat. With Ash. Ash was currently riding on Ponyta and they were headed towards the Pokémon Center. There it is, the Pokémon Center. It's gigantic, said Ash. It could be tricky, Ponyta. Slow down, Ponyta, and we don't have to stop at the gates, said Ash. Ponyta jumped and skidded towards the doors, which opened and halted right in front of Nurse Joy, who was shocked. Perhaps because the Ponyta was shiny, or perhaps because the way they entered, or perhaps because she was just plain shocked. Nurse Joy was a lovely pink-haired lady who had dedicates her life to weak, hurt and injured Pokémon. She heals and takes care of hurt Pokémons. What in the world? Said Nurse Joy before she was cut off by Ash. I found this wild Psyduck in woods injured. Please help it, said Ash. We'll do what we can, said Nurse Joy, finally out of the shock, typed something on the computer and requested a stretcher for Psyduck, which was brought by two Chanseys moments after. While Nurse Joy was placing Psyduck on the stretcher, Ash scanned Chansey. Chansey, the egg Pokémon, is the evolved form of Happiny. Chansey are gentle and kind-hearted Pokémon that are a rare and elusive Pokémon that is said to bring happiness to those who manage to get it. Chansey lay nutritionally excellent eggs every day. The eggs are so delicious, they are eagerly devoured by even those people who have lost their appetite. Rush this Pokémon to the critical care unit, Joy instructed to Chansey, then turned towards Ash and said, It'll be okay. We'll begin the treatment right away. You can wait in the waiting room. Okay. Nurse Joy, can you heal my other two Pokémon too, said Ash. No problem, young man, said Joy. Ash nodded and left to sit in the waiting area. Ash noticed that just to the left of the waiting area was an array of phones. Maybe I should call home, thought Ash before walking up to a phone and dialed his mom's number. Ring. 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 Phone call. Phone call. Ring. 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 Phone call. Phone call. Hello, this is Ketchum Residence, the answer came. Hi Mom, it's me Ash, said Ash. Oh hi honey, is everything okay, asked Delia. Yeah, I'm fine and right now I'm calling from the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, answered Ash. You are all ready and set in Viridian City. Have you caught any Pokémon yet, said Delia. Yes, I caught an Oddish. I also met an injured Psyduck that I've brought here at the Pokémon Center, replied Ash. Oh honey, I'm so proud, said Delia. Okay Mom, I've to call Professor Oak too. So, good night Mom, I love you, said Ash. Good night son, love you too, replied Delia before disconnecting the phone. Got to call Professor Oak now, Ash said to himself and dialed Professor Oak's number. Ring. 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 Phone call. Phone call. Ring. 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 Phone call. Phone call. Hello, Professor Oak's laboratory, said a voice. Hello Professor, it's me Ash, said Ash. Oh Ash my dear boy, it's nice to see you are doing well. Where are you calling from Ash, said Professor Oak jovially. I am calling from the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, replied Ash. The other new trainers made it there with no problem and I'm not surprised to know that you have reached Viridian City too. So, Ash caught any Pokémon yet? Gary bet me $1 million, jokingly of course, that you wouldn't be to catch a single Pokémon by the time you got to Viridian City, said Professor Oak. You as well as Gary both know that wouldn't be the case. I caught an Oddish. And actually you should check your data, there may be something that might catch your eye. Bye, said Ash mysteriously before hanging up. Ash then went towards the cafeteria to eat something. There was also a red-haired tomboy girl who looked strangely familiar but Ash couldn't place it. He left her and continued on his thoughts of the strange behavior of the 3 Golducks. What was that about between Psyduck and those Golduck? Maybe Psyduck was the previous leader of the gang, but what actually happened, wondered Ash, waiting for Nurse Joy to emerge from the room. It was finally about 8 in the night when Nurse Joy emerged from the room and started walking towards Ash. Ash, who noticed that Joy was coming towards him, met her halfway to inquire about Psyduck. He's out of danger now. He was seriously damaged, you just got him in time young man. He's alright now, a little low on energy but nothing a good rest can fix, said Joy. Thanks Nurse Joy. My name is Ash by the way. Can I meet Psyduck, said Ash. Yeah go on meet him, he's in the recovery room. I'll be right back with your Pokémons, replied Joy and went to retrieve Ash's other Pokémon. Ash went inside to see the shiny Psyduck lying peacefully there. He sat on the chair near to the bed and looked over at Psyduck, who had finally noticed the presence of Ash. Psyduck looked at him questioningly. How are you feeling Psyduck? You gave me a scare when you smashed into that tree, asked Ash. I'm alright now, said Psyduck looking a bit puzzled. Who were those Golducks? And why did they beat you up? And yes, I can perfectly understand what you are saying, elaborated Ash on seeing the expression on Psyduck's face. We were a full gang of Psyducks and I was its leader because I was strong and different. Then some time ago some of the Psyducks evolved into Golduck and they don't like to be under my authority because I was still a Psyduck. Today they cornered me so that they can permanently oust me from the gang, said Psyduck. That's so sad, every Pokémon has a right to evolve at its own pace. Do rest Psyduck because you need it. We'll talk afterwards, replied Ash and left Psyduck to rest. Suddenly alarms started ringing and startled Ash. Your attention please, our Viridian City Radar Center has detected an aircraft belonging to a gang of Pokémon thieves. If you have a Pokémon in your possession then exercise extreme caution. Jenny announced. The same Meowth balloon was passing over Pokémon Center just as the announcement was made. How dare they act like we're criminals? They should welcome Team Rocket, said the blue-haired man. Well, we'll teach them to respect that name, swore the pink-haired lady. Meowth, and when we snatch all their Pokémons, those scared little mice would know I'm the top cat, said Meowth. We know Meowth, we know, said the man and lady together. They both threw their Pokeballs through the glass and released their Pokémons, who appeared right in front of Ash. Out of the Pokeballs came 2 Pokémons. One looked like a snake while the other looked like a poison ball. Coughing and Ekans was the roars of the two Pokémons. Coughing then used smokescreen and filled the whole area with smoke. Ash backed into Psyduck's room, picked up Psyduck and laid it onto the stretcher so they could flee. I've got to reach Nurse Joy so that I can get my Pokémons, thought Ash while pushing the stretcher out of the room and towards the front desk. The Pokémon followed Ash, destroying equipments in the way. Nurse Joy, the Pokémon thieves just broke into the Pokémon Center, yelled Ash as soon as he saw Nurse Joy, who was talking to the same red-haired girl. Come, we have to save all the Pokémons. Let's go to the transport room, quickly now. And Ash, here's your Pokeballs, said Nurse Joy, sprinting towards the transport room. Ash and the red-haired girl from before followed her. Just as they entered the room, the lights went off. What happened to the lights? Questioned Ash. They must have cut the power. But worry not, we've our own Pika power source, replied Joy. And soon enough the lights came back. Look at all those Pikachus, exclaimed the girl, seeing all the Pikachus working as a generator. But before Nurse Joy could start the transport process, the door was blasted to pieces. Two people came in with a Meowth, Ekans, and Coughing surrounding them. Who are you two clowns? Asked Ash, annoyed. Don't be frightened, little boy, taunted the pink-haired lady. Allow us to introduce ourselves, said the man in a dramatic voice. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jesse. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Jesse, Jesse. James. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jesse. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth. That's right. Meowth. Oh, what utter nonsense. What are you, 5? Exclaimed Ash. We're here to get rare and valuable Pokémons just like this one, pointing at Psyduck, said James. You're not going to get it, replied Ash as he readied his Pokeballs. Go Coughing, said James. Go Ekans, said Jesse. While Ash knew both the Pokémons, he still scanned them with his Pokédex. Coughing, the poison gas Pokémon. If Coughing becomes agitated, it raises the toxicity of its internal gases and then jets them out from all over its body. Lighter than air gases in its body keep it aloft. The gases not only smell, they are also explosive. Ekans, the snake Pokémon. An Ekans curls itself up in a spiral while it rests. This position allows it to quickly respond to an enemy from any direction with a threat from its upraised head. It flicks its tongue in and out to sense danger in its surroundings. It can freely detach its jaw to swallow large prey whole. It can become too heavy to move, however. Meowth, the scratch cat Pokémon. Meowth withdraws its sharp claws into its paws to slinkily sneak about without making any incriminating footsteps. It wanders the streets on a nightly basis to look for dropped loose change. It is nocturnal in nature. If it spots something shiny, its eyes glitter brightly. It especially adores coins that it picks up and secretly hoards. I choose you, Ponyta and Oddish. It's our first official battle, both of you, so, let's win it, said Ash, very well aware that he'll have to be careful with Coughing. Oddish use Sweet Scent and then use Sleep Powder. Ponyta use Ember on Ekans, said Ash calmly in battle mode. Ekans, use Poison Sting and dodge Sleep Powder, yelled Jesse. Coughing, dodge and use Sludge, yelled James. Both Poison Sting and Ember cancelled each other. But due to the effect of Sweet Scent, Coughing and Ekans were not able to dodge and promptly fell asleep. Meowth, do something, yelled Jesse. All right. I'll do something. Now face this, scratch attack, said Meowth before launching itself forward to attack. All present were surprised when Meowth stopped in midair, seemingly floating. Ash was surprised to see eyes of Psyduck glowing blue. Psyduck had stopped Meowth with confusion. Psyduck then threw Meowth back towards Team Rocket where they all fell down. Psyduck then dealt a devastating water gun which blasted off Team Rocket. Maybe the strain of the battle was enough for Psyduck because he started glowing. Psyduck's evolving, Ash exclaimed in surprise and excitement. He had heard and studied about evolution but had never seen one. Psyduck's body started to grow. His body structure changed as well as his hands and feet. When the light died down, a shiny sea blue Golduck was standing in place of Psyduck. "Congrats Golduck, you evolved, and thank you for taking care of Team Rocket," commented a happy Ash. "You should rest now Golduck, you still aren't fully functional." "Will you be staying the night Ash?" inquired Nurse Joy. "Yeah, I'll stay today. I'm gonna leave in the morning," replied Ash. "Enough excitement for the day, huh?" asked Ash, looking over Ponyta and Oddish and recalling them. "You did great both of you," whispered Ash to the Pokeballs. "Come with me Ash, I'll give you the key to a room so you can settle in. You can come too Misty," Nurse Joy said, turning and taking Golduck back to recovery room. Ash and Misty followed her. With Team Rocket. "Great, we lost to an amateur trainer and a Psyduck," complained Jessie, who was hanging onto a rope tied to the balloon along with James and Meowth. "That kid got two powerful shiny Pokemons, Ponyta and Psyduck." "We'll just have to catch those," replied James. "Perhaps we will," stated Meowth just as a hole burst in the balloon, blasting them Arceus knows where. Pokémon Center, Viridian City. "Thank you for your help Ash," said Nurse Joy. "It's nothing," replied Ash maripishly. "Here, take these supplies, they'll help you get through Viridian Forest. It contains some potions, antidotes, awakening and paralyze heal, and I've healed your Pokemon already." "Goodbye Ash, and best of luck on your journey," said Nurse Joy. Just as Ash was about to step out of the Pokémon Center, he abruptly stopped in air. Ash turned backwards and saw it was Golduck using his psychic power to stop him. "What's up Golduck?" asked Ash as he came near Golduck. "I want to go with you. You are a worthy trainer and I'll be very happy to be your Pokemon," said Golduck, all fired up, showing he was ready for anything. "Welcome aboard Golduck," said Ash as he took out an empty Pokeball and threw it towards Golduck, who was caught without any struggle. Nurse Joy was watching the scene with a smile. She knew Ash would take good care of Golduck. Ash waved to Nurse Joy, turned back and strolled out of Pokémon Center. Chapter 4, Challenge of the Samurai. Ash was once again riding on Ponyta's back. They were headed towards their first gym battle in Pewter City. Ash had restocked the supplies in Viridian City and was now entering into the Viridian Forest. Ash now had a total of 3 Pokemons and 2 of them were shiny. Can you believe it? Anyway, our hero now has to pass through the dark and dense Viridian Forest. What will happen to our hero in the forest and how will he cope? Will he catch any Pokemon? Let's see Ash taking one step ahead in his journey to become a Pokemon Master. Viridian Forest. "Come on Ponyta, let's look for a clearing so we can move on with the training," said Ash. Ponyta neighed in reply and slowed down to search for a clearing. "That will a perfect spot Ponyta," said Ash, seeing the clearing ahead of him. The clearing was perfect in the sense that it had a lake adjoining it. There were some big rocks around the clearing and some high trees. Ash got off Ponyta and released his Pokemons. Golduck. Oddish. Go on. Guys, have some fun while I make lunch, said Ash, going towards the forest to get firewood. Oddish ran off towards the lake, to which Golduck followed a moment later. Ponyta just lay down under tree shade to rest as she was tired. Ash returned a while later with firewood and started setting up the camp. A small nudge to Ponyta and the fire was lit. He took out the bowls for Pokemon and himself and started making lunch. A dreamy aroma reached Oddish, who was playing with Golduck, and he ran towards Ash laughing. Golduck chased Oddish playfully. Ash woke up Ponyta, who now looked more relaxed. He then served them food, which the Pokemon ate with relish. He makes awesome food, said Golduck. That he does, replied Oddish with drool coming from his mouth. He learned to make it from his mother. Wait till you meet his mother, you'll love her. She makes food even better than my Ash, commented Ponyta. Ash, who was listening to their talks, smiled softly. He missed his mother too. After eating, he took all the utensils and washed them with water from the lake, not in the lake. He then set up an alarm and laid down for a short nap. His Pokémon followed him to sleep. Ash was awoken by ringing of his alarm. He got up and woke his Pokémons. It was almost 3 o'clock now. Okay, guys, now we do some training, said Ash, drawing groans from Ponyta and Oddish, while Golduck, who looked pumped up, stared at Ponyta and Oddish. Okay, let's scan you in Pokédex first, said Ash, taking out his Pokédex. Golduck, the duck Pokémon. It is the evolved form of Psyduck. Golduck is the fastest swimmer among all Pokémon. It swims effortlessly, even in a rough, stormy sea. It sometimes rescues people from wrecked ships floundering in high seas. When its forehead shines mysteriously, Golduck can use the full extent of its power. Name, Golduck. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Nature, serious. Ability, damp. Attacks, future sight, hypnosis, calm mind, aqua jet, scratch, tail whip, water gun, disable, confusion, water pulse, fury swipes, screech, zen headbutt, aqua tail. Holy sheet. You are a powerhouse, Golduck. But then knowing these many attacks would mean that your attacks aren't fully mastered, said Ash, but added after seeing crestfallen expression of Golduck, but nothing to worry, that's why we train. Ponyta, Oddish, you know the drill. Speed practice first, Golduck will join you in a minute, said Ash. Okay Golduck, first we are going to work on your speed. Your speed in water is exceptional, but still we will try and enhance it later. On the other hand, your speed on land is average and our aim is to increase it by a large amount, and then we'll do your control and accuracy exercises. Okay, now buck up and run a full circuit in a circle. Run on earth and swim on water, but remember not to exert yourself just in the beginning, so go slow at first. Now go, said Ash, giving signal to Golduck while he started doing his running exercises. After a while. That's enough for now, guys. Do a light jog before coming to rest. A 10-minute break before accuracy exercises, said Ash. Golduck could now understand why Ponyta and Oddish were groaning at the mention of training. He thought he was fit, but these exercises made him realize that he is not even close to being fit. Arceus. My legs hurt, said a worn-out Golduck. This is just the beginning, replied Oddish, panting. Yeah. This will be usual routine before any training, added Ponyta, looking slightly tired. Golduck's what echoed around the whole forest, which made Ash laugh. Don't worry, Golduck. The pain will last for just a few days and you'll see improvement in your speed and energy level afterwards, commented Ash, petting Oddish, who was delighted. Okay, break's over. Now Ponyta, today you're going to work on the intensity and temperature of your flames. Go near the edge and use ember continuously on the stone and then on water alternatively. We can then determine if you need more work on it. Fire attacks may be less effective against rock and water types, but still this will increase the power of the attack, so it will be helpful in adverse conditions. Oddish, you have to master Razor Leaf today, so you'll work on increasing the no of leaves in the attack while maintaining the accuracy. Golduck, since I do not know about what is lacking in you attacks, you start by showing me your attacks 1 by 1 inch, said Ash. Ponyta and Oddish started on their workout while Golduck started showing Ash his moves 1 by 1. Aqua Jet, called Ash. Golduck engulfed itself in water and flew off at great speed towards the tree and smashed it hard, resulting in utter destruction of the tree. Golduck himself looked gobsmacked while Ash shocked. Golduck, you have just evolved, so you have to make an extra effort to put just desired power in the attack, or you'll just exhaust yourself very quickly. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Lectured Ash in teacher mode. Yes, I do, but it is harder than I imagined, replied Golduck, still shocked. And that's why we do training, Golduck. Come on, let's go once again, and remember to limit the power, replied Ash. This time the attack was perfect bar its accuracy. Scratch attack on that rock. Golduck withdrew nails from his hands and did a scratch attack. That gave very satisfactory results. Water gun and aim it at an angle. Golduck released a beam of water from its mouth towards an angle which had a good force, but it became like a spray nearing the end. Use confusion on that rock and lift it as high as you can, then hold it. Golduck's eyes glowed cyan, and the same cyan color surrounded the rock and it started rising in the air. It rose many feet and stood for 5 minutes before Golduck's confusion failed. Water pulse and throw it in the water. Golduck brought his hands together and formed a big ball of water and threw it in the water, which did not go deep and disintegrated rather quickly. Leave Fury swipes and screech and do a Zen headbutt on that tree. A purple ball formed on the Golduck's head and then he rammed his head in the tree, which fall down. Aqua tail. Water started to spiral around his tail and then he slammed his tail on the tree, which did not do much. Okay, so have trouble controlling the amount of power. Aqua jet lacks efficiency, scratch is perfect, water gun needs some work for long distance, but we have hydro pump for that. Water pulse lacks power and accuracy, same with aqua tail, while Zen headbutt takes too much time to form, leaving you open to be attacked. Confusion looks strong, but it will be different for a struggling Pokemon, commented Ash, taking notes in his handbook. Let's start with Aqua Jet. You will practice so that you can control power, speed and accuracy at the same time, added Ash, and started taking notes again on his Pokemon's performance. After many hours of practice. Great work guys, you all are progressing fast. Ponyta, you can control the heat of your flames efficiently. The boulder had completely melted while steam was rising from the water surface, and you should have no problem applying it to your fire-type moves. Oddish, you mastered Razor Leaf and even increased its range and speed yourself. That was totally amazing. And Golduck, you mastered Aqua Jet and Zen Headbutt so fast. I'm so proud of all of you, said Ash, looking proudly over his Pokemon. His Pokemon cheered at the praise from their trainer. He may train them hard, but his sincere words of praise were worth the hard training. Their cheering was disturbed by flapping of wings. They all looked up to see a bird Pokemon flying above and landed around the trees to search for food. A Pidgeotto, exclaimed Ash, a flying type would be good as a team member and even useful for scouting. I am gonna catch it. You ready, Golduck, for a little taste of Pokemon battles? Asked Ash, looking at Golduck with a smirk. Let's crush it, replied Golduck with his own smirk. Okay Golduck, I chose you, said Ash. Fire a tiny water gun to his right side to engage it in a battle. Golduck fired a tiny stream of water right of Pidgeotto that startled it. Pidgeotto turned and glared at the smirking Golduck. I will destroy you, you overgrown duck, said Pidgeotto snappishly, probably due to hunger. Golduck just smirked and said, you can try. Pidgeotto flew up and around and started towards Golduck. It's coming for a tackle attack, you scratch Golduck, said Ash. Golduck readied his claws to strike but was caught off guard as Pidgeotto smacked him at the last moment. That was not a tackle attack, it knows feint attack. Don't worry, Golduck will still win this. Use water gun and try to direct it with confusion towards Pidgeotto, said Ash. Golduck tried to do exactly as Ash said, and eventually he was able to pull it off and succeeded in soaking Pidgeotto in water gun, which again has turned into spray. Great, now since Pidgeotto is wet it'll not be able to fly as fast. Now use Zen Headbutt and end this with a water gun, commanded Ash. A purple ball of energy on Golduck's head again formed, though much faster, and it rammed straight into Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto knew it cannot dodge the attack, so instead tried to counter with hastily formed Steel Wing attack. But due to Golduck's body mass the counter was ineffective and Pidgeotto was thrown out and got struck by Golduck's water gun straight into a tree and was knocked out. Pokeball Go, said Ash, throwing a Pokeball. The Pokeball beeped for a few seconds and then announced successful capture with a bing. Pidgeotto, I choose you, said Ash, releasing Pidgeotto from its Pokeball. He then sprayed some super potion on Pidgeotto and it was as good as new. Welcome to the team, Pidgeotto, said Ash, happily stroking the bird under its beak. Ash's Pokemons too welcomed Pidgeotto to the team. I am a female, said Pidgeotto with a huff. Ash laughed at the shocked looks of his Pokémons. So the female Pidgeotto has an attitude, I like it, said Ash smiling at Pidgeotto. Why? Yo. You see, can. Pidgeotto stuttered. Yes, it's a gift. I can understand Pokémons though it just started recently, Ash explained calmly. In that case get me some food, I'm hungry you know, said Pidgeotto. Yeah but first I'll scan you in Pokédex, said pulling out his Pokédex. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. It is the evolved form of Pidgey. Pidgeotto claims a large area as its own territory. This Pokémon flies around, patrolling its living space. It has outstanding vision. However high it flies, it is able to distinguish the movements of its prey. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. Name, Pidgeotto. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Nature, jolly. Ability, keen eye. Attacks, gust, feint attack, steel wing, air cutter, sand attack, quick attack, whirlwind. It looks pretty good, I'm impressed, said Ash praising her. Okay now let's make dinner. Golduck can you bring me some firewood please, Ash told to Golduck. Aye boss, Golduck said with a cocky salute and went off in the forest to gather firewood. After lunch. Okay guys you want to sleep in open or in your Pokeball, Ash asked his Pokemons. All his Pokemons were in favor of sleeping outside so Ash let them. Good night guys, Ash said yawning slightly. Ash woke up with the first rays of the sun. He yawned and started to get ready for the day. He let his Pokemon sleep as they really pushed themselves yesterday. He then started with his morning exercises and started training himself. He ran, did stretches, push-ups, pull-ups and some other exercises to keep his body fit. After taking a bath he started preparing breakfast and awoke his Pokemons to get them started too. Okay guys today let us train first and then onwards to Pewter City for our first gym battle. Pewter City has a rock-type gym and my best bet will be you two, Oddish and Golduck. Pidgeotto and Ponyta you both have a disadvantage yet you possess moves that can easily harm them. Ponyta will be my third choice if it's a 3-on-3. And Pidgeotto your training starts from today. Ponyta will explain about the training. Ash told them while eating breakfast. It was really amusing to watch his Ponyta lecturing Pidgeotto about their gruesome training. He struggled to hold his laugh at his Pidgeotto's antics. Okay Pidgeotto to me and all others start your warm-up, Ash instructed. Okay Pidgeotto in the air now, Ash said to his Pidgeotto. Continue with aerial maneuvers and increase speed gradually. Try turning sharply like a feint with progressively increasing speed and try not to get hurt. Putting gradual stress on your wings will be beneficial but too much stress will damage your wings. Okay start now, Ash commanded. Okay Ponyta will work on Sunny Day today, it will be a DMN good move for you as a fire type. Golduck you focus on Water Pulse, its secondary effect of confusion is a great asset, and Oddish will work on Mega Drain first and then double team with Golduck. Ash said after all his other Pokemons had completed their warm-up. Ponyta go near the lake and start meditating in the sunlight. Try to feel the energy coming from sun and coax it to flow through you, try to control and gather it. Releasing that gathered energy into the sky will be basically the sunny day attack. It will be a long process but you have to be determined and patient. Okay, Ash said. Yes, Ash I'll have to close my eyes to meditate. How will that be possible in middle of a battle, Ponyta asked Ash. Oh but you are forgetting that when you master Sunny Day successfully while keeping eyes closed it'll become second nature to you and you'll be able to use it keeping your eyes open. Now go practice, I'll help and give you some pointers if you are struggling. Ash replied. Ponyta nodded and went to meditate. Golduck use Water Pulse on that giant boulder one after the other. When you get tired take a short break and continue once more. Not only will it help increasing power and accuracy but will also decrease time between successive water pulses. Now start with it, Ash said. Golduck just gave a smirk and started enhancing his water pulse. Oddish, I'll teach you Mega Drain first. It is good grass-type move that regenerates some part of your health while damaging the enemy. You know Absorb and same principle is used by Mega Drain and Giga Drain even. Just build up your normal Absorb attack, but instead of focusing it on anything, focus it inside, hold it for some time, let it expand and then release it. That will be your Mega Drain attack, and with practice you'll master it in no time, drastically reducing the time charge the attack. You can start practicing, Ash instructed. Oddish nodded and started his training. Okay Pidgeotto, that's enough for now. Now you will first work on your stability in air. Your greatest advantage is flying, but it tires you out. So being the flying Pokemon you are, will borrow some help from air to fly with more ease and grace. For that you have to become one with the air. First exercise is related to your wingspan, try gliding in the air instead of repeatedly flapping your wings. It will conserve energy and will allow you to dodge attacks with more ease. First just expand your wings and just stay afloat at one place, keeping flapping to minimum. It will increase the strength of wing muscles and allow you to glide in the air perfectly. In the air now, Ash instructed Pidgeotto, who muttered about cruel masters but took to the air as instructed while Ash started taking notes. After 4 hours of vigorous training. Guys, you can stop now. Take some well-deserved rest. I'm proud of all of you. You all did brilliantly. Ponyta not only mastered Sunny Day, Ponyta smiled, but Solar Beam as well, accidentally releasing that energy from mouth when Golduck's powerful water pulse destroyed the boulder and shook the forest. Oddish learned and mastered Mega Drain. It was nothing, whispered Oddish blushing, and Golduck mastered Water Pulse. A sweat drop appeared on Golduck's head, and both of them made a very good progress in double team. Pidgeotto now has the grace and stamina that was not present. You keep this up Pidgeotto and you'll be the strongest flying type ever. Well, I better be, muttered Pidgeotto miming in slight pain. Ash praised his Pokemons. I'll kill you someday, mumbled Pidgeotto glaring at Ash. And I'll help you killing him, added Golduck rubbing his aching feet and simultaneously glaring at Ash. I love you too, replied Ash. Ash was riding on Ponyta's back again. They were traveling to Pewter City, which was not very far away now. After having some rest and then lunch, Ash cleared the camp and stared on the trek towards his next destination. He saw many Pokemons including Caterpie and its evolutions, Weedle and its evolutions, Rattata, Pidgey and Spearow. He examined them with his Pokédex and continued his journey. Suddenly there was some disturbance in front of them. A man jumped from the bushes swinging his sword and was promptly blasted by Ponyta's Ember, which did not take very kindly to the attack on her trainer. Are you from Pallet T, town? Asked the man in trembling voice as he stared at him covered in black soot, like in anime when someone get burned. Yes, replied Ash. Good, replied man before fainting. After a while. I am Samurai. I'm also a shrewd, fearless and completely invincible in combat. I've been searching the forest for you, said Samurai after regaining his senses. What do you want from me? Asked Ash puzzled. A Pokemon match, let us see who triumphs, said Samurai taking out a Pokeball. Let's settle it then. A 2-on-2 okay with you, replied Ash. I was going to suggest the same. Go Pinsir, said Samurai throwing a Pokeball. Assume battle mode Golduck, said Ash throwing Golduck's Pokeball. He's got a Pinsir, said Ash taking out his Pokédex. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokemon. Pinsir has a pair of massive horns. Protruding from the surface of these horns are thorns. These thorns are driven deeply into the foe's body when the pincer closes, making it tough for the foe to escape. It swings its long pincer horns wildly to attack. If it fails to crush the foe in its pincers, it will swing around and toss the opponent. Because they dislike cold, Pinsir burrow and sleep under the ground on chilly nights. Piece of cake for Golduck, said Ash with a smirk. Pinsir tackle it, shouted Samurai. Water gun at the ground, then hit it with Aqua Jet, ordered Ash calmly. Just as Ash thought, Pinsir stumbled because of water and lost its footing and would have fallen down had it not been for Golduck's aqua jet. Pinsir landed some distance away knocked out. Pinsir return, clever quite clever, go Pokeball, said Samurai gritting his teeth. Ah, a Metapod, mumbled Ash. Golduck confusion on Metapod and then slam it to ground ordered Ash. Metapod harden, ordered Samurai. Of course it did not change the outcome. Golduck's eyes glowed cyan and Metapod was lifted in air and was slammed painfully in the ground and it fainted. I lost even more quickly than other trainers of Pallet, commented Samurai recalling Metapod as Ash did the same for Golduck after giving it a high five of course. Other trainers of Pallet, have you fought against Gary and the others? Asked Ash. Ah. There were 3 spectacular matches each more challenging than the last. Those trainers really know how to raise their Pokémon. Even though I was defeated every 3 times I was inspired to redouble my own training. I have been eagerly preparing for the day when finally I would beat the next Pokémon trainer from Pallet, replied Samurai. So that's why you were waiting around here for me to show up, exclaimed Ash. Compared to the other 3 you are on a whole new level. You even have shiny Pokémons. Can you give me some tips on how to raise Pokémon properly? Asked Samurai hopefully. Yeah, sure, always ready to share the knowledge, grumble. Said Ash embarrassed slightly holding his stomach. Let's go to my cabin. We can eat something there, said Samurai and Ash agreed. After an eating and Ash teaching Samurai some important things related to Pokémon, Samurai lead Ash back to the path to Pewter City. This trail will lead you to Pewter City, said Samurai. Alright then, thanks Samurai, said Ash waving to him as he departed riding on his trusty starter Ponyta leaving the Viridian Forest and set his sights on Pewter City. Farewell, said Samurai softly. Chapter 5, Showdown at Pewter City, edited, 30/10/13. We find ourselves in the forest and what's that? Someone is digging up a pitfall. Who could that possibly be? To protect the world from devastation. Jesse. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jesse and James. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse and James. Jesse, Jesse. James. James. Meowth. Meowth. I don't get why you two are always talking and I'm stuck doing all your work, said Meowth. We haven't got much time. If he is headed towards Pewter City, he'll have to pass this way, said Jesse. And they'll fall right into our trap, continued James. Come on, we'll cover it up so well that they'll never guess it's a trap. Ha! Perfect, said Meowth exclaiming loudly at the end. I can't even tell where the trap is, yelled James. Wasn't it here? Asked Jessie tapping her foot on the ground. Is this it? Said James tapping a different place. Where did it go? Asked Jessie. It's over there, pointed Meowth with his paw. As Team Rocket stops searching for the trap to ponder upon it, they feel themselves going slightly downwards and suddenly falls in their own trap, pathetic really. With Ash continuing his quest to become the world's greatest Pokémon trainer, Ash finally finds his way out of the Viridian Forest. See there, Ponyta, it's Pewter City. We've finally arrived here, said Ash. Yes, we reached here. I was getting really tired, said Ponyta. Looks like we have to work on her stamina more than I thought Ash. Ash climbed off Ponyta and recalled her and proceeded to the Pokémon Center on foot. He met a man who sold rocks as souvenir to travelers, but Ash politely declined. When the Pokémon Center was finally in sight, Ash let out a sigh of relief as he himself was tired. At Pokémon Center. Please revitalize my Pokémon, said Ash holding a tray containing his 4 Pokémons. Sure, right away Ash, said Nurse Joy. Huh, Nurse Joy? Asked Ash dubiously. Yes, I am Nurse Joy, replied Joy. Ah, but this isn't Viridian City, this is Pewter City, said Ash. The Joy in Viridian City is my little sister. I'm the older Joy. I've heard nice things about you, very nice, replied Joy. Ah, thank you, replied Ash. Have you seen that poster? Asked Joy, pointing towards it, and then walked away to take care of Pokémons. Ash went and looked over the poster. It read: Pokémon League Regional Championships. Enter the competition. A hand holding a Pokeball and different symbols for Pokémon types. Today's winners are tomorrow's Pokémon Masters. Alright, I just need to get 8 badges, exclaimed Ash, pumping his fist upwards. Ha ha ha, don't tell me you are planning on challenging Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, said the man who was selling stones. Of course, I can. As soon as Ponyta and my other Pokémon are better, I'll have no problem. I'll beat him in no time, said Ash evenly. Ha ha ha, you beat him, ha ha ha, was all the man said as he walked away walking. Seriously, what's wrong with everyone? They keep underestimating me one after the after, mumbled Ash, fuming slightly. After eating a nice meal at the cafeteria, he went back to collect his Pokémons. Well Ash, no more waiting. All your Pokémon are back to normal. But can I ask you something? Said Joy. Yeah, sure, replied Ash. How did you get a shiny Ponyta? Can I touch it? Can I keep it? Can I at least have a picture of her with me? Can I? Asked Joy, rapidly firing questions with stars in her eyes. Oh ho, it is going to be a long day, thought Ash. Time skip, 1 week. After 1 week of rigorous training hell, all the Pokémon were in top shape and ready for battle. Golduck had mastered all his existing attacks and learned Double Team. Pidgeotto was now more graceful in air, having mastered aerial maneuvers like child's play. In fact, Ash stressed on control, of body, of mind, and of attack and defense. Pidgeotto learned Double Team, Mud Slap, and Twister. Ponyta's stamina improved very much and she learned Stomp and Attract. Oddish improved astonishingly and evolved into Gloom on first day in a spar against Ponyta. An old man taught Gloom, Sludge Bomb, and Toxic as thanks to Ash for helping him. All his Pokémons went through hell. He made them do weight training, stamina training, offensive and defensive training, power training, resistance training, and control training. He wore them to ground. They trained till night until each Pokémon was exhausted and then stared next day early. While his Pokémon grumbled in pain, they knew it would make them stronger, so they gave their best and the results were starting to show. Today was their day off from training except for a very light warm-up. Ash decided to let them rest today and to battle the gym leader Brock tomorrow. He did not just train his Pokémon, he trained himself too. He did push-ups, sit-ups and pull-ups. He too lifted weight and undergone speed training. While he was not able to increase the body's resistance, he made belts of some kind and filled it with rocks to make them heavy and strapped it on his hands, waist, shoulders, and legs like bands. Due to the weights, Ash's speed increased but caused his clothes to wear out quickly. He had to buy new clothes because of this. And his current outfit could be described in only one word: awesome. His clothes consisted of black pants with a black belt that had a large silver buckle, a black V-necked shirt that was worn underneath a black trench coat with silver lining going down the sleeves, and black boots with silver plates to protect his shins. He has a silver plate worn on his coat, which was on his left side, and a pair of black fingerless gloves. He wears a strap that goes over his right shoulder and under it to wrap around his left side that could hold a sword. And he was seriously considering getting one. Anyways, today was no training day and he planned on enjoying it. And what's better than a picnic to enjoy a day? Time skip, 1 day. So this is Pewter Gym, alright then, spoke Ash to himself and entered the gym. It was dark inside but he could sense someone nearby. Suddenly a light bulb lit and voice spoke, "Who goes there?" "So you are Brock." "I am Ash from Pallet Town and I challenge you to a gym battle," said Ash calmly. "Is this your first gym match?" inquired Brock. "Yes," replied Ash calmly. "A gym battle is different from other," started Ash but was interrupted by Ash. Sorry to be rude, but I already know about gym battles, replied Ash with an apologetic tone. As gym leader, I've to accept every challenge. We'll each use 2 Pokémon. The challenger can substitute a Pokémon in between the match. Let's get this over with, said Brock with a snap of his finger. The lights turned on with this, and 2 halves of the field from either side of Ash came from the shutter. Ash did a high back flip and landed in the trainer's ring. He observed the field, which was a rocky arena. Brock too jumped in the ring and called for match to begin. Go Geodude, called Brock, throwing his Pokeball. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan Geodude. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude has incredibly high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to any physical attacks. Many live on mountain trails and remain half buried while keeping an eye on climbers. It is impossible to distinguish from rocks. It slams against others in contests of hardness. It uses its arms to steadily climb steep mountain paths. It swings its fists around if angered. Geodude looked like a gray boulder. It had bulging, rocky eyebrows and trapezoidal eyes with brown irises. Its arms were muscular with 5-fingered hands. I choose you, Gloom, said Ash, throwing his Pokeball. Ash smirked as Gloom faced Geodude. He knew that while Oddish would have faced problems in defeating Geodude despite of the type advantage, Gloom would have no problem winning here with all the training they have done. Gloom looked like a blue, bipedal Pokémon with rudimentary hands and feet. It had orange leaves and a reddish-brown flower growing from its head. The flower has large, rounded petals and white spots. Its eyes were wide and narrow, and its lips are thin and purple. It trickled sticky nectar from its mouth with the appearance and consistency of a drool. Ash still remembered when Oddish evolved into Gloom. Flashback, 1 week ago. Oddish, you can do it. Just one more round, okay, yelled Ash in encouragement. Okay, replied Oddish, taking deep breaths. Okay, Ponyta Ember Barrage, ordered Ash. Ponyta let loose a number of fireball and started throwing more and more. The point of exercise was to make Oddish dodge the fireball for greater agility and for Ponyta to increase the rate of fire without losing power. Suddenly, in one round of fireball there were 3 times as many fireball, and it was already difficult to dodge them earlier. Look out, Oddish, yelled Ash in concern. Oddish was very scared, looking at greater number of fireballs with horror. The concern in Ash's voice snapped her out of the stupor. She looked at fireballs with determination, and a pure white glow surrounded her. When the light faded, in place of Oddish there was someone else, and it skillfully dodged the fireballs. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the Pokémon in front of him. Gloom, the weed Pokémon. Gloom gives off a very unpleasant smell. What appears to be drool is actually sweet honey. It is very sticky and clings stubbornly if touched, and smells absolutely horrible. Apparently, it loves the horrid stench. It sniffs the noxious fumes and then drips even more of its honey. When faced with danger, the stench worsens. If this Pokémon is feeling calm and secure, it does not release its usual stinky aroma. And while hugging Gloom, Ash realized that he could not smell any horrid stench. That thought made him smile. End flashback. Geodude use rock throw, called Brock. Geodude raised himself slightly and then slammed the ground hard, hurling many rocks towards Gloom. Gloom, dodge it, ordered Ash. What followed was a dance with immense grace and creativity as Gloom jumped, ducked and danced around the rocks. Gloom used Stun Spore and then Razor Leaf Barrage, called Ash. Gloom spinned rapidly and released the Stun Spores, which made Geodude paralyzed. And after taking multiple hits from the super effective Razor Leaf attack, Geodude fainted immediately. Brock was shocked. He never met such a trainer in just a beginning stage of his journey. This fellow just might be interesting, thought Brock. Return Geodude, said Brock as he recalled his fallen Pokémon. He took out another Pokeball and threw it. Go Onix, shouted Brock. Ash scanned Onix in his Pokédex. Onix, the rock snake Pokémon. It tunnels through the ground which shakes when it raises its thunderous roar. It can move the ground at 50 miles per hour. Onix has a magnet in its brain. It acts as a compass so that this Pokémon does not lose direction while it is tunneling. As it grows older, its body becomes increasingly rounder and smoother. Onix looked like giant chain of gray boulders, with a rocky spine on its head. In all honesty, a giant rock snake. Gloom was a bit terrified facing a big Onix and Ash noticed it. Gloom returned. "You did an amazing job, I'm proud of you," said Ash recalling his Pokémon. "I choose you Golduck," said Ash hurling his Pokeball towards the field from which Golduck appeared in a series of acrobatics. Brock was again amazed seeing Ash's second strong Pokémon. He obviously caught it recently, it's shiny too and it behaves like it has known its trainer for more than a decade and he's a rookie. He'll go very far one day, I'm sure of it. If only I could travel too. Wondered Brock. "Go Onix tackle attack," said Brock shouting orders. "Golduck disable," countered Ash calmly. Onix stopped in its tracks. And advantage of that opportunity was taken by Ash. "Golduck use water gun," said Ash. "Onix use rock throw to dodge the water," said Brock trying not to panic. But it was too late for Onix as the water gun hit Onix directly head-on. Onix roared in pain as it was bathed in water but was still standing. "Golduck finish it with Aqua Jet," ordered Ash. Golduck covered itself in water like an aura and sped off towards Onix who was still recovering from the previous attack. Brock ordered a dig but Golduck was too fast for Onix. The result, a knocked-out rock snake. With swirls in his eyes. "I can't believe I lost so quickly. This was my quickest defeat. This. Ash is something else," thought Brock. Up in the balcony. "That guy is good," said a mini Brock. "Yeah, he defeated brother without losing even a single Pokémon," said another mini Brock, "but what about Onix?" "You know big brother loves his Pokémon dearly," said mini Brock female. "Look there," shouted another mini Brock pointing towards battlefield. On battlefield. Ash walked towards Onix and sprayed it with a super potion to revitalize Onix and then looked at Brock who was walking towards him with a smile. "Here Ash, this belongs to you now." "It's called the Boulder Badge," said Brock giving him a badge that looked like a gray octagonal stone. "A badge for defeating a gym trainer." "Thanks Brock, I accept it," replied Ash cheerfully and put the badge in his badge case. "So where will you go now, Ash?" asked Brock. "Well, today we'll just relax and enjoy and then leave tomorrow morning to Cerulean City," replied Ash and then asked, "What about you Brock?" "Well, I'll just tend to my Pokémon in gym. To be honest with you, I get more pleasure in raising Pokémon than in battling Pokémon. I wanted to be a breeder but that's just a lost dream now," said Brock with a sigh. "Ash, take this badge and fulfill my dream please," said Brock in a serious voice. "But can't you go on a journey to fulfill your dream or better yet come with me?" asked Ash. "I've 10 little brothers and sisters to take care of. So I could leave town to follow my dream. My father left years ago to become a Pokémon trainer and we never heard from him again. My heartbroken mother tried her best to hold the things but sadly she passed away. I am only one left now for those little cretins," said Brock pointing towards his siblings who were now playing with Golduck. "I see. Thanks for telling me Brock. But if you ever change your mind or if an opportunity presents itself give me call okay and I'll come visit before leaving the town," said Ash shaking Brock's hand and handing him his number and recalling Golduck. And with that Ash departed leaving behind a joyful group of children and a hopeful Brock. "Go Ash, fulfill your dream as well as mine," whispered Brock in the wind. "You'll be able to follow your own dream soon Brock," thought the man who was well hidden and was present from before the battle began. Time skip, one day. Ash reached the pewter gym to say goodbye to Brock but became a witness to the worst Pokémon battle in history, just kidding. Brock had his Onix out and the challenger had a Pikachu. An electric-type Pokémon to face a dual rock-ground snake was suicide in itself. Moreover, Pikachu looked barely trained and did not even obey his trainer, pathetic really. Ash released a sigh seeing the trainer's stupidity. Pathetic, isn't it? I feel the same, commented a man whose face was barely visible due to his hat, mustache and beard. Aren't you the man who sell rocks? Asked Ash curiously. I am indeed. I saw your match yesterday, it was really good, complimented the man. Thanks, I guess. Replied Ash. On the field, Onyx had Pikachu in bind and Pikachu was rapidly trying to shock Onyx with its Thunder Shock attack. Ash noticed something though. This isn't an ordinary Thunder Shock. It almost feels like a Thunderbolt though underpowered, said Ash thinking and simultaneously scanning it in his Pokédex. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, and the evolved form of Piku. Pikachu's tail is sometimes struck by lightning as it raises it to check its surroundings. Pikachu can help other Pikachu who are feeling weak by sharing its electric current. This Pokémon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These seem to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. When it releases pent-up energy in a burst, the electric power is equal to a lightning bolt. You are right again, Ash. That Pikachu is wonderful Pokémon, isn't it? But then his trainer not so good, said the man. The man then told Ash about how 2 days ago they tried to increase Pikachu's attack voltage and the explosion. If you don't mind me asking, why would go such lengths to train that Pikachu? And for the record, why did you leave your business unattended to take interest in the gym's functioning unless? Said Ash as his eyes widened. Holy SHT, you are Brock's father, whispered Ash. Yes, nice deduction, Ash. The name's Flint, praised Flint amazed at the kid in front of him. They both looked towards the field to see that Pikachu has swirls in his eyes, clearly fainted, and the trainer just picked him and ran away in depression. Brock turned and saw Ash with a man. So Ash, ready to follow your own dream? Asked Brock. I think it's time you follow your own dream, Brock, replied Ash. What do you mean, Ash? Asked Brock. Ash just glanced at Flint, who removed his hat and fake mustache and beard. My father, said Brock in an emotionless voice. Yes, it's me. I couldn't become a great Pokémon trainer I wanted to, and because I was such a failure I was too embarrassed and ashamed to go back to my family, explained Flint. But why did you help that trainer? Asked Ash. He reminded me of myself. He didn't seem to have a chance. It's time I start taking care of my family. You go fulfill your dreams and mine, said Flint. First, there are some things I want to tell you, replied Brock as readied his fist. After all these years I understand how you must feel about me, so I want you to get everything off your, said Flint, but before he could finish he received a hard punch courtesy of Brock which made him fall to the ground. Brock then extended his hand to his father to help him up, that Flint accepted with a smile. And here, said Brock handing him a needle and thread, and told him of all the things about his siblings which Flint promptly noted down. Hey Brock, called Ash. Yeah, replied Brock. Spend a day with your family, and if you want to leave on a journey I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at the Pokémon Center sharp 8 a.m. See ya, Brock, enjoy the day, said Ash walking away with a smile. Well, we better get some training done. I don't want to get sloppy. With this thought Ash called Ponyta out and rode away into the forest to train, leaving behind Brock's family in astonishment. Time skip, 1 day. Hey Ash, are you sure it's okay if I go with you on your Pokémon journey? Asked Brock. Sure. The more the merrier. And it's good to have somebody to talk with, replied Ash with a smile. Speaking of which, how many Pokémons do you have? Asked Brock. Well, I've my Ponyta, she's my starter from Mom's daycare, and Shiny too. Then I've Gloom, whom I caught as an Oddish, a shiny Golduck which you already met, and a fiery Pidgeotto. So I've got about 4 in total. What about you? Replied Ash. I have 2 which you met already. You have the balanced team. Are you not aiming to master just one class like me? I, myself, like rock and ground Pokémons, asked the curious Brock. In a way I am, said Ash mysteriously. What do you mean by that? Asked Brock. Well, I do want to specialize in a type, but even then I don't want to make myself vulnerable and open. Having many types keeps the opponent on his toes and guessing. But still my aim is to be the best fire and steel type trainer in the world and Pokémon master afterwards that, explained Ash. Brock was deeply impressed hearing Ash's analogy and kept thinking on it before reaching on a decision. And so with a new friend and ally Ash continues on his quest to become a Pokémon master. Chapter 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. Last time Ash faced Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, and won the Boulder Badge, his first step toward competing in the Pokémon League Championships. Joined by Brock, Ash continues their journey to an out-of-the-world adventure. Ash and Brock were hiking towards Empty Moon. Many strange and astonishing tales have been told about this mysterious place. Maybe it was fate that they'll get to know that all of them were true. So that's Empty Moon, huh? Asked Ash. People say that a meteor crashed into the mountain back in prehistoric times, said Brock. If I am not wrong it is called Moonstone, right? Said Ash. Yes, answered Brock, a bit surprised. Some Pokémon evolves by using Moonstone on them. It may be useful in future. I'll try to grab one or two if possible, thought Ash. Just as they were nearing the entrance of the cave they saw a purple bat-like Pokémon with 4 wings attacking a man. The man was dressed in a scientist garb. He also seems to be wearing glasses which were lying a bit farther on the ground. Look there, it's a Crobat and it is attacking him, said Ash, taking out his Pokédex to analyze Crobat. Crobat, the bat Pokémon. It is the evolved form of Golbat. Crobat sneaks up on its intended prey using wings that barely make a sound. It flies so silently through the dark on its 4 wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. By alternately resting its front and rear wings, it can fly all day without having to stop. We have to stop it, yelled Brock, taking out a Pokeball while Ash was thinking about the scene in front of him. Go Geodude. Use Rock Throw, said Brock. Geodude slammed himself on the ground, throwing small pieces of rock at Crobat, who screeched loudly and dodged. Crobat returned fire with Supersonic as its eyes glowed silver and it released multiple thin light blue circles from its mouth at Geodude. Geodude, use Rollout to dodge, commanded Brock. Geodude used Rollout to get out of the way of Supersonic and jumped straight at Crobat, who was not able to dodge and crashed on the cave entrance. It got up and voiced its displeasure at Brock for interfering. Ash, seeing this, stopped Brock. Wait, Brock, don't attack anymore, said Ash with a stopping motion. Why? Brock asked, confused that Ash stopped him. He was looking forward to capture Crobat. After his talk with Ash about specializing in just one type, he had decided that Ash was indeed correct. Don't you wonder why that Crobat is alone here of all places? A cave is a natural habitat of these bat Pokémon. And Crobat rarely shows itself to unknown humans. It always takes care of other small Zubat while some strong Golbat gather food. This one seems alone. I think either his other group members are in trouble or something, said Ash, almost feeling Crobat's pain. Brock thought about what Ash said and found that what Ash is saying is true. Crobat also was shocked that he almost guessed what happened to his family. Say, Crobat, what seems to be the problem? Asked Ash. Crobat flied over to Ash and tried to communicate his problem by fluttering its wings and the usual aggressive screeches which Ash understood perfectly. Crobat said, some humans planted lights throughout the cave. We cannot live in the light all the time, so we searched for another dark place. Found another cave-like thing on the other side of cave and relocated there. But due to some blasts they all are trapped inside now with no way out. Come quick. I think it want to take us somewhere, said Ash, not wanting to reveal that he is able to talk to Pokémon, and starts following Crobat with Brock running right behind him after recalling Geodude. What about me? Said the man bearing minor scratches. They ran along the mountain to find an entrance which was blocked by boulders. Brock, we need Geodude and Onix, said Ash, throwing out a Pokeball revealing Golduck. Brock also released Geodude and Onix. Golduck, use Confusion and unblock the entrance, ordered Ash. Onyx and Geodude, you two help, said Brock. The three Pokémon worked hard trying to unblock the entrance. Finally, after some time they were able to make enough space so that the trapped bats could come out. And then there were lots and lots of Zubat coming out with about 5 Golbat. Crobat lead them all towards the forest and came towards Ash and Brock to thank them. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan Zubat and Golbat. Zubat was a blue, bat-like Pokémon. It didn't have eyes but have pointed ears with purple insides and a mouth with 4 fangs. Golbat on the other hand was a large, blue bat-like Pokémon with purple wing membranes. It has small eyes with slit pupils and a massive mouth containing 4 fangs. Zubat, the blind bat Pokémon. It has no eyes. Instead, it relies on its ultrasonic cries for echolocation to flit about in darkness. Zubat remains quietly unmoving in a dark spot during the bright daylight hours. It does so because prolonged exposure to the sun causes its body to become slightly burned. Golbat, the bat Pokémon and the evolved form of Zubat. It has 4 sharp fangs and emits supersonic waves more powerful than Zubat's. Golbat loves to drink the blood of living things. It is particularly active in the pitch black of night. This Pokémon flits around in the night skies, seeking fresh blood. However hard its victim's hide may be, it punctures with sharp fangs and gorges itself with blood. It's quite alright, Crobat. We'll take a look in the cave and try to find a solution by night, said Ash, petting him while Brock nodded, impressed with how Ash handled the solution. They then turned back to travel back to the entrance and suddenly remembered about a certain man. Back at the cave entrance. Are you okay? Asked Brock, handing the man his glasses. Wow, you are the greatest. I'm talking super fantabulistic one. It was the best rescue I ever had, said the man, holding Brock in a bear hug for a long time. They say man's best friend is a Pokémon, and with you too I believe it, said the man. Oh, okay. Anyway, who are you and why was Crobat attacking you? Replied Brock, unsure what to say. The man then introduces himself as Seymour, a scientist. He is upset because someone has installed strung lights inside the nearby cave that are disrupting the Pokémon who live inside, and probably that's the reason why Crobat was attacking him. Going inside the cave, he shows them the lights. See, the cave is all lit up inside. Somebody strung the lights through the whole cave. But the Pokémon in the cave need the dark. These lights are upsetting them and making them confused, said a sorrowful Seymour. Which is why Crobat and his group left the cave, commented Ash. Look here, the Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere and the hot lights are drying up the sand shrew. That's why I am here on patrol to protect the mountain from the troublemakers' attack against these caves, said Seymour. Troublemakers attacking this cave, huh? Is it because of the moonstone? Asked Ash. I'm afraid so. The moonstone is a massive boulder, believed to be 1,000,000 years old or more, and is hidden deep in the caves under the mountain. Fragments of this stone are said to increase a Pokémon's power. Though no one has found the location of moonstone yet, and I fear that is why the attackers are here, replied the scientist. Seymour then theorizes that he believes that the native Pokémon came from outer space, and the moonstone was their spacecraft, which means the stone belongs to the Pokémon, and that the humans must leave it alone. As soon as he finishes, a Clefairy skipped past them carrying a stone in his hands. Ash quickly took out his Pokédex yet again. Clefairy, the fairy Pokémon. This impish Pokémon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside empty moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans. The moonlight that it stores in the wings on its back apparently gives it the ability to float in midair. It is said that happiness will come to those who see a gathering of Clefairy dancing under a full moon. Well, today is a full moon. Who knows, we might get lucky enough to see a gathering like that, commented Ash. With the way Ash said it, Brock had a strong suspicion that what Ash is saying might come true. Please don't catch any Clefairy. I hope you understand, said Seymour. Sure, Seymour, I understand, and even then I don't plan to catch Clefairy, assured Ash. The trio was thinking on the course of plan when they were suddenly startled by a Pokémon's scream that sounded awfully that of Clefairy. All three darted where Clefairy skipped and soon came where the tunnel divided into two. "Let's split here. Ash, you go that way and we'll check out this way," said Brock as they ran to the right part unknowing that they were being followed. Ash too ran to his side of cave taking out Golduck. With Ash. Ash was running though the cave dodging the rocks with Golduck right behind him. Suddenly the rock in front of him changed and its two hands came out to grab Ash. Fortunately for Ash, Golduck fired a water gun on that rock flinging it away from Ash. "Look, it's a Geodude. Let's catch it real quick." "Golduck use water pulse," said Ash. Golduck quickly fired a sphere of water towards Geodude who had no time to dodge and promptly fainted. "Pokeball go," said Ash throwing an empty Pokeball towards Geodude who was caught. Ash picked up the Pokeball and continued running but reached a dead end. He figured the scream must have come from the side Brock was in so he turned and ran back at even greater speeds. All that training was beneficial after all. With Brock and Seymour. After running quite a distance they stumbled upon Clefairy and a Meowth inching closer to Clefairy with its nails outward saying, "Don't be scared of Meowth." Brock reacted quickly and threw Geodude's Pokeball just between the two Pokémons. Ash had already told him about Team Rocket and a talking Meowth. "What are you doing here?" asked Meowth. "We're looking for troublemakers like you." "So, it's the work of Team Rocket," said Brock. "We got to stop them before they cause any other trouble," said Seymour. "Trouble. Jesse. Make that double. James. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jesse. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Jesse. Jesse. James. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jesse. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth. That's right. Meowth. They sure are show-offs, muttered Seymour. You put the lights in this cave, it's your fault. The Pokémon who live here are so confused, shouted Brock. What a shame, commented Jesse. How will we ever forgive ourselves, was James' sarcastic comment. We want to get our hands on the Moonstone so we can power up our Pokémon with it, said Meowth. With the Moonstone in our hands nothing will stop us, said Jesse with glee. I won't let you get away with this. You want a rock, take one of these then get lost, said Brock angrily. Get lost? How rude, said Jesse. Let's teach him manners, said James, and with that both he and Jesse took out a Pokeball. Make a run for it when you get the chance and take Clefairy, whispered Brock to Seymour as he readied his own Pokeball. Eakin's coughing, was the yell of Jesse James. Go Geodude, said Brock. 3 Pokémon appear from the Pokeballs and stood facing each other. Eakins and Coughing versus Geodude, and what in the world? Zubat. Looks like the odds are even again, said Brock. We'll see about that. Coughing Smog attack, said James as Coughing started its attack by releasing poisonous fumes. Zubat use Gust 1, Geodude help with rollout, said Brock. Zubat quickly flapped his wings and blew away all the smog. Geodude's rollout powered by Gust also helped and then struck both Eakins and Coughing. Seymour seeing an opening left with Clefairy. Meowth seeing this also sneaked after them. Don't let them recover, Zubat use. Supersonic, yelled Brock. James and Jesse were confused seeing their Pokémon attacking each other. Geodude use rollout and send them flying, ordered Brock, and Geodude executed the attack perfectly and Team Rocket was sent flying. Wait, isn't someone missing? Aren't I forgetting something? Wait a second, where is Meowth? Yelled Brock before looking around, cursed and went after Seymour and Clefairy and probably Meowth. With Ash. Ash while running back got lost. He stumbled out of the cave to see a little rocky bridge and Clefairy crossing it. Ash looked below and found Seymour trying to climb it. Suddenly Meowth came in from the other side of the bridge and scared Clefairy, causing it to jump on Seymour, bringing them both in the shallow river. Ash, or rather Golduck, made the talking cat to fly over the ridge. Brock also rushed out and reunited with them. It was evening now and Brock made food. The Pokemons were relaxing, the two Geodudes more than the other. They had just finished destroying almost all the lights that Team Rocket installed. "What's that?" asked Ash, seeing Brock feeding his brand new Zubat. Brock had caught it since it wanted to come just after Ash had blasted Meowth. "This is Pokemon food made from my own secret recipe. The ingredients are specially blended for each Pokemon," replied Brock. Ash gave one to Gloom, who found it tasty. Seymour himself tried one and found it not bad. Ash fortunately refrained from tasting it, knowing he would not like it. They all had just finished eating when Clefairy told something to Gloom, who said something to Ash. Gloom said that Clefairy wants to take us somewhere. Ash told everyone that and started following Clefairy and Gloom up the mountain. When they reached their destination it was already dark. "It's another cave," said Ash. Clefairy led them inside and they were amazed to see what was inside. "It's the core of the Moonstone," said Seymour. "So, the legend of the Moonstone is true," commented Brock in amazement. Moonstone was large grayish rock and was sitting on a rocky pedestal-like thing. A series of small shards of Moonstone were placed on the base, but there seemed to be one missing. "Look, Clefairy is doing something," said Ash, pointing towards Clefairy. Clefairy adds its stone to the ring at the base of the core, which completes the circuit. All the small stones, then the large core, begin to glow blue in the moonlight. Dozens of Clefairy approach and begin to dance around the Moonstone. By chatting with Clefairy and Gloom, Ash learns that the Clefairy are praying to the stone. Seymour goes into daydreaming about how humans are supposed to ride the stone back out to the stars, but his epiphany is interrupted by the return of Team Rocket. "Guys, that's our cue," said Meowth, announcing Team Rocket's presence. "You guys don't know when to quit," said Ash, massaging his temples. "You keep away from the Moonstone or else," threatened Seymour, or rather tries to, because he begins trembling. Team Rocket makes fun of Seymour for this. Seymour then tries to attack Team Rocket to keep them from the stone, but Ash stops him from attacking and probably getting tripped and losing his glasses, again. "Enough talking," says James and throws his Pokeball, and Jessie follows suit. "I quite agree. Go Gloom," said Ash. "Onyx, let's go," shouts Brock. Seeing a giant rock snake, Ekans and Coughing stop in their tracks and stare fearfully at Onyx. "Let's show them size doesn't matter," says Jessie, and orders Ekans to go underground while James orders a smokescreen. This smokescreen is a very bad disadvantage. Got to counter it somehow, thought Ash. "Gloom, can you see anything?" says Ash, coughing due to smoke, and gets a negative reply from her. Brock sends out Zubat to again blow away the smoke. When the smoke clears, Team Rocket is gone, and the Moonstone with them. "The Moonstone is gone," said Ash, a bit worried. "Team Rocket stole it. The match was just a trick to sneak away the Moonstone," says Seymour. "Alright Onyx, follow them underground," orders Brock, and Onyx follows the given orders with a roar. Ash and Brock runs through the cave, hoping they could catch them. Seymour consoles the distraught Clefairies and teaches them their responsibility to the Moonstone back from thieves. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is sliding downhill with the Moonstone on a sled. How they got hold of sled I don't know. When suddenly, for them, Onyx emerges from the ground in front of them. The sled collides with Onyx and the sled gets broken while Team Rocket and Moonstone get tossed aside. Team Rocket again decides to make a run with the stone again, but is surrounded by Crobat and his group. Soon Ash and Brock too reach them. "Got them, and what is Crobat doing here?" said Ash. "Onyx, grab them now," yells Brock. Onyx moved in for tackle, but Coughing counters it on orders from James, and both Pokemon falls to ground stunned. Seymour and all Clefairies made an appearance from the tunnel made by Onyx. "Hey look, it's Seymour," said Ash. "And all the Clefairy too," adds Brock as Clefairy starts pouring in. All Clefairy gathers around Team Rocket and starts waving their fingers, starting their signature attack. "What are they doing?" asked Jessie, annoyed. "Waving their fingers," was James' curt reply, clearly annoyed too. "This way and that way, this way and that way," says Meowth before he and rest of the Team Rocket gets hypnotized and stars waving their heads according to Clefairy's fingers. Thankfully Ash had known about metronome and warned Brock in time, but Seymour, no such luck. "I've never seen Clefairy use metronome before, who knows what will happen," said Seymour. Clefairy stops the motion and started glowing, all of them. Identifying the attack as self-destruct from the many times Voltorb exploded back at lab, Ash yells out a warning to get down seconds before the explosion. Team Rocket was ironically sent flying, again. Looks like Team Rocket is. Jessie. Blasting off again, James. That was the metronome, Meowth. I give it 2 thumbs down, Jessie. Me too, James. Meowth 3, Meowth. And with Team Rocket were blasted off very far. Looking towards the Moonstone, Ash found that half of it was missing. He looked up and saw fragments of Moonstone coming down again. Some were big and some small. They were all amazed when Clefairy stated evolving into Clefable due to the Moonstone fragments shards rain. "The Clefairy are evolving," said Brock, amazed. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan Clefable. Clefable was a tall, pink Pokémon with a vaguely star-shaped body. It had long, pointed ears with dark brown tips and oval black eyes with a wrinkle on either side. A curled lock of fur hangs over its face from the top of its head, and it had 3 dark pink pointed wings on its back. Clefable, the fairy Pokémon and an advanced form of Clefairy. These unique creatures are among the rarest Pokémon in the world. Clefable moves by skipping lightly as if it were flying using its wings. Its bouncy step lets it even walk on water. It is known to take strolls on lakes on quiet, moonlit nights. It has an acute sense of hearing. It can easily hear a pin being dropped nearly 1,100 yards away. "The power of the Moonstone did this," said Seymour, analyzing the Clefairy and Clefable in front of him. The scene is now back at the cave where Clefairy and Clefable dance around what's left of Moonstone while the moon is shining brightly. The Crobat and other Golbats and Zubat were dancing in the skies. "Man, we're very lucky to have something like this," said Ash. "Yeah," agreed Brock. "I've decided to live here with the Clefairy. It's been my life's dream to find the Moonstone. Someday I'll travel to the stars with Clefairy," said Seymour out of the blue. "When you do go into outer space, I hope that you do remember to send us a postcard," said Brock in light banter. And then went back to watch the amazing scene in front of them. Next morning, Ash and Brock were on the road leading to Cerulean City and were waving at the Clefairy and Clefable and of course Seymour. Ash had gotten lucky again and caught a Machop before leaving Empty Moon. A Stun Spore and a few Razor Leaves later, Machop was inside Ash's Pokeball recovering after the battle. "So long Seymour, goodbye Clefairy," said Ash waving. "Goodbye Brock, goodbye Ash, and thank you all," said Seymour waving back, standing beside Clefairy and their evolved counterparts. A while later. "This road leads to Cerulean City." "Well, I guess we're headed the right way," said Brock. "Oh, and what is this?" said Ash as he took a closer note at something that was scribbled in the corner. It read, "Gary was here. Ash is a loser." Beside the note there were some snickering smileys. "Oh, that Gary," said Ash a bit aggressively before smiling fondly. It was an inside joke between him and Gary. "Well, I've got 2 new Pokemon and a total of 6. Cerulean Gym is water type, so Gloom and Golduck are definitely in. I've got to start training right away," and with renewed determination Ash ran towards his next target, the Cerulean Gym. What more adventures will he face, and will he be ready for the challenges to come? Next time, the Water Flowers of Cerulean City. Chapter 7, Cerulean City Water Flowers. Last time our heroes traveled through the mysterious Empty Moon. They saw the Moonstone and met Clefairy and Seymour the scientist. After their adventure deep inside the empty moon, they are now on their way towards Cerulean City, to Ash's next gym battle. It's almost morning and Brock was sleeping peacefully in his tent in the camp they made, and Ash was nowhere to be found. And you can guess where he is, training with his Pokémon. Looked more like morning workout. Ash was currently sparring with Machop. While Ash was not a martial arts master by any means, he was very good at it, though it did not look that way. Ash was dressed in just training shorts and had small scratches everywhere. All his Pokémon were doing various kinds of exercise that he assigned them individually. What surprised Ash was that Machop was fairly normal if you exclude the fact that he was fast, too fast indeed. Yep, after catching Golduck and Pidgeotto, he was half expecting a surprise, and his both Pokémon being normal was the biggest surprise. He had already scanned both in his Pokédex. Machop, the superpower Pokémon. Machop's muscles are special, they never get sore no matter how much they are used in exercise. Even though it's the size of a human child, Machop have enough strength to throw 100 average-sized adults. It loves to work out and build its muscles. It is never satisfied, even if it trains hard all day long. Name, Machop. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Nature, hasty. Ability, guts. Attacks, low kick, leer, focus energy, karate chop, foresight. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude has incredibly high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to any physical attacks. Many live on mountain trails and remain half-buried while keeping an eye on climbers. It is impossible to distinguish from rocks. It slams against others in contests of hardness. It uses its arms to steadily climb steep mountain paths. It swings its fists around if angered. Name, Geodude. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Nature, hasty. Ability, rock head. Attacks, tackle, defense curl, rock polish, rock throw. Ash's Pokémon finished their workout one by one and sat by a tree to watch Ash and Machop. They were still going on at each other. The happiest of them was Machop. Since he was young, no one would ever fight him seriously, and that seriously ticked him off. And here he was now fighting an opponent like himself but without any training, and he was not winning. While at the first glance it looked like Machop has taken less damage, but it was not the case. Ash's hit were really hard, more so when they would take on a blue hue. But that was totally random. And so Machop found himself tiring for the first time in his life. Ash knew what Machop was thinking. He knew that his random aura strikes have taken their toll on Machop, and so he called a break. Machop looked slightly put out but nodded. Ash and Machop sat down by the tree where all his Pokémon were resting. He took out his notebook and started scribbling all the strategies that he developed for his Pokémons today. It was his personal notebook and contained everything that he thought about each of his Pokémon. From training schedule and diet to countering strategies and attacks he wanted them to learn. While Ash still has almost little control on his aura and psychic powers, he was the only one who could touch the notebook, a nifty trick of his. Only those with aura and psychic powers could open the notebook, and that was he himself. And that was how Brock found him. Leaning against the tree, scribbling and planning, don't know how much ahead, with his Pokémon sleeping near him. Upon seeing this, a smile made its way into Brock's face. "Hey, training your Pokémon this early in morning? I'm rather surprised to see you up this early," said Brock, coming near Ash. "Not training, just a simple morning workout for me and my Pokémons. I don't do heavy training in morning, especially if are to journey around. And even then I usually train only from where a Pokémon Center is easily accessible. Accidents could happen when training after all," replied Ash, getting up and recalling his Pokémons. "Yeah, you are correct. So, let's eat and then let's continue to Cerulean City. It must be near, so we will reach there in no time. By the way, how long are you going to stay in the city?" asked Brock. "A couple of days for sure, maybe 5, replied Ash, shrugging his shoulders. He really did not know surely how long will he stay. Well, I have some work in a small town ahead of Cerulean City, so do you mind if I take care of that and then join you in before you leave? Asked Brock. Sure thing, I don't mind, replied Ash, respecting Brock's wishes. Brock smiled and they both walked to their camp to eat and left for the city. Meanwhile, in Cerulean City, the night before, we see a dark room containing various equipments. It looked like a storeroom of a shop. Suddenly the air vent gets kicked open and 3 dangerous people looks through the air vent. The coast is clear, says the man. Nothing to fear, say the woman. Nobody here, says the cat. And as they try to get through the vent they all fell, revealing themselves as Team Rocket. Maybe they were not so dangerous after all. They get back up and start searching for whatever they for. They soon find that special machine they came to steal. In the dim light from their flashlight, a giant machine kept at the end of room in the room stood towering with some kind of hose attached to it. Now the question that remains is, how to take the machine out of the shop without anyone waking up. Well, Team Rocket may not excel at anything, but there was one thing that they were master of. Cerulean City. Walking for about 2 hours, Ash and Brock finally reached Cerulean City. The sun was now up in the sky and was shining brightly. Cerulean City was a big, beautiful city with flowing water and blooming flowers. So this is Cerulean City, Brock, said Ash. Pretty nice place, isn't it? Replied Brock. Yeah, it's cool, said Ash as they walked into the city. After walking for a while they saw a large crowd in front of a shop. The police was there and their sirens were blazing. The police, wonder what happened, said Ash. Yeah, let's go check it out, replied Brock as they both ran towards the crime scene. The police officers were interviewing various people who were around. They had already secured the perimeter with their trademark yellow tape. Some officers were also on guard duty, including our very own Officer Jenny. Excuse me, do you know what happened here? Asked Brock to a man standing there. Some burglars broke into that store last night, replied the man. Burglars, huh? Mused Ash. Well, what do you know about burglars? You two seem very suspicious to me, said Jenny in her usual police garb, looking closely at Ash and Brock, making them slightly uncomfortable. Ash wanted to know what she is doing here and not in Viridian City, but knew better than to ask. It would make their situation more bleak. Maybe like Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny too has a large number of sisters that have dedicated their lives to crime fighting. Maybe you pickpocketed someone's wallet, or you are a common thug, or maybe you are the burglar that broke out of jail, said Jenny, showing them HNDCFFS and screaming the last part. It was a slightly nervous Ash who replied quickly, maybe too quickly for Officer Jenny's taste. I've never been to jail, said Ash. Neither have I, added Brock. We're innocent, chorused Ash and Brock together. That's the first thing a criminal say when they are caught, said Jenny. We just got into town and saw the crowd, so we came over to see what was going on, explained Brock, or rather tried to, as this brought an excited glint in Jenny's eyes and a slight smirk on her lips. The criminal always returned to the scene of the crime, stated Jenny. It was after all in their training handbook. Maybe this will help clear things up a bit, said Ash, taking out his Pokédex and giving it to Jenny. Brock also gave her his gym leader license as well as a Pewter City gym badge to prove their identity, which Jenny verified as correct. Well, that's evidence enough for me. I'm sorry I was suspicious, apologized Jenny. Brock then did a complete 180. His posture changed, his closed eyes got a sparkle, and he got closer to Officer Jenny. Miss, I was wondering, since I'm new in town, maybe we could get together tonight and show me around the city. So what do you say? Asked Brock in a completely different voice. Well, I'm not off duty till past your bedtime and might even have to work round the clock to catch these thieves, replied Jenny skillfully. What exactly did they steal? Asked Ash quickly before Brock could do anything stupid. That's the strange thing about it. They didn't take any money, just a massive vacuum and a giant hose. It just doesn't make any sense, replied Jenny, a bit frustrated. How did they take a massive vacuum outside the shop? They can't use the door or a window. Or on second thought I doesn't want to know, said Ash. Why would they steal that? Asked Brock confused. I certainly don't know, young man, but I certainly do know that I do not have time playing guessing games with you because I've got a job to do. And it's time for you two to move along. Come on, off you go, said Jenny, shooing them away with a gesture and doing the same to all other people standing around. Ash and Brock bought some cool drinks and sat on a bench to rest. Good thing I had Dexter and you had your badge, said Ash. Yeah, so what are you going to do? Challenge the gym? Asked Brock. We'll train for 2 to 3 days while I gather some information about the gym. I already know many things about the gym, but it doesn't hurt to check, answered Ash. Well, Ash, I have stuff to do. See you after 5 days, said Brock as he stood up. See ya, Brock, said Ash as they walked in opposite direction. With Brock. Brock was a man on mission. His mission, well, secondary mission, was to buy some breeder supplies from a shop located north of Cerulean City. But his main primary mission was to buy an autographed copy of a precious little orange book. I'm coming to get you, no one's gonna stop me. I'm coming to get you, Ika Ika Paradise, was all Brock yelled, which may have something to do with the fire in his eyes. I'm sure most of you would get the reference. After all, our beloved Brock was, in his own words, not a pervert but a super pervert. But of course he wouldn't tell this to women, doing that would be incredibly stupid. Somewhere very far, outside a woman's bathing house, an old white-haired man who was giggling perversely sneezed loudly and was beaten to an inch of his life by the women present. Clearing outside Cerulean, next morning. Ash was disappointed, to say the least. He had thought that maybe here he could get some challenge, but he did not even receive an honorable fight. Since he stayed in Pewter City longer, all other trainers were already ahead him and won their gym battles. And they should have won, considering they were battling the 3 sensational sisters. They were star performers, yes, but not in any way related to Pokémon. He still remembered how that played out. Flashback, morning after Brock left. Okay, so Cerulean City is around somewhere here, said Ash to himself, reading from the map. And as he turned into the street, he saw the Cerulean Gym. The gym was pretty large in circular shape. The building had a giant dome as the roof with long alternate stripes of violet and yellow. Also it had a giant dugong sculpture on the dome. Beneath that, it was written in bold letters, Cerulean GYM. Seeing nobody outside and hearing some cheering noises from the inside, Ash decided to investigate. He went inside and was shocked to the core. From the inside it was nothing like a gym, it was like a stadium with a large swimming pool at the center. The stadium was fully packed with people and they were muttering excitedly. Ash then saw 3 figures came into view. They were on the highest diving board. All 3 were mesmerizing. Seeing all 3 of them together in their one-piece swimming costume made Ash blush. Recently hit by PBRTY, Ash found it difficult not to stare, well, not too much anyway. But he managed, he was very noble after all. The 3 figures who Ash figured were sisters then got ready to jump. Dressed in their respective costume red, green and orange, they jumped high and dived into the pool from the diving board. They certainly had practice, thought Ash as he noticed how graceful they looked. They dived in the pool with a great splash of water and cheering from the crowd. After that they performed some tricks and water maneuvers. But Ash left before they could complete their performance. It may have something to do with how their costumes were sticking to their body, showing every curve perfectly. Ash almost had a nosebleed seeing this, which was why he left. Seeing the inside also had him mesmerized, as it looked like he was in an aquarium. He explored some, wondering about the lack of security, and eventually met with the sisters who were returning after their performance. Still dressed in their costumes, they actually mistook Ash as a reporter. "I'm sorry, but if you want an interview you have to call our manager," said the sister with pink hairs. "No, it's not that." Tried Ash but was cut off. "We don't do autographs either," said the pink-haired sister again. "I don't want one, I just want to know if this is really a Pokémon gym," replied Ash, laying heavy emphasis on gym. "It sure is," said the blonde one. Well, I'm looking for the gym leader, said Ash. You're looking at them, said the indigo-haired beauty. And with that they introduced themselves. Daisy, who had blonde hair, was the oldest of them. She had beautiful green eyes and a great smile and voice. Next was Violet, who was second oldest. She had indigo hair and captivating brown eyes. And the smallest of three was Lily, who had pink-colored hairs and blue eyes that were sparkling with mischief. All three of them truly deserved to be called sensational, thought Ash. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. The three of us are the gym trainers, said Daisy. We're the sensational sisters, added Lily. We're world famous, added Violet. So, what's all with that swimming show you just put up? Asked Ash. It's like our hobby. Fans love to watch us perform, replied Lily. We pool our talents to make a big splash, added Violet, and they all started giggling like crazy. Ash just sweat-dropped seeing their terrible sense of humor and shook his head. A beauty without brain is useless, let alone three. Scene change, at the gym field. Ash then challenged all of them to a battle. He normally would not do this, but he had a sneaking suspicion that even a newbie with a fire-type Pokémon can defeat them single-handedly. And he decided to battle right now. They knew this was coming. As soon as Ash had said that he was looking for the gym leader, they knew that this moment was coming. All three of them just casually stood there and tried to think a way to tell him the truth. Well, we don't feel much like battling anymore, said Daisy. But why? Asked Ash, a bit shocked. We just got beaten since the day we started. Even last week we lost 3 times in a row to kinds from this nowhere place called Pallet Town. It was just one defeat after another. My eyes were spinning from all the losses, replied Violet. We had to practically rush our Pokémon to the Pokémon Center, added Daisy. This is the only one left, said Lily, enlarging and throwing a Pokeball which revealed a Goldeen. You mean to say all you, the gym leaders of Cerulean City, have is a Goldeen, said Ash. If it were to evolve into a Seeking, we could use it. Right now it knows only Horn Attack, said Violet. So there is no point in battling, said Daisy. So, instead of having regular Pokémon matches, we have time to make ourselves look more beautiful than ever, said Lily. While Ash was neutral on the outside, the inside was a really different story. He was angry, very angry at their callous treatment of their Pokémon. He was fuming inside. Of course, Goldeen won't evolve. After all, every Pokémon need experience to evolve. I know what you want, said Daisy and shouted, Seal, towards the pool. A seal popped out of the water, landed beside Daisy and stuck out its tongue. It had a gym badge on its tongue. It was the Cascade badge. It was light blue and in the shape of a raindrop. Daisy picked up the badge. This is Cascade badge, this is what you want, you can take it, said Daisy as she tried to give the badge to Ash, keyword being tried. Ash was angry before, but now he was fuming. Before he could say something he saw flashes of blue and pink and calmed himself. It would not be wise to be angry now and say things that can hurt and reveal my secrets, Ash told himself. So he focused on himself to calm down. Ash opened his eyes, looked at the outstretched hand of Daisy and then in the eye of all three. You are a disgrace to the name of gym leaders and even more pathetic trainers. Pokémons do not just evolve by sitting idle, we have to train them. But no, for you, your beauty, you water shows are more important. And the excuse for not battling is the worst I've ever heard. No Pokémon of yours could be that badly injured that they would still be at the Pokémon Center. I can see Seal here, but it can't battle, can it, because you have not trained it, not even tried to, said Ash coldly. All three of them could feel the barely restrained anger in Ash's voice. You further had the audacity to just simply give away a badge. You don't even know what honor it is to win a gym battle. We're done here, said Ash, who then turned and walked out of the gym, leaving the sisters standing there dumbstruck. Outside, Pokémon Center. Ash quickly walked up to the phone and dialed a number. He talked with some person for about 5 minutes and then took off to the forest to take out his frustration and anger by training. All his Pokémon, sensing the frustration on his face, comforted him and trained without any protests. In fact, the spar between Mach-Hop and Ash was awesome, and Ash wiped the floor with Mach-Hop without using any aura. Mach-Hop would find sitting a bit difficult for some time. But in the end Ash apologized to his Pokémon, who forgave him quite easily, though Mach-Hop requested a cushion before forgiving Ash. Flashback end. That was yesterday. Today they were doing endurance training, or in Ash's words, run till you fall down and repeat routine. Basically they were increasing their stamina so that they can last longer in a fight. And Ash was lucky he had found some small parachutes from a gift shop. Trust Ash to turn a toy into an efficient training accessory. All his Pokémon had a mini parachute attached to them, and they were running or flying in Pidgeotto's case. After observing his Pokémons for the last time, he sat down cross-legged to meditate. His powers were connected to his emotions, particularly in extreme conditions. He already knew one trigger, anger, and a lot of it. But anger also clouded his judgment and thinking, so it was a big no. That's why he chose the hardest path to master his emotions by the best and by far the slowest method, old-fashioned meditation. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. But as Ash will find from almost as little to no progress, why this method is considered the hardest and longest. Time skip, afternoon. Ash woke up. He had actually fallen asleep trying to meditate. His Pokémons were lying around him, clearly exhausted. His instructions were clear: run as hard as you can, rest, run again and repeat. Seems like they all obeyed his orders. He felt sorry for them as he was responsible for their condition, but he knew that he had to step their training or they may not be able to meet their goals. He recalled them and moved towards to the city once more specifically to the Pokémon Center. He reached the Pokémon Center and handed his Pokémon to Nurse Joy and went to cafeteria to eat. He even rented a room for his stay since he had slept in the forest last night. After eating and collecting his Pokémon, he again went to the forest and picked a nice spot to train. He made them do a lot of training to increase all aspects of his Pokémon. He trained their attack power, attack rate, stamina, reaction time, resistance, defense, accuracy, and speed. He trained them hard till late night. The results were starting to show as his Pokémons could feel themselves getting stronger. Geodude and Mach-Hop had mastered the few moves they already knew, while others continued with the accuracy training and combining attacks. He recalled all and went back to the Pokémon Center to sleep. As soon as his head hit the bed, he went out like a rock, forgetting about the phone call that he made yesterday. Time skip, 2 days later. It was morning and Ash was sitting in cafeteria drinking coffee. It was how Brock found him. It looked like he was waiting for someone. Brock went up to him and sat down in front of him. "Hey Ash, long time no see, huh? So, did you win a badge?" asked Brock. "No," was Ash's reply. He sighed and then told him the tale of how he went there, how the gym leaders weren't interested in battling, how they were just giving away a badge, and how he refused from taking it. "So what are you going to do now?" asked Brock. It was really a serious matter. Gym badges were not to be given away just like that without any estimation of trainer's skill in a one-on-one. "Oh, I'm not going to do anything. The first thing that I did was phone the Pokémon League and talked with the chairman Charles Goodshow, and he is sending a team today to analyze the situation and take proper action. I also requested a temporary replacement of the gym leader so that I can win my badge fair and square." Other than that, he did tell me that the gym leader's sister was the acting gym leader after their parents' unfortunate demise. But she is nowhere to be found. "So, they will decide the fate of this gym, or so he said," replied Ash. "I see," was all Brock said. He was deep in thought. He knew about Misty's, cerulean gym leader, and her sister's relation, so he certainly sympathized with her, but on the other hand what Ash said was pretty serious too. He really was in bind, but before he could think more on that, a group of 5 people entered the Pokémon Center. They asked something from Nurse Joy and she pointed them in Ash's direction. So they all came where Brock and Ash were sitting. "Are you Ash Ketchum?" asked the one in lead. He was dressed in the official Pokémon League uniform. "Yes," replied Ash. Good thing you called us. We arrived late last night and did some investigation, and what we found is truly awful. The gym leader is absent from gym for more than 3 weeks already. She has also neglected to tell us of her decision to leave the gym in the hands of her sisters. The only thing that remains is to determine how many badges did they give out to trainers, be it by battle or just as it is, replied the man and introduced himself as Mark. What about my gym battle? Asked Ash. Ah. You will be facing me. I'm a water-type trainer and have been selected as a temporary replacement until a more permanent solution can be found. My name is Landon, replied the man to the right. Ash observed him. He was of medium height and wear spectacles. He wore blue jeans and red t-shirt and a silver sleeveless jacket on top of it. He looked to be around 20-year-old but was probably older. Along with Mark and Landon, one was a referee and 2 junior workers who stood silently. Let's go, Ash. We're going to the gym now and we'll have a gym battle there only, said Mark. Yeah, let's go, replied Ash excitedly. At the gym. The sensational sisters could not believe it. They had thought that nobody would say anything after all who could resist a free badge. Just one person had declined their offer and said person had already informed the Pokémon League. It looked more and more like the gym would be closing down. While they did not have as much problem with the gym closing, but they knew Misty's attachment to the gym. After their parents' demise about a year ago, the gym was regulated for 2 months by a Pokémon League official and then Misty took over. Due to continuous losses and using same Pokémon, Misty would occasionally go on such trips for about a week to train her Pokémon. But last time they had teased her too much that Misty hasn't been back for 3 weeks, saying she wouldn't come back until she became a good Pokémon trainer. But well, they screwed up royally, and there was nothing they could do about it. Mark called the 3 of them forward to announce their charges. Neglecting to inform the headquarters about a trip on multiple counts, and the most serious of all, giving away badges just like that on multiple counts, are all you are charged with. These charges are quite serious, and while doesn't affect you much but does affect your sister. The only good thing is that she does not know what you did behind her back. You battled 7 trainers in last 3 weeks and gave out over 80 badges. If you did not want to battle, you could have phoned and asked for a substitute, but no, you gave away badges and dishonored the Pokémon League, but mainly you made a fool out of your sister, said Mark in lecture mode. Who made a fool of whom? Asked a new voice. Now the sisters were scared. Misty had arrived and at the worst moment possible. And they were as pale as a ghost. If one were to look at them, they would not find an ounce of beauty on their face but rather just plain fear. All of them turned to look at the new source of voice. Mark's eyes narrowed seeing her, but he held himself. Ash identified her as the gym leader of Cerulean City by Brock's soft muttering of Misty. But he had seen her before, at the Pokémon Center in Viridian when he first battled with Team Rocket. Mark stepped forward and told Misty of all the happenings of last 3 weeks, including the incident with Ash. Misty glared murderously at her sisters, who looked down in shame. Then her glare shifted to Ash, who in her mind was the main reason of all this drama. Ash simply narrowed his eyes, but other than that did nothing. He instead turned towards Landon and asked if they could have a gym battle now. Hey, I'm the gym leader here and I'll show you what happens when you mess with me, said Misty angrily. Mark, who looked like he wanted to say something, was cut off by Ash as he accepted Misty's challenge. That girl was annoying the hell out of him and he intended to bring her a few pegs down. Fine by me, lead the way, said Ash with a smirk. Battlefield. The field was a large swimming pool and had some platforms floating in the water. Ash and Misty took their place at the opposite ends of pool. This would be a 2-on-2 battle, said Misty, daring him to disagree. I'm fine with that. I choose you, Ponyta, said Ash, throwing his Pokeball to reveal his blue fire horse Pokémon standing proudly on a platform. While all present were awed because of how majestic Ponyta looked, they were confused why Ash would choose Ponyta here on a water field against a water-type trainer. Is he mocking me? I'll show him, thought Misty as choose Stereo to start with. Stereo was a golden-brown sea star-like Pokémon with 5 appendages. These appendages surrounded an exterior organ called the core, which was red in color, which was held in place by a golden ring looped around Stereo's left leg. Ash then scanned Stereo in his Pokédex. Stereo, the star-shaped Pokémon. Stereo apparently communicates with the stars in the night sky by flashing the red core at the center of its body. If parts of its body are torn, this Pokémon simply regenerates the missing pieces and limbs. It appears in large numbers by seashores. "I'll give you the first move," said Ash. "This is gonna be easy." "Go Stereo, use water gun," ordered Misty. "Dodge, then use growl," said Ash calmly. Stereo got into water and fired spray of water one after other towards Ponyta. Ponyta jumped to another platform and growled loudly. This had an effect of startling Stereo, who stopped the attack. "Stereo, use rapid spin," said Misty. "Now use flame wheel," said Ash with a smirk. Ponyta covered herself in a burning sphere of blue flames and started spinning towards Stereo. The result was instantaneous. Due to Ponyta's comparatively bigger size, she brushed off Stereo's attack as nothing, but Stereo was not lucky as he got slammed hard on the walls and burned. And its core started glowing, signifying the end of match. Misty gritted her teeth at this loss even though she had a type advantage. She was angry now. "How come a fire attack just beat my Stereo like that?" "You must have cheated," accused Misty. "Or his Pokémons are much stronger than yours, foolish girl," thought Mark. "One should never reveal his secrets, but I'll make an exception this time. Ponyta's ability is Flash Fire. If hit by a fire-type move, all the fire-based attacks get stronger. Flame Wheel is like hitting yourself with fire to start the burning sphere, and so Ponyta's attack got boosted," replied Ash. "But don't get too high, because even an ember from Ponyta could faint Stereo," added Ash, seeing Misty's joyful expression. Misty, again reminded of her loss, just gritted her teeth and sent her next Pokémon. "Misty calls Starmie," said Misty, sending out Starmie. Starmie was a violet sea star-like Pokémon with a gold formation on its front. Starmie's jewel core resembled a cut precious stone. A second set of semi-attached arms have formed, making a total of 10 appendages. Ash took on Starmie's appearance and scanned it in his Pokédex. Starmie, the mysterious Pokémon. Starmie's center section, called the core, glows brightly in 7 colors. Some people value the core as a gem. Because of its luminous nature, this Pokémon has been given the nickname, the Gem of the Sea. Starmie swims through water by spinning its star-shaped body as if it were a propeller on a ship. Stereo evolves if a water stone is used, and it looks like it has been recently evolved. Ponyta return, "I choose you Pidgeotto," said Ash. "Use faint attack," called Ash. Starmie dive underwater, yelled Misty. Pidgeotto use double team to dodge, called out Ash, and certainly enough Starmie came out of water spinning rapidly towards Pidgeotto, but was confused seeing many Pidgeotto. He attacked one and that Pidgeotto disappeared. "You still don't get it, do you? Just brute force is not enough to beat Pidgeotto." "Pidgeotto, send it back with wing attack," called Ash. Wings of all Pidgeottos started glowing, and the real one slammed her wing into Starmie, who fell in the pool. Starmie again attempted to attack Pidgeotto, but Ash merely gave a sigh at the predictable attack that he just ordered, a twister, blowing away Starmie, who slammed at the same spot where Stereo was slammed and fainted. Which seemed to be a coincidence, I think not. Misty could just stare at Starmie's fainted form, and tears formed in her eyes. She had hoped to defeat Ash to show the Pokémon League officials that she was a capable trainer, but she lost badly. One chance she had of saving the gym was now lost, it seemed. But before she could think further, the wall started cracked and fell, and a machine entered on a tank, or that was what it looked like. A platform rises and 2 people were standing on it, 3 if you count Meowth as well. The man had violet hair and a blue rose in his hands, and the girl had long dark pink hairs. "Sorry to interrupt your party, ladies," said Jessie. "Allow us to introduce ourselves," said James. "To protect the world from devastation." Jessie. "To unite all peoples within our nation." James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jesse. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Jesse. Jesse. James. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jesse. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth. That's right. Meowth. The water Pokémon have the advantage, commented James. But if we steal the water? Stared Jesse but was cut off by Ash, who had a huge tick mark. Will you ever learn? Don't you get tired of this? Well, I do. Machop, send them flying, said Ash, sending out Machop, who climbed the machine, grabbed all three of them and tossed them far in the sky. Looked like Machop just learned seismic toss, said Brock. Yeah, looks like it. I'm proud of you, Machop. Now return, said Ash, recalling Machop. He praised Pidgeotto too before calling her back. He turned towards Misty and she looked lost and sad. You have a long way to become a good trainer. A good trainer trains his Pokémon and plans for every battle. You just can't rush in a battle, because if you do you'll likely lose. Just strength and type advantage is not all that matters, you have to use your brain and form a strategy to win. Incorporating some ice-type moves may help you against grass-type, and a ground-water dual-type may help against an electric-type. If you do that and train your Pokémon you can become better, lectured Ash. Misty looked like she wanted to argue and say she didn't want anyone's pity when Ash's words registered in her mind. He genuinely wanted to help him, and so she just nodded. So what are you going to do about the gym? Asked Ash. Landon will be the temporary leader for about 1 year, and meanwhile we would try to find some place for a new gym. If we find a suitable place, we'll start the construction, but if not then Cerulean Gym will continue and we'll decide on gym leader then, said Mark. So, effectively Landon will be the gym leader for about 2 years, inquired Ash. Yes, answered Mark. Well, I have an idea. Misty usually goes left the gym for training trips, correct? So, we can consider it as Misty's almost 2-year-long training trip. When she is back you can have someone evaluate her skill. In these short training trips she couldn't go much far, but in almost 2 years she could travel whole of Kanto as well as Johto. She could catch more Pokémon and train them too, commented Ash. Mark pondered over it and found it to be a good idea. The most serious charge of giving away badges was on her sister and not her, and it happened without her knowledge, so it was a very tempting idea. He looked towards Landon, who liked the idea too, and they agreed. Misty jumped joy and her sisters cheered silently for her. They had really screwed up big time. As for you three, you should support your sister instead of making fun of her. A little is okay, but it becomes annoying after a while. Family is after all very special. Take it from someone who didn't had any, me. I was orphan and longed for a family. And now I have a loving mom, a brother and a grandfather, and I couldn't be happier. So, take my advice and treat your sister better, said Ash. The sisters nodded their heads with tears in their eyes and apologized to Misty, who forgave them after hearing Ash's speech. Well, our match has to wait, said Ash, looking towards Landon. And they really couldn't because of all the debris. It isn't an official gym battle, so who need a battlefield? Let's find a clearing and battle, said Landon with a smirk. Yeah, let's, said Ash, took his badge from Misty and took off after Landon. Hall of Origins. All Legendaries watching the scene smiled. Ash really was a boy, no man of principles, and his heart was really pure. Well done, my chosen. You would have made your parents proud, still do, said Arceus. Mew, I've recently heard some news on. Said Arceus. Clearing. Would a one-on-one do? Asked Landon. Yes. I choose you, Golduck, said Ash, sending his shiny Golduck to battle, who looked ready. Go Poliwrath, said Landon. Poliwrath was a blue, bipedal Pokémon with muscular arms. It had bulbous eyes that protruded from the top of its head. Its belly was covered by a white and black swirl. There appeared to be white gloves on its hands, and it had rounded, digitless feet. Ash scanned it in his Pokédex. Poliwrath, the tadpole Pokémon and the evolved form of Poliwhirl. Poliwrath is highly developed, brawny muscles never grow fatigued, however much it exercises. It is so tirelessly strong, this Pokémon can swim back and forth across the Pacific Ocean without effort. It is adept at both the front crawl and breaststroke. It can easily overtake the best human swimmers. Its powerful muscles make its attacks extremely effective. Ash smirked. Finally a challenge, he thought. Let's test a theory. Golduck use double team, said Ash, and a dozen copies of Golduck appeared. Poliwrath, water gun and destroy the copies, said Landon. Poliwrath used water gun from its spiral and starting attacking the copies one by one. Golduck use aqua jet, said Ash. Golduck was too fast and as such Poliwrath was unable to dodge and took a full hit which damaged him slightly. Ash sighed in relief at this. Seems like Poliwrath's ability was not water absorbed but rather damp. Golduck use future sight, said Ash calmly. Due to Poliwrath being both water and fighting dual type, a psychic attack would be much devastating. Landon's eyes widened. He was expecting confusion and was worried about that a little, but future sight, that he was not expecting. If it hit, it's game over for him. I'll have to finish it quickly if I want to win, and I know the perfect way to finish it, thought Landon. Poliwrath use hypnosis, said Landon. Poliwrath's eyes glowed light blue and emitted some light blue circles from its eyes. Ash smirked slightly. Two can play this game, he thought. Use Screech to disrupt hypnosis, and then use Disable, said Ash before covering his ears. Seeing Ash was covering his ears, he did so too, and not a moment too soon, because he would have been rendered temporary deaf because of the Screech attack. The spectators, of which both were unaware, too closed their ears, which seemed to be a good idea. A red orb formed near Golduck's mouth and very fast red sound waves erupted which countered the hypnosis and even then had even power that the attack reached Poliwrath. Unfortunately for Poliwrath, he did not cover his ears in time and got disoriented, which gave Golduck enough time to sneak in a disable attack. Landon cursed. Now Poliwrath can't use hypnosis for the next few turns. He had to hand it to Ash. He certainly knew how to turn the tables in his favor. But match was far from over. Even if Ash wins, he will go down fighting. Use Mud Shot, said Landon. Counter with Water Pulse, said Ash. The result was draw as both attacks meet in the center and cancelled each other. Use Dynamic Punch, said Landon. Aqua Jet into Zen Headbutt, and you know how, said Ash. Poliwrath's arm glowed light blue and he took off to strike Golduck. Meanwhile Golduck was not idle either. He covered himself in water and sped off towards Poliwrath. If one would look closer they would see the top part of Golduck's head glowing. Golduck gracefully avoided the punch, got behind Poliwrath, turned around, got rid of the water and struck Poliwrath in its back with Zen Headbutt. The attack was devastating. Poliwrath took a lot of damage and struggled to get up. But he did get up, and Ash nodded in respect to Landon, which Landon reciprocated in kind. Are you all right, Poliwrath? Can you still fight? Asked Landon. Polly, it replied. Sure, I can, Ash heard. Okay Poliwrath, let's try Bubble Beam, said Landon. But before Poliwrath could attack, he fell down fainted. Landon developed a sweat drop. Oh yeah, I forgot about Future Sight, he said, scratching his head. That was kind of anticlimactic, said Brock to Mark, who nodded while Misty was still mesmerized seeing this battle. Ash is so strong, thought Misty. Return Poliwrath. You did very well, said Landon, recalling his Pokemon to its Pokeball. Guess you win, Ash. Congratulations, added Landon, turning towards Ash, who was patting Golduck's head. Thanks for a great battle. You are very good. It's the best battle I've ever had, replied Ash, shaking hands with Landon. He then recalled Golduck praising him for a job well done. You know, I was kinda expecting a great clash between our last attacks, said Landon. Ash just laughed uneasily and for the first time noticed the crowd. Mark, Brock, Misty, and her sisters and some kids were standing a few feet away cheering for them. Ash and Landon both blushed slightly and stared the walk to the Pokémon Center. Next morning. The Pokémon League crew except Landon had already left and Ash and Brock were also almost ready to leave. They were just saying goodbye to their new friends at the gym. "Hey, Ash, can I come with you?" asked Misty in a hopeful voice. In her eyes Ash was a very strong trainer who could teach her all the cool moves and about Pokémon. "You could, but no. You ain't trying to take the easy way out again. You are hoping that I could teach you something that would make you strong. But the truth is you get strong because of your Pokémon. The bond between a trainer and a Pokémon is what makes you strong. And you have to build those bonds yourself. I'm sure if you roam around the country and train your Pokémon and give them your love, eventually you will be strong also. And who knows when our path may collide. Remember, there are no shortcuts to success," replied Ash. Misty looked towards Brock. "Don't ask me. I'm myself a temporary partner," said Brock. "Okay," said Misty. They all said goodbye and took their leave. Just outside the city. "Hey Ash, the reason you gave Misty was not completely true, was it?" asked Brock. "Nope," Ash replied. "Why?" asked Brock. "Because I don't want to give my training methods away and she is annoying," replied Ash a bit too cheerily. Brock's sweat dropped but sighed because Ash was right. They now left Cerulean City towards Ash's next gym battle, in Vermilion City. Now with a total of 2 badges, he only needs 6 more to compete in the Pokémon League. What more adventures will they face? What more Pokémons will they meet? To know more, log on to the website. To know more, keep reading. Chapter 8, The School of Hard Knocks. Last time our heroes had their adventure in Cerulean City. Ash won his 2nd badge in Cerulean City, defeating the gym leader Misty and her replacement Landon in a Pokémon battle. After getting away from the drama that followed, he was now on the way to Vermilion City with Brock. Because of a wrong turn courtesy of Brock, they were kind of lost. The part of forest they were in was quite foggy. And quite frankly, they were getting tired of the aimless wandering. So, Brock had a wonderful idea of taking a break, seeing a clearing which was less foggy. "I think we all need a little break. Why don't I just throw a little something together?" There is nothing as satisfying as 100% cerulean coffee," said Brock, somehow throwing a variety of items from his backpack on a table behind him that came from I don't know where. Ash watched the whole thing with a sweat drop. "You are too young for this stuff, but it's quite really good. How about some prune juice?" asked Brock. "I think I'll pass," replied Ash. "Okay, how about some herbal tea?" questioned Brock. "You must be kidding," said Ash with a straight face. "Not so fast, Ash, I brought my official Pokémon tea set. Now of course the key to good tea and coffee is good water. And I just have a generous supply of sparkling delicious Moon pure spring water," said Brock with a water bottle in hand. Ash just watched him with his mouth open. "And for the special snack, I for you some French crepes," said Brock in a weird French accent. Ash just gave a big sigh. Brock was really too much sometimes. "By the way, I can't cook crepes and can't boil water, if I don't have a fire. So, you have to go into the forest and carry back some firewood," said Brock, looking at Ash as if daring him to disagree. Okay, I'll go," replied Ash, somewhat glad to get away from this madness. Ash was wandering the forest looking for some firewood. So far he didn't have luck finding any. While looking for firewood, he lost himself to the road of memories. More specifically, he was thinking of AJ and how they met. Flashback, some days ago. Flashback chapter, The Path to Pokémon League. It all started when Ash was having a Pokémon battle with a trainer wearing shorts. Ash's Geodude versus the trainer's Rattata, and the outcome was obviously in the favor of Geodude. It was Ash's 15th win today. But these trainers were too easy for him, and none of them provided any challenge to him or his Pokémon. There was just one good thing that came out of these battles was that Ash was able to figure both Geodude's and Machop's battle prowess in battles. "Good work Geodude," said Ash as he recalled Geodude in a beam of red light. "Wow, you are a good trainer. You are even better than that boy with Pikachu. He barely defeated me but you wiped the floor with me. I think you should try AJ's gym. Nobody's been able to defeat him but I think you can. It is just along this road," said the boy shaking hands with Ash, who thanked him in return and advised him to train more. "AJ huh? I've never heard of AJ's gym, so it must be unofficial gym. Wonder if he's strong," thought Ash as they marched along the road leading to AJ's gym. They shortly arrived at the gym. There was large board above the entrance. It read, "AJ's Gym WL. Undefeated 9800. Note, gym not sanctioned by Pokémon League." They went inside the gym to see a trainer trying to pull Pikachu from its tail, probably to make him battle, which Pikachu clearly didn't want to, and shocked the trainer quite badly. With that the sign changed to 99 wins, and that trainer, which Ash concluded to be AJ, started going inside, shaking his head, muttering about small annoyances. "Hey, that trainer is one that battled me," said Brock, seeing him running away. "Yeah, I remember him using Pikachu against your Onix," replied Ash. "Let's go, I want to battle him," continued Ash. And with that they all entered the unofficial gym. They called out to AJ and introduced themselves. "Hey, I'm Ash and this is Brock. I've come to battle you," said Ash. "Will you be willing to wait for some time?" "I need to feed my Pokemon," replied AJ. "Yeah sure, in the meanwhile can I look around your gym?" asked Ash. "I don't mind," was AJ's reply. When they entered in the building, Ash and Brock saw all kinds of Pokemon training. He saw a Butterfree and Beedrill sparring in air. He also saw a Rattata trying to keep up his balance on a big ball and a Rattata through a loop of fire. He then saw a Sandshrew diving in a pool of water. Ash thought it was kind of harsh but agreed, seeing it was similar to his own resistance training. He took out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon surrounding him. Butterfree resembled a vaguely anthropomorphic butterfly with a purple body. But unlike true insects, it only had 2 body segments and 4 light blue legs. Butterfree had 2 black antennae, a light blue snout with 2 fangs underneath, and large, red compound eyes. Its 2 pairs of veined wings were white with black accents. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. Butterfree is the evolved form of Metapod. It loves the honey of flowers and can even search out, extract, and carry honey from flowers that are blooming over 6 miles from its nest. The wings are protected by rain-repellent dust. As a result, this Pokémon can fly about even in rain. Beedrill mostly resembled a bipedal wasp, however, it only had 4 legs instead of 6. Beedrill's head was round with a slightly pointed mouth, large, red eyes, and antennae in the shape of the number 7. Its forelegs were tipped with long, conical stingers. Beedrill had 2 pairs of rounded, veined wings, and another stinger on its striped abdomen. Beedrill, Poison Bee Pokémon. This Pokémon is an evolved form of Weedle, following its Kakuna stage. It has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemy repeatedly. A Beedrill is extremely territorial. For safety reasons, no one should ever approach its nest. If angered, they will attack in a swarm. Rattata was a small, quadruped rodent Pokémon. Its most notable feature was its large teeth. It had long whiskers and a long, slightly curled tail. Rattata had purple fur on its back, and cream fur on its stomach. Rattata, the mouse Pokémon. Rattata is cautious in the extreme. Even while it is asleep, it constantly listens by moving its ears around. It is not picky about where it lives, it will make its nest anywhere. Living wherever there is food available, it ceaselessly scavenges for edibles the entire day. Sandshrew was a quadruped Pokémon. It was mostly covered in a dry, tough hide color that could blend in with the sands of the desert, but had a white underbelly. It had 2 pointed claws on each foot and 3 small, sharp claws on its forepaws. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokémon. Sandshrew has a very dry hide that is extremely tough. Sandshrew's body is configured to absorb water without waste, enabling it to survive in an arid desert. The Pokémon can roll into a ball that repels any attack. At night, it burrows into the desert sand to sleep. After that he joined Brock in checking out the food that AJ made for his Pokémon. Soon enough break time was over and AJ ordered all to get back to training. Meanwhile, Team Rocket who was following Ash was plotting to kidnap Sandshrew seeing his performance earlier. They came in a big red rubber ball rolling and looked for Sandshrew. Since Sandshrew was already rolled up, it was unable to sense Team Rocket's presence until it was too late. Team Rocket scooped up Sandshrew and rolled out without any problem. But the problem came in the form of Sandshrew breaking out of the bag. He landed on Meowth's head and Meowth in panic bit Sandshrew's tail. Sandshrew the ground Pokémon it is immediately used Dig to escape back to AJ. While Sandshrew was escaping Team Rocket, AJ had realized Sandshrew's absence. They were all very worried about Sandshrew. An all-out effort was conducted in finding Sandshrew by AJ, his Pokémon, Ash and Brock. They were all very worried about Sandshrew. AJ was calling out Sandshrews name again and again and just then Sandshrew came bursting out of the ground with a knocked-out Meowth on its tail though no one noticed him. Sandshrew landed in AJ's arm in happiness and AJ hugged him back. All AJ's Pokémon followed Sandshrew and hug grew into a group hug. Just then Brock noticed that something else came with Sandshrew. Meowth, shouted Brock in exclamation. It's Team Rocket again, said Ash facepalming. Hearing the twerp's voice Meowth jolted back to the land of living. Hey, where am I? What's going on here, said Meowth looking here and there. On one side of his were Ash and Brock, the other side was covered by AJ and his Pokémon. Meowth just stood there in slight fear. How am I going to get out of this mess, thought Meowth. His answer came in the form of a voice. Prepare for trouble. Make that double. Meowth, said Meowth looking towards the entrance where Jessie and James were standing. Oh. Team Rocket, said Ash in annoyance and slight anger. Use the old motto, shouted Meowth. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jessie and James. To extend our reach to the stars above. James and Jessie. 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 James. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jessie. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth. That's right. Meowth. That sounds great. We don't need a theme song, said Jessie crying a river. It's a classic, added James doing the same with a rose in hand. So, these are the creeps who kidnapped my Sandshrew. You, me, outside, now, said AJ. At the battlefield. Team Rocket has insulted our gym, we'll answer them with our 100th win, said AJ whipping on the ground. Sandshrew, AJ's choice, voiced his agreement. Long story short, Jessie and James used Ekans and Coughing respectively and lost badly. Ekans couldn't bind it, neither Coughing sludge attack did anything against Sandshrew's rollout. Meowth was made into a kitty chasing ball. Seeing this, AJ, who was considering using Fisher to end the match, used Dig instead and sent them flying, again. We did it, Sandshrew, win number 100, said AJ raising his hand in victory. Today all our hard work and sacrifices have paid off. We can finally win our badges, said AJ hugging Sandshrew crying anime tears. Congrats AJ, said Ash and Brock shaking his hand. After a while. Two trainers were standing in opposite corners of the battle arena watching each other. Who would the trainers be, you ask? They would be Ash and AJ, of course. AJ took the first move by sending in Sandshrew. And Ash chose Pidgeotto to battle Sandshrew. Ash would have chosen Machop, but since Sandshrew was already very powerful, he chose Pidgeotto. Sandshrew go, commanded AJ with a whip on ground. Pidgeotto use feint attack, said Ash calmly analyzing the situation. With one more crack of whip, Sandshrew formed a rollout attack on Pidgeotto. But Ash's harsh training had made Pidgeotto aerial maneuvers to a very high level that it could easily dodge the attack if Ash said so, and Ash did. Dodge then attack, ordered Ash. One of the greatest advantages of feint attack is that you can attack and defend both at the same time. Pidgeotto, hearing Ash's order, dodged the attack, which involved disappearing from view, and reappeared above Sandshrew and attacked it, sending Sandshrew to ground. Sandshrew use Poison Sting and keep it going, said AJ, gritting his teeth. He could not believe Ash was that strong. Poison Sting can also afflict poison status. Got to think of something fast. Pidgeotto can't dodge forever, thought Ash, seeing Pidgeotto dodging the attack as fast as she could. Suddenly something clicked in his mind. Pidgeotto use Gust, said Ash. The incoming batch of Poison Sting was blown away by the powerful wind attack, and it also distracted Sandshrew, who had some difficulty staying on ground. It also gave Ash a window to attack. Pidgeotto dive at it, ordered Ash. Seeing Pidgeotto coming at Sandshrew, AJ ordered another round of Poison Sting. Use Steel Wing Pidgeotto to face the attack, said Ash. Pidgeotto's wings started glowing silvery white as if made of steel, and she used her wings to pass through the Poison Sting as if passing through air, and bam. Sandshrew got hit by Steel Wing. But how? Asked AJ. Steel-type Pokemon fully negates any Poison-type attack. So Poison Sting was basically useless compared to Steel Wing, said Ash. Gur, Sandshrew, can you go on? Asked AJ. When Sandshrew nodded in affirmative, AJ ordered another attack. Sandshrew use Swift, said AJ. Sandshrew opened his mouth and shot a number of stars from its mouth. This time the attack was too fast for Pidgeotto to dodge, and she promptly got hit. Swift was after all the attack that almost never misses. AJ, seeing the success, ordered another Swift. Swift again, said AJ. Pidgeotto bear with Steel Wing, then use Air Cutter, ordered Ash. Pidgeotto's wing again got silvery white, and she was promptly hit by Swift again. Ash had taken a gamble in using Steel Wing, and it was successful as Pidgeotto took less damage. Pidgeotto then got into air and waved its wings in an X-like motion and released a light blue, X-shaped energy from the tips of its wings at Sandshrew, who got hit again, tired from the battle. Pidgeotto wrapped this up with Twister, said Ash, going for finish. Pidgeotto created a large tornado by flapping its wing and hurled it toward Sandshrew. AJ ordered Sandshrew to dodge with Dig, but Sandshrew was very tired and too slow to react as the tornado hit him, knocking him out as a result. When the dust cleared, Sandshrew lay on the ground with swirls in its eyes and Pidgeotto flying, or rather gliding, in air. The winner clearly was Ash. AJ cradled Sandshrew in his lap and praised him for giving his best. Ash did the same to Pidgeotto, feeding her an oran berry before recalling her back to her Pokeball. Outside the gym, Ash and AJ stood outside the gym shaking hands. Brock was standing with Ash. Thanks for a great battle, AJ, said Ash. Yeah, it was the most difficult battle of my life. And I learned a lot from this battle too, replied AJ. Well Ash, it's time we start our journey, said AJ, gesturing towards Sandshrew. Why don't you come with us? Asked Brock. Ash was somewhat irked that Brock asked AJ to join him without his approval, but did not say anything. Thanks, but Sandshrew and I have our path that we must follow, replied AJ. Someday we'll meet at the big Pokemon League competition, said Ash. Okay, but next I'm gonna win for sure, replied AJ. That's a deal, said Ash. So long, said AJ, waving a goodbye, then turned and started to walk away to follow his path. Ash and Brock also started to walk towards Vermilion City following his own path. Flashback ends. Ash was deep in thoughts, comparing his training methods with that of AJ's. Training all your Pokémons at one place is very beneficial as you could set permanent training equipment for training your Pokémon. It makes Pokémon more ready in less time, since while traveling all around only lighter training methods can be used. But even then, to catch all sorts of Pokémon, one has traveled to different parts and Pokémon gain experience more quickly this way. What to do? Settle down somewhere to train Pokémon or train them while traveling, mused Ash. No matter, I'll continue to follow my path. Besides, I think my method is more beneficial. If I can collect all 8 badges sometime before the Pokémon League, I can train all of them at one place without traveling, muttered Ash while walking, still searching for some firewood. He then saw a yellow glow ahead of him. Looks like a fire, said Ash before taking off towards it. The thing that looked like fire to Ash was actually light from candles. 5 boys were standing surrounding another boy running on treadmill. 4 boys were holding candles in their hands while the 5th boy, with spiky red hair, held a number of Pokémon cards. He showed one to the boy running and seemed to be quizzing him. What's the name of this one? Asked the red-haired boy, showing a Pidgey card to the boy. Is that a Spearow? Answered the boy, panting slightly. Listen, just because it is foggy out here doesn't mean your brain has to be in fog, said the other boy with green hairs. It's a Pidgey, said the running boy after a moment. Nice guess, you just got lucky, said the redhead or red. I call the dibs here. Okay, now tell us what its special attack is, asked the green-haired guy or green. I call the dibs here too. Pidgey's attack is Gust, at level 5, Sand attack, at level 12. Said the panting boy before he was cut off. Everybody knows that. Now can you tell me at which level Pidgey evolves and what's the name of Pidgey's advanced stage? Asked the red again. The panting boy tried to think. You better come up with answers quickly or you'll have to run faster, said Green. He tried to think of an answer all the while the other boys were glaring, waiting for the answer. Unfortunately, he lost his balance and fell from the treadmill. I'm sorry, I forgot, said the now down boy miserably. The other 3 boys released a sigh at this. It was always like this and they expected more from him. You forgot, huh, and you call yourself a Pokémon Tech student. Well, we don't want to study with the likes of you, said Red. I'm sorry, said the boy with downcast look. Hey, leave that kid alone, said Ash calmly, taking a dynamic entry. What's going on here? Asked Ash in aggravation. He just hated bullies. There is nothing going on here. Mind your own business. This is a private training session, said the redhead. There is no room in our Pokémon school for losers who don't even know Pidgey's evolved stage. We've to maintain standards, said Green. If your school is turning out students like you, I'd have to say the standards are pretty low. You better stop bullying this kid or you'll have to answer to me, said Ash, glaring at them standing beside the kid. You'll take on all of them together, Ash? Asked Brock, arriving on the scene. They all tried to look tough and creepy holding candles in their hands, but Ash was unfazed. Bring it on, said Ash with a grin. We don't fight, said Red. Fighting is for cavemen. This isn't Stone Age, you know, said Green. And if we wasted our time having a fight with a little insect like you, it just make Pokémon Tech look really bad, said a boy with dark violet hair. We'll see you back at the Tech, Joe, said Green before all of them started to leave. Okay, said the boy now identified as Joe. Well, it already is bad and maybe you cowards are just afraid to fight someone like me, said Ash to their retreating backs. The only thing we are afraid of is how badly we'll beat a punk like you, ha ha ha, said Red, turning back for a while and then continuing ahead to wherever they were going. Truth to be told, they were a little afraid of Ash, seeing him talking all of it in a bored tone. Who do those guys think they are? Said Ash. So those are the infamous Tech students, replied Brock, still stirring God knows what. Pokémon Tech, short for Pokémon Technical, a school for Pokémon trainers in the middle of nowhere, said Ash sarcastically. Here you go, said Joe, handing a flyer to Brock. Let's see what it says about this place, Pokémon Technical Institute, a boarding school for serious Pokémon trainer preparation. All students guaranteed to enter Pokémon League upon graduation. Pokémon Technical is the educational facility for exceptional students who want to become Pokémon trainers in a very short time without having to travel on difficult badge collecting journeys. "Oh, so that's the story," said Brock reading the flyer. "Huh, getting in Pokémon League without badges is too easy," said Ash. "Wait, there is more. Student entrance fees and tuition are in keeping with the high standards set by Pokémon Technical," said Brock. "Know what that means? It's one of those snobby private schools that only millionaire kids can go to. Come to think of it, Team Rocket probably studied here too." "Sheet," said Ash, cursing in the end. "You just had to jinx it, Ash." "They are now bound to show up sooner or later," said Brock with a sigh. "Where is this school anyway?" asked Ash in annoyance. "It's right over there," said Joe, pointing towards it. Just then the fog started to lift and an announcement rang out throughout the neighborhood. A big mansion also came into view. That was really big and expensive. Today's special class fog battle techniques is now ended. Tomorrow's lesson will be snow competition secrets. "Oh well, I guess tomorrow they'll make me into a snowman again," said Joe, releasing a sigh. "Do they treat you like that all the time?" asked Ash. "My friends are just trying to help me," replied Joe. "You call them friends?" shouted Ash incredulously. "With friends like that who needs enemies," commented Brock, still stirring. "But they help me learn that Pidgey evolves to Pidgeotto at level 18, learn Whirlwind at level 21, Wing Attack at level 31, and as its level rises it learns various tricks, and after evolving to Pidgeot, it can fly at 1200 meters at speed of Mach 2, said Joe, explaining. "I don't get it, if you know everything about Pidgey, why didn't you just answer them before," said Ash in confusion. "Sometimes I believe that I don't know all the answers because if I do they make the questions that much harder. But I have to stay here at Pokémon Tech. My mother and father worked hard and saved money so they can pay to send me to school here." "You see that guy," said Joe, pointing towards a boy, or was that a man? Ash and Brock looked towards where Joe was pointing and saw a teenage boy much older than Joe wearing round glasses. He was sitting under a tree and reading a book. He is an upperclassman. The classes are so hard here that some students are held back for many years. Everybody is too ashamed to go home without getting a diploma. "That guy, he is in the beginner's class with me," said Joe, still looking at him. "You're a beginner," said Ash. "Beginners have the same qualification as someone with 2 badges. The intermediate class has qualification of 4 and advanced students have same as 6. If you graduate you can enter the Pokémon League without traveling around to collect the badges. That guy is a beginner, but he is so much older than everybody else in the class the kids don't bother to help him like they help me," continued Joe. "What do the teachers say about that kind of help?" asked Brock. "They don't even know about it, or if they do know they pretend not to," explained Joe. "I just have one thing to say to you, and that is, bullshit," said Ash, crossing his arms. "Huh," said Joe incredulously, since no one has ever reacted this strongly towards the school. "Well, for one, the qualification philosophy is bull, as I can definitely beat someone from the advanced class even though I have only 2 badges. Second, school policies aside, I think you should be ashamed of yourself. Even if their way of helping you is not correct, you lying to them just because you're afraid of hard question is so wrong on many levels. I mean, they are trying to help you, but you just don't want to get past the easy part. You are just pathetic for taking the easy way out instead of working with them. This school is truly pathetic if guys like him aren't even offered help from teachers and students alike. I want to meet the student in charge of this system and I'll see to it that it stops," ranted Ash in a voice that caused Joe to shiver. "Yeah, I want to know too," said Brock curiously and attaining Joe's attention. Here is a picture of her." "Her name is Giselle," Joe said, taking out a picture from his pocket. "It's a girl," said Ash with a tinge of red. "She can definitely violate my rights," said Brock in a dreamy voice. "I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks," Joe could not help but comment. "Lead the way," I would defiantly like to meet her, said Brock before moving towards the gate. Ash and Joe followed Brock with Ash shaking his head at Brock. With Team Rocket. Just above them, Team Rocket was, or more specifically Meowth was, observing Ash and friends from a binoculars. Jessie and James were standing behind him looking slightly depressed. That place brings back memories, James, said Jessie looking over the mansion, or was it a school? Who'd have thought Ash to be right in saying Team Rocket status as student of this prestigious institute? Sarcasm. It certainly does. Jessie and all of them are awful, replied James. Tell me your tale of failure again, said Meowth. We studied for the big test, started Jessie. So sure we'll beat all the rest, continued James. And here is the part one like the best, inserted Meowth sagely. We frolicked that night 'cause our future seemed bright, continued Jessie. Frolic, to engage in merrymaking, joking, or teasing. But things weren't right, said James. We got the lowest scores in the history of the school, cried both Jessie and James at the same time. You should look on the bright side, added Meowth one again sagely. What's the bright side? Questioned both Jessie and James. At least you guys were the top from the bottom, said Meowth strangely cheering them both. They both hugged Meowth from all their might, shouting kind and cute little things for him. Meowth just bore all of it with a sweat drop, thinking, these two are more soft than I thought. Inside the school. Joe leads Ash and Brock to where Giselle usually spends time. It was filled with many identical machines with large screens that were equipped with joysticks. It looked more like a game room if you ask me. In the center of the screen was a small place for mock battles. Giselle always practices here all by herself. Even if you beat her in a fight, it won't matter to her. At the tech it's your skill as a Pokémon trainer that counts more than winning any one battle, said Joe leading them inside the room. Is that so because I've got 2 badges and many wins under my belt? Questioned Ash. But Giselle is the top beginner here at the tech. That's better than even having 3 badges. Even though I'm at the bottom of my class, I'm still more powerful than someone with 2 badges, said Joe folding his arm as if it was the most natural truth in the world. Now hold on a second, I am the Pokémon gym leader of Pewter City and have trained for many years. Are you telling me that you can beat me in a battle? Said Brock, his eyebrows twitching. Oh, Pewter City, rock Pokémon, said Joe starting one of the machines. How'd you know? Questioned Brock, his anger forgotten at the moment. I always beat them on a simulator, you see, said Joe, now pressing the buttons on the joystick. The screen shows a Geodude in the top right corner and a Weepinbell in the lower left corners. Both had a bar next to them full of health points or HP. When Joe pressed some buttons and choose Razor Leaf, some flurry of leaves hit the on-screen Geodude and its health decreased to 0 and Geodude fainted. A congratulations message also appeared on the screen. What is this? A simulation is one thing, but this is real life. Let's battle and I'll prove you wrong, said Brock. You'll be sorry, said Joe, getting up and moving towards the center of room on the mock battle arena. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was watching interestingly through the windows. Why do you have to battle? Asked Ash. Bite out, Ash, I have the Pewter City's gym reputation to defend. Not that I need to defend it from this punk, said Brock. Go Geodude, said Brock, sending out his Pokémon. Truth to be told, he wanted to release Onyx, but as much as he wanted to damage the building he couldn't. Too bad your rock Pokémon won't be able to beat my plant. Alright Weepinbell, let's go, said Joe, releasing a Weepinbell. Weepinbell had a yellow, bell-shaped body with a single green leaf on either side. It had a wide, gaping mouth with pink lips. Above Weepinbell's circular eyes was a pattern of 3 small green spots and small hook-shaped stem. Ash scanned it in his Pokédex. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokémon and the evolved form of Bellsprout. Armed with razor-sharp leaves, it uses toxic pollen to immobilize its enemy and melts the helpless foe with acid. Even though it is filled with acid, it does not melt because it also oozes a neutralizing fluid. Weepinbell has a large hook on its rear end. At night, the Pokémon hooks onto a tree branch and goes to sleep. If it moves around in its sleep, it may wake up to find itself on the ground. It's time I teach you a lesson. Go Geodude, use rollout, shouted Brock. Geodude gained momentum by rolling and hit Weepinbell, who had ample time to dodge but didn't. Weepinbell landed a few feet away, completely knocked out. Huh, but Weepinbell is strong against rock-type Pokémon, lamented Joe. First thing, you have to attack to be able win, second you have to defend an incoming attack. It's not like the simulator, which is turn-based. In real Pokémon battle, all depends on how you attack, how you avoid the attack, and how you defend, and how you carry out a strategy, explained Ash in teacher mode. There's also one thing you didn't know. Your opponents are from the Pewter City Gym. His Pokémon has much more experience battling. You should have known that. You are an embarrassment to the whole school, said a voice. Ash and company turned around to find a beautiful-looking girl with dark red hair, long hairs. She was wearing the school uniform of the Pokémon Technical, that is a tight white shirt and a light blue waistcoat over it. She also wore a small dark blue skirt and white socks that reached up to her knees. She also wore a red ribbon around her neck. The 5 boys that were tormenting Air, helping Joe, were standing behind her. But Giselle, whined Joe. She looks more pretty in real, said Ash. She looks just like a movie star, said Brock, his whole face red. I'm the top student in the beginning class of the most exclusive prep school of the world, Pokémon Tech. It's sad that others aren't blessed with my beauty, my talent, my humble attitude. People call me a star, but I'm just Giselle, said Giselle, giving her introduction. Humble attitude, my foot. She acts like an arrogant cheerleader, mumbled Ash to himself, losing all red from his face. With Team Rocket. Jessie looked at Giselle in jealousy and mumbled something to James. She is awfully cute, isn't she, said pervert James with his eyes wide. Not as cute as Meowth, Meowth added, only to be punched, kicked and whatnot. You are in the way, yelled Jessie. Stop bothering us, yelled James before both of them delivered a devastating uppercut to Meowth that would even make a Combusken nervous. Meowth was blasted in the sky, but this time all alone. Inside Pokémon Tech. I want to continue to help my classmates be the very best they can be. To teach other, respect each other, earned a snort from Ash, and ensure the Pokémon have a tomorrow. But you are a weakling, said Giselle. Joe's mouth opened because of the scolding. Ash raised his eyebrows at this. Isn't she contradicting herself, again, thought Ash. You better get stronger fast, or before you know it, your fellow students will turn their backs on you for good, said Giselle, crossing her arms. Joe continued to watch in horror. Giselle huffed and tried to walk away, but someone interrupted. Not so fast, miss, Ash said politely, or rather tried to. Yeah, a true friend wouldn't walk away from someone who needs their help, said Brock. Not that it'll help anyway, thought Ash before saying, yeah, after your great speech I kind of expected you to give him some pointers, but I guess you are all the same, added Ash. What do you mean by that? Asked Giselle sharply. You know those snobbish girls with an attitude problem that think the world revolves around them. In fact, you know one of them. Dark red hair, short skirts, really pretty, and acts like a beach. Ring a bell? Asked Ash with a smirk, unknowingly beating her in her own game. I'll prove it you, said Giselle, going towards the shelf and entered a code in the screen. The covers from the shelf opened to display a number of Pokeballs neatly arranged in 5 rows. She picked one of it. Against you rock Pokemon I'll choose Growlithe, said Giselle, throwing a Pokeball. Wait, fire Pokemon are weak against rock Pokemon, yelled Brock in disbelief. Growlithe was a quadruped, canine Pokemon. It had orange fur with black stripes along the back and legs. The fur on its muzzle, chest, belly, and tail was cream-colored, as well as the additional tuft of fur on top of its head. Growlithe's coat was also noticeably longer on its chest and tail. It had gray eyes, a black nose, and large, round ears. Its forepaws had 2 visible claws, while its hind paws had 3 toes each. Each paw has a brown pad. Ash simply scanned Growlithe in his Pokédex. Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. Growlithe is a Pokémon of pleasant demeanor and great diligence. It drives enemies away with barks and bites. Growlithe has a superb sense of smell. Once it smells anything, this Pokémon won't forget the scent, no matter what. It uses its advanced olfactory sense to determine the emotions of other living things. My Pokémon are at such an advanced level they can beat rock Pokémon, said Giselle. Without giving any command, Growlithe leapt at Geodude, who dodged at Brock's warning. Geodude, use rollout, said Brock quickly. Geodude started spinning, gaining momentum, and then took off towards Growlithe, who answered by opening its mouth. It then created a white flame in its mouth and released a round powerful orange flame at Geodude. Geodude tried resisting those, but the flames were more powerful and Geodude was thrown out of the window directly into the pool. Brock looked in shock and then ran downstairs towards the pool. Ash, watching all this with his eyes narrowed from the beginning, ran after him. Giselle and other tech students also followed them, no doubt to mock them. Ash released Golduck so that it can bring Geodude out of the pool and quickly returned him, not wanting to show those kids his shiny Pokémon. Pokémon are only as strong as the trainer who raises them. A Pokémon that's weaker but better trained can still win. It depends on the trainer. I hope you're learning something from this, Joe. A Pokémon's level of training is just as important a factor as a Pokémon's type in deciding a match. A first-class Pokémon trainer can calculate that, said Giselle. Now that we're out in open, you can use a different Pokémon if you want. Or maybe you want to battle the awesome me, said Giselle, saying the last part to Ash. Nope, I'm not interested in fighting an amateur bimbo, said Ash calmly. Bimbo is a derogatory slang term for an attractive but unintelligent female. What do you say to me? Asked, or rather shouted, Giselle. First of all, do you even know which attack Growlithe used to blast Geodude? Asked Ash, but Giselle didn't reply. Thought so, that attack is known as Heat Wave. Growlithe looked at Total Ease. Performing the attack means that particular Growlithe is a very high level, which of course can't possibly be yours. It probably belongs to your teacher or whatever. How do I know it, you ask? It's because Growlithe simply doesn't listen to you. He attacks not because you ordered an attack but because it clearly wanted to. And you're once again wrong about the calculation part. There is more to Pokémon training than calculating levels, said Ash, criticizing Giselle on so many levels. Joe and the 5 boys were watching Ash and Giselle dubiously. Other than today, it was always the opposite that happened. Giselle would goad them into corner and the desperate trainer would shout for a Pokémon battle, which Giselle would win, of course. But this trainer just didn't respond to any of her tricks. Instead, he seemed to be getting into Giselle's skin deeper and deeper. How long have you been trying to become a Pokémon trainer? Asked Giselle in hopes of steering the conversation in her favor. Oh, just about a month. And for your further questions, I've 2 badges and 6 Pokémon, answered Ash. In other words, you are a beginner, said Giselle before laughing, but Ash beat her to whatever she was going to say next. Yeah, a beginner who can wipe the floor with you, said Ash before laughing himself. Even Brock managed a chuckle at this. Giselle just gritted her teeth at another failed plan. Ash then went for the kill. Oh wait, I can't, because you are so weak that you've to use higher level Pokémon of someone else to fight your battles. I bet you do not even have a decent level Pokémon to fight with my Machop here, said Ash with a cocky smirk, sending out Machop. Oh yeah, I'll show you. Against your Machop, I'll use Cub1, said Giselle, sending out her Pokémon. Cub1 was a small, bipedal Pokémon with a golden brown hide that covered most of its body, including both dorsal spikes. Its belly was a very light brown. 2 small claws, one on each hand, serves as its thumbs, and 2 large nails made up its toes. Cub1 wore a skull as a helmet on its head. The skull had 2 rounded horns on the top of its head and a tooth-like point on the lower sides. It also carried a bone in its hand like a weapon. Ash scanned Cub1 in his Pokédex. Cub1, the lonely Pokémon. Cub1 pines for the mother it will never see again. Seeing a likeness of its mother in the full moon, it cries. The stains on the skull the Pokémon wears are made by the tears it sheds. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokémon's real face. You know what, I'll not even use any attack to defeat it, said Ash. We'll see about that. Cub1 go, said Giselle. Cub1 rushed in for a headbutt but Machop stopped it with one hand and sent it away. Cub1 use growl, said Giselle. Now this affected Machop but only for a moment. Make funny faces Machop, said Ash snickering lightly. Well, the funny faces sure scared Cub1. Both of them were now standing in front of each other when Giselle yelled for another attack. Cub1 use bone club, said Giselle. Cub1 raised the bone that he carried in one hand and tried to hit Machop, who blocked and disengaged with a backwards jump. Cub1 now use boomerang, shouted Giselle. Machop jumped to dodge and then attacked Cubone skull, said Ash. Cub1 threw its bone spinning at Machop, who jumped to dodge the bone. Machop raced towards Cub1 and punched on the skull, which turned by 180 degrees, blinding Cub1. Cub1 tried to turn it back but was too late as his own bone came looping back to hit him dead center. Cub1 started crying right there. Good job Machop, I'll make up to later, said Ash, recalling Machop in a red beam. Giselle also returned a crying Cub1 back to its Pokeball and looked at ground in shame. None of the textbooks ever mentioned that you could be defeated by your own attack, lamented Giselle, her pride shattered. That was a once-in-a-lifetime battle, commented Joe. Team Rocket Arc, wait what? There is another way to win that isn't in the textbooks. Isn't there, James, said Jessie, observing Ash and group from just outside the boundary through the fence. Yeah, let's show them, said James, grinning. Back with Ash and group, Giselle was still on the ground lamenting her defeat. I can't believe I lost a match, said Giselle, but before she could complete, smoke started rising in the compound. Allow us to reintroduce ourselves, said two voices together from inside the smoke. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie. To unite all people within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jessie. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Jessie. Jessie. James. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jessie. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth, said Meowth, coming from the sky, falling inside the pool before doing a backflip and landing beside Jessie and James. I love a splash. Entrance, said Meowth in his defense. I've heard of Team Rocket. You are the ones who got the worst grades ever in the entrance exam. How about your team versus our team, said Giselle with renewed confidence. Joe and all the others also got ready, wearing sinister grins on their faces. What, us against all of them, shrieked Jessie. But what about the Pokémon League rule 1-on-1, asked a terrified James. Needless to say, Joe and his friends all threw their Pokeballs towards Team Rocket. Well, it was the first time Team Rocket ran away bearing bruises from hitting empty Pokeballs. Team Rocket running off again, they all yelled in unison. Team Rocket arc ends, wait what again? There is one thing you can learn at school, that's a good lesson, said Giselle, sitting beside the pool shining golden because of the sun rays. I'm going back home to start from scratch with my first Pokémon just like Ash did. Hey Giselle, maybe we'll meet someday in the Pokémon League, said Joe. I hope so. I'll try my hardest to be a worthy opponent if we do, replied Giselle. All right, if I keep a picture with me, asked Joe uncertainly. Sure. I have pictures of my friends too, and yes, yours too, 'cause we are friends now, are we? Good luck, Joe, replied Giselle, initiating a handshake. You too, Giselle, said Joe. So maybe we'll battle each other someday, said Giselle, coming towards Ash and Brock. I sure hope so, said Brock. Me too, added Ash, now in a good mood. And with one last look towards the school, Ash and Brock continue their journey towards Vermilion City. Hey Ash, why you were so angry back then, asked Brock. I was not angry, just disappointed. They had such an advanced training facility that they can train in fog, snow, and other weather conditions, and they lay them waste. It's not fair, I so want them to, said Ash with a huff, while Brock just laughed and both continued walking towards their goal. Ash's team in hand. Ponyta, Double Kick, Flame Wheel, Morning Sun, Horn Drill, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Stomp, Attract. Gloom, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Absorb, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Double Team, Sludge Bomb, Toxic. Golduck, Future Sight, Hypnosis, Calm Mind, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Disable, Confusion, Water Pulse, Fury Swipes, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Double Team. Pidgeotto, Gust, Feint Attack, Steel Wing, Air Cutter, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Double Team, Mud Slap, Twister. Geodude, Tackle, Defense Curl, Rock Polish, Rock Throw, Rollout. Machop, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Seismic Toss, Low Sweep. Chapter 9, Meeting with the 3 starters, Charmander, Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Our young hero Ash leads Brock deep into the forest. Though he had a compass, he wanted to explore the whole of region including this deep forest. However, it seemed now that they were lost. Don't worry, I'm positive this way will take us back to the path, said Ash reassuringly. Positive, huh? That is what you said an hour ago. I'm tired, said Brock. I told you to stick to the main road, but you just had to take a shortcut, don't you? Semi-asked Brock. Hey, who says we just travel after the road? If I don't wander around I can't take in the scenery and the awesome wonder this world has to offer, replied Ash passionately. It's not like you are from some other world or something, mumbled Brock, not very loud for anyone to hear, but Ash heard it anyway. Huh? You said something, Brock? Asked Ash, slightly nervous. No, never mind, said Brock. Time for a break then, said Ash as some rocks came into view. He sits on one of them to relax. Yeah, I agree, said Brock, stretching his body before taking out 2 cans of soda pop. He gave one to Ash and drank the other himself. We've been wandering about for so long, but I've yet to see another Pokemon in this forest. Where did they all go? Complained Ash. Now that you mention it is really weird, said Brock, but stopped speaking hearing some rustling from the bushes. Ash looked interested too. After a long wait and a lot of rustling noises, which in reality was just 2 seconds, a Charmander came out it. He then ran toward the tiny stream and started drinking water from it. But, here was the strange part. It was yellow. Yes, you heard correctly, it was yellow instead of the usual orange. Charmander looked like a bipedal reptilian creature. It had 2 small fangs visible on its upper and lower jaws and blue eyes. It had a cream-colored underside and an expansive cream marking on the soles of its feet. Its arms and legs were short, and had 4 fingers and 3 clawed toes. A shiny Pokemon in the middle of nowhere, now this is called luck. Ash scanned Charmander in his Pokédex. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. From the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokemon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. If it is weak, the flame also burns weakly. It has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. However, the Charmander also looked weak, like it had been in a battle or something a while ago. Ash just then decided to catch it. He always wanted the starter Pokemon and a Charmander most of all. After all, he did want to be a fire-type trainer. He took out a Pokeball and took aim, seeing no point in further injuring Charmander. He threw the Pokeball at the still drinking Pokemon, totally unaware of its surroundings, but that could be because of its condition. Thwack! Just as the Pokeball was about to make contact with Charmander, a green rope or something smacked it back towards Ash, who caught it back. He looked to see a Bulbasaur guarding the now scared Charmander. Bulbasaur growled in annoyance because one more stupid trainer has come to their safe place to capture them. Nevertheless, just like always, he will not let them. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur growled. Get out of here or you'll pay. Brock tried to say something, but Ash stopped him and shook his head in negative. With a final growl, Bulbasaur went back to wherever it came from. Charmander had already vanished while Bulbasaur was dealing with the humans. Let them be Brock, Bulbasaur was definitely protecting that Charmander. And by his growling I can say he doesn't trust humans like us, said Ash, explaining. Right, let's pack and get out of this forest, replied Brock, and they once again started to walk, still looking for a way out of this forest. After walking for a while, the forest started thinning out. Trees become less and less in number and the sound of running water could be heard. Sounds like a river, said Ash. Yeah, come on, let's go, replied Brock. As they ran towards the sound, they were soon disappointed to find just an old wooden and rickety rope bridge. The sounds of splashing were coming from the river as they assumed, but it was many feet below and with a strong current. Brock, I think we should find another way across the river. I don't think it's a good idea to use this bridge. It looks kinda old, said Ash. Where is this place? I can't find this bridge on my map, replied Brock. It's not mentioned in my map also, said Ash, looking at his Pokédex. Yes, the Pokédex also functions as a map, kind of like offline maps. Ash and Brock decided to find another way to cross the river, one that probably doesn't involve crossing an old bridge. Therefore, they decided to just travel along the river, hoping to find a way out soon. It was fortunate that they decided not to use the bridge as it started swaying from just a slight breeze. As they traveled along the river, Brock suddenly fell into a pitfall trap that was very cleverly hidden. Wow, really neat, Brock. How'd you get down there? Asked Ash. I just fell into it. Just as I placed my foot on the ground, it just sank and I fell down. But what's a trap doing here of all places? Said Brock. Maybe, it was laid down to catch a wild Pokémon or for something else entirely. Though it seems pretty strange, said Ash. Get me out of here first, shouted Brock. Yeah, just hold your horses. This is just not our day, replied Ash before helping Brock out of the pitfall. Let's be careful from now on. There can be more of them along the way, said Ash once Brock was out. Or maybe we can turn back and search for another way. This way we can avoid these traps, replied Brock. We could, but who's to say there aren't any traps on the way back? Maybe we were really lucky and avoided the lot of them before this one here. Besides, I really would like to know what these traps are for, said Ash. Waking carefully for a while, no doubt avoiding numerous traps, they followed the river downstream in hopes of finding a way out, but so far did not have luck. While the water here was flowing gently, the other side was a cliff. So, they continued to walk. Not encountering any traps for a while made them drop their guard a little bit, and Brock became another unfortunate victim, triggering another trap. This time it was a tree net trap. Brock, now captured in a net, was stuck in a tree. Ash himself avoided the trap by doing a backflip. How do I get up in a tree? Yelled Brock. It's another trap, replied Ash, dusting off his clothes. Well, don't just stand there and do something, yelled Brock again. What can I do? Asked Ash. I don't know what. Do something, anything, and get me off this tree, yelled Brock, now getting ticked off. Try wiggling and see if the net would open, suggested Ash. This is dumb, said Brock after wiggling, trying to free himself. Brock sighed, stopped struggling to get out of the net, and looked away from the snickering Ash, trying to ignore him. Ash meanwhile was trying not to laugh out loud. Bulbasaur entered to this scene. While coming to the clearing, he had expected both of the nasty humans to be caught in the trap, but only one was caught. He growled again in irritation. Bulbasaur, soar, said Bulbasaur, going back. Keep out of my way, human. Ash watched the retreating back of Bulbasaur sadly. He must been treated really badly by humans, thought Ash. He then looked around for a way to get Brock down. He spotted the camouflage rope that was cleverly hidden with a little effort. He cut the rope and brought Brock down gently. Well, let's push forward. With the appearance of Bulbasaur here, I'm more than sure that whoever lay these traps is near here somewhere, said Ash. Brock just nodded his head. With Team Rocket. The village we are looking for should be on the other side of bridge, said Jessie, looking at the now broken bridge through a binocular. Right now Team Rocket was hiding in bushes on a cliff. Let's just hope we find what the boss ordered us to find, commented James. Eehee, just wait and see what Team Rocket got planned for you, you delicious little village. Why are we going there again? Asked Meowth. A trainer's shiny Charmander ran away from him and his father is Boss's friend. So, Boss has tasked us to find it. It was last seen around this area. And there is a hidden village of sorts somewhere here, answered James. A real mission at last, cried Jessie. We were waiting for this moment for like forever, Meowth cried too. And now the moment has finally come for Team Rocket to shine, and with that James started crying happy tears too. With Ash and Brock. Pushing forward, Ash and Brock arrived in a beautiful clearing. There was a pond on one side and a wooden house on the other. The clearing was filled with Pokémon, some were playing while some were eating, though a few of them were lazily sleeping too. Some of the Pokémon did look injured, but the most important thing was that they all looked happy. They turned towards the house, hearing the noise of door opening, to see a beautiful girl coming towards them with a small smile. She had indigo-colored hairs that she kept in a ponytail by a red hair band and a green ribbon. She wore a pink tee and a trouser with thick straps going over her shoulder. Are you travelers? She asked. Her voice had a musical quality. Like an angel, said Brock's inner voice. Yeah. We got lost in the forest and ended up here, replied Ash. I just wonder who put that net up the tree and that pitfall too, muttered Brock. My name is Melanie and I'm sorry, I am the one who set those traps. I wanted to catch Pokémon trainers before they reached the village. Since you got caught, I guess they really work, she said with a giggle. Oh yeah, you can catch me anytime, said Brock with hearts in his eyes. But why? Asked Ash, discreetly elbowing Brock. There are so many injured Pokémon here, I've to protect them. Here Pokémon come to rest and relax. I take care of them until they get better and then they leave. And since these Pokémon can't defend themselves, I've laid many traps here and there, replied Melanie. So that means the bridge was a trap too, said Ash in his thinking pose. Ash has a thinking pose since when? Yes, replied Melanie with a smile. I agree that you have to protect this Pokémon, but don't you think the bridge was overkill really? I mean, travelers like us can easily get lost in the forest and stumble upon that bridge. Not everybody will think to avoid the bridge and it just might kill someone non-deserving, explained Ash. Well, I never thought about this before. But, yes, you are right, the bridge doesn't sound a bit safer. But what can I do? Asked Melanie. Do you have any Pokémon? Asked Ash. No, I didn't catch as there was no need to before. And Bulbasaur always took care of the rest of the threats, answered Melanie, petting Bulbasaur. That won't do at all. Even Nurse Joy keeps a Pokémon with her and she lives in town. Every Pokémon professor has 1 or 2 Pokémon to neutralize any threat. Moreover, since you live in a forest, you are in even more need of one. While this Bulbasaur looks strong, you do need another Pokémon, probably one bigger, to fend off more powerful threats, said Ash sagely. Bulbasaur, said Bulbasaur. I don't need your advice, human, I alone am enough. I am not saying you're not strong, Bulbasaur. I can tell by your body language that you had a trainer once and trained you for a while, very poorly mind you. Your trainer was probably some rich snobby kid who wanted to evolve you at the earliest opportunity. Most of the things that you have learned are by yourself and rely on brute strength most of the time. But, your attacks lack finesse. So they are not fully effective, explained Ash. Brock and Melanie saw Ash in new light. Just by observing Bulbasaur, he gave a detailed and probably correct analysis of Bulbasaur that even Bulbasaur had to grudgingly agree. Still, the human had brought up some very bad memories. Therefore, he went away from them towards the river and sat there watching the water. "Poor Bulbasaur," commented Melanie, and started going towards him, but Brock stopped her. "Anyways, please promise that you won't capture any Pokémon here," asked Melanie pleadingly. "You know, if I was someone else I would have felt insulted that you asked me of this. But since I'm me, I promise that won't capture any Pokémon here, but if any Pokémon wants to come with me then I won't say no," said Ash with a smile. Melanie agreed to this too, and as Brick watched her, he continued to be mesmerized by her beauty. With Team Rocket. Let's just say that Team Rocket was going to have a bad day. They were currently on the same wooden bridge that Ash and Brock had avoided. "Across this bridge lie a lifetime supply of Pokémon," said Jessie. "How are going to carry them all?" said James, daydreaming. "Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," added Meowth. Just when Meowth said bridge, the rope started to break and soon the bridge fell into the river, taking Team Rocket with it. They didn't know it yet, but their bad day had just begun. With Ash and company. "Still, are those traps strong enough to protect from intruders?" questioned Ash. "Ha," said Brock. "I mean, you have to be pretty stupid to fall for the same trick again and again. And if someone is smart enough to avoid land altogether and take the river or the aerial route to get here then," said Ash. "Never thought about it like that," replied Melanie, embarrassed. With Team Rocket. As I said, the bad luck of Team Rocket will continue for the whole day. Because just right now, they fell into another one of those traps, again. Pretty stupid, right? This is the third hole we've fallen into. Why does nobody ever fall into our traps? We always fall into theirs, shouted Jessie, lying at the bottom of the pitfall. Well, this one was cleverly hidden, well made. Started James. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much, said Jessie, cutting off James. Meowth, said Meowth, just for the sake of it. Somehow, Team Rocket got out the hole and they literally walked into another trap. This time caught in a tree net. Well, they won't learn ever. With Ash and company. Since there were a lot of injured Pokémon there, Ash and Brock volunteered to help. And Ash also took the chance to scan the surrounding Pokémon. In one universe, Ash would have hit a goldmine with the data of the Pokémon here. But in this universe, Ash had to bother with only 3. He scanned them in his Pokédex while Brock and Melanie were busy with other Pokémon. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. Caterpie uses the suction cups on its feet to climb trees and feed on its favorite leaves. Caterpie has a voracious appetite. It can devour leaves bigger than its body right before your eyes. From its antenna, this Pokémon releases a terrifically strong odor. It is covered with a green skin. When it grows, it sheds the skin, covers itself with silk, and becomes a cocoon. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokémon. The stinger on this Pokémon's head guarantees that any attacker will get the point right where it hurts. Its poison stinger is very powerful. Its bright-colored body is intended to warn off its enemies. Weedle has an extremely acute sense of smell. It is capable of distinguishing its favorite kinds of leaves from those it dislikes just by sniffing with its big red proboscis nose. It eats its weight in leaves every day. It can usually be found under the leaves it eats. Paras, the mushroom Pokémon. Grows by sking nutrients from the roots of trees. Paras has parasitic mushrooms growing on its back called Tachikaso. They grow large by drawing nutrients from this bug Pokémon host. They are highly valued as a medicine for extending life. Magikarp, the fish Pokémon. Magikarp is virtually useless in battle as it can only splash around. As a result, it is considered to be weak. However, it is actually a very hardy Pokémon that can survive in any body of water no matter how polluted it is. Its swimming muscles are weak, so it is easily washed away by currents. In places where water pools, you can see many Magikarp deposited there by the flow. But it jumps very well and can evolve into Gyarados. Other than that, there was a couple of Weepinbell, Staryu, Rattata, Charmander, and of course Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. The seed on its back is filled with nutrients. The seed grows steadily larger as its body grows. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely calm and very difficult to capture in the wild. Brock, meanwhile, was bathing Staryu. "Do you feel any better yet, Staryu?" asked Brock, pouring copious amount of water on Staryu. Melanie, seeing that, smiled at Brock, who returned it. Brock turned to see Ash talking up with Charmander. "Sorry about what happened in the forest. I shouldn't have startled you like that." "You must have been scared," said Ash. Said Charmander. "Yes, I was. Melanie told me you ran away from your trainer." "Was it really because?" started Ash, but stopped midway, seeing Charmander's anxious expression. "Hey Charmander, you want to see something cool?" asked Ash, trying to distract Charmander. Said Charmander, surprised. "What?" "Here it comes, go Ponyta," said Ash, taking out Ponyta. Ponyta appeared in her majestic glory. Seeing another fire type and one so majestic was a very new experience for Charmander. He had stars in his eyes and he hugged Ponyta's legs fiercely. Ponyta was startled for a moment but then understood and nuzzled Charmander. "It must be very tough for you back then, right? Melanie told me that he beat you because he thought you were weak. You know, some trainers are insensitive and they know anything about Pokémon. And your trainer certainly didn't know how strong you were," said Ash. Charmander, said Charmander, or rather sniffed. "But he was right, I'm weak." "No, you are not weak. After all, a Pokémon is only as strong as its trainer. If you still don't believe me, ask Ponyta. Or better yet, come here, I'm gonna show you something," said Ash, taking out his Pokédex. Charmander seemed unsure and looked at Ponyta. She nodded in encouragement. "Here, this is you," said Ash, showing Charmander's details in his Pokédex. "And this is what you evolve into," added Ash, showing Charmeleon's and Charizard's details. "You know, Charizard are strong fire-flying Pokémon capable of going toe-to-toe with the dragon Pokémon. In addition, you have this potential to be strong inside you. You just need a correct trainer to bring it out, one who understands you. Not all trainers are mean like your previous trainer after all," explained Ash. An extremely happy Charmander jumped into Ash's arm and hugged him. He never told anybody, but he had dreamed of flying from day one, and this human might just be one he can trust. Bulbasaur watched the human from the bushes. He had been ready to jump at him when he made Charmander upset. But he stopped when the human bring forth a Ponyta to encourage Charmander. He listened to the whole thing that the human said and concluded that maybe he is not that bad. Moreover, whenever he was around the human he felt more at peace. Maybe the humans aren't that bad, thought Bulbasaur, walking back. It's unusual, really. All the Pokémon are more relaxed than ever. They usually hide when anyone else comes here. And Bulbasaur in general doesn't like people here and always drives them out, but done anything of sorts to Ash or you, said a confused Melanie. All the credit goes to Ash. He just gives out an aura that commands respect and a calming presence. Even my Pokémon feels relaxed near Ash, explained Brock. Brock, do you think Ash would like to have Charmander or Bulbasaur as his Pokémon? Asked Melanie. But why? And isn't Bulbasaur the guardian of this village as you say, said Brock, confused. Look over there. I have never seen Charmander this happy before, and it's all because of Ash. Charmander hasn't even hugged me once and flinches when I try to pet him. However, he feels totally at ease around Ash that he even fell asleep in his arms. And as for Bulbasaur, he has a lot of pent-up aggression that he tried to take out on intruders. And Ash will be the perfect trainer for him, explained Melanie. Brock nodded his head at her reasoning. He was mesmerized again seeing her selfless act. She again put her Pokémon before her, before the village. This was definitely not just a crush. Brock was falling for her slowly, and that was a fact. Team Rocket enters. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jesse. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jesse. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. That's right. Meowth. We've said our lines. Time to attack the village, said Jesse standing on top of a flying stadium. Those village idiots thought that their measly traps will stop the mighty Team Rocket. They thought they had the home team advantage, said James standing beside Jesse. No such luck, we're the home team now, said Jesse. I congratulate myself for this brilliant scheme, said James sniffing his traditional red rose. Don't forget I suggested to tie balloons on the stadium roof, said Meowth. Ash and friends looked up in the sky when the whole area was covered by a giant shadow. They saw a flying thing, just over them. It landed a few feet away from them. It looked some kind of stadium. They only see just a stadium. It's a Team Rocket Pokémon challenge, said Jesse gloating. The flying stadium was my idea, said a set-off James. Oh, said Jesse with a sweat drop. Then a compartment opened from the sides and a giant hose came out of it. It landed in a clearing near the river. It started skiing all the air and everything around it. The leaves were first to go, followed by small plants. All Pokémon are invited to enter the stadium, said Jesse in a sing-song voice. Step right up, said James in a bored fashion. Yeah. We're not hosing you. Well, maybe we are, said Meowth. And give me that shiny Charmander. His trainer wants him back, said James. No, we won't. Not in a million years, yelled Ash. Then we'll just take it from you, said Jesse before pressing a button. The air suction becomes so great that Pokémon were beginning to feel the strain affecting them, drawing them in slowly. Ash jumped and caught Stereo just in time before it could be sucked in. They never do run out of ideas, do they? Shouted Ash. Hurry, everybody get in the cabin, yelled Brock and directed all the Pokémon in. Every Pokémon ran inside the cabin except Oddish. The force became so great that it was lifted in the air and almost got sucked in. Ash turned to see Bulbasaur using its vine whip to hold Oddish, preventing it from being sucked in. Ash handed Stereo to Melanie and moved to help Bulbasaur so that he won't be sucked in. Bulbasaur looked at Ash wonder. Keep going, Bulbasaur, said Ash, pushing Bulbasaur forward. Bulbasaur kept looking at Ash. He would not admit it to anyone, but if Ash wasn't here, he would have been sucked in along with Oddish. Slowly they reached the cabin and shut the door, preventing Team Rocket the pleasure of having any Pokémon. That pest is always ruining our flawless plans, said Jesse. Not this time, he has gathered them all under one roof, replied James. Our super vacuum will suck them up, said Meowth, pressing some button. The hose moved and now was directly above the cabin. The cabin began shaking because of the pressure. But then Bulbasaur came out from the roof and used Vine Whip to change the direction of the hose. It gave enough time to Ash to capitalize. Go Pidgeotto, I choose you. Use Twister and then Whirlwind, shouted Ash, throwing Pidgeotto's Pokeball. Three things happened right then. Pidgeotto's Twister got bigger due to the suction from the vacuum pump. Charmander got some of his confidence back and he, from beside Ash's legs, let loose a stream of fire, making the Twister a fiery tornado. And finally, with some push because of Pidgeotto's Whirlwind, the tornado was sent back at Team Rocket. There goes the whole ball game, said Meowth. The tornado struck Team Rocket and burned down the stadium, and Team Rocket burnt was tossed back into the skies. Is everyone feeling okay? Asked a worried Melanie. Nah, I'm fine, just a little winded up, but fine, replied Ash. Bulbasaur, said a happy Bulbasaur. Charmander, said Charmander looking at Bulbasaur, and both grinned. This village is well protected by Bulbasaur and Charmander, said Ash, praising both Pokémon. That is if there was only a village to protect, added Melanie. And she was correct. While the cabin was okay, the surrounding area was not. Burnt trees and scorch marks were everywhere. Ash, don't you think Bulbasaur and Charmander would be an excellent addition to the team? Asked Melanie. Of course, both of them would be an excellent addition to anyone, said Ash. I think they should go with you, said Melanie. Ha, said Ash. Bulbasaur used to protect this village. This village was too small and Bulbasaur needs to grow, the bulb on his back need to grow. It can only grow under a capable trainer, you. Moreover, I know you will take good care of it. As for Charmander, your talk earlier with him was the main reason. He is not comfortable around anyone but you, and you will be able to protect him better than I can. Please do me a favor, take both of on your journey. He'll be a good companion, I promise, said Melanie. But what about the village? Asked Ash. Yeah, who's going to protect you? Said Brock. It is true that Bulbasaur has done a great job in protecting this village, maybe, too great a job. You see, these Pokémon shouldn't remain here forever. After they recover, they are supposed to leave. However, it's too safe here, so none of them wants to go away. They do not want to go the outside world where they belong. But, I think it is important for them to return to outside world. Hopefully, someday they'll be able to find a caring Pokémon trainer like you, explained Melanie. Of course, my job will always be taking good care of Pokémon. And my job isn't finished until they return back. When all these Pokémon be fully recovered, I will also leave. You have taught me that I still have a lot to learn. I have learned whatever I can from this place. I will travel to different places and learn more about taking care of Pokémon, maybe even become a doctor. So Ash, will you take them with you? Asked Melanie. Okay, if you really want me to, then I won't say no, replied Ash. Charmander jumped onto Ash, trying to express his happiness. Soar, Bulbasaur, said Bulbasaur. You have to battle with me first. If you really want a match, then you'll get it, said Ash. Nearby clearing. Go Mach-Hop, I choose you, said Ash. Bulbasaur used Vine Whip to start the match. Mach-Hop dodge, said Ash. Mach-Hop furiously tried to dodge the whips and was successful in evading them, but was unable to dodge when Bulbasaur suddenly used a tackle attack. Mach-Hop, look out, yelled Ash, and Mach-Hop jumped just in time to avoid another tackle. U-turn Mach-Hop, use low kick, said Ash. Mach-Hop kicked the incoming Bulbasaur hard and it crashed a little distance away. Bulbasaur got up and used another Vine Whip. Mach-Hop grabbed them and then pull, said Ash as Mach-Hop grabbed both the whips with his hands and pulled. The startled Bulbasaur watched as he was helplessly pulled by Mach-Hop. Finish it with Seismic Toss, said Ash, and Mach-Hop slammed Bulbasaur into the ground and knocked it out. Ash then took out a super potion and sprayed it on Bulbasaur, restoring his energy. Why didn't you catch it, Ash? Asked Melanie, afraid that Ash had rejected her offer. I already have 6 Pokémon and I want Bulbasaur and Charmander to meet them before any of them goes back to Professor Oak's lab, said Ash, releasing all his Pokémon. Here friends, our 2 new team members, Charmander and Bulbasaur, Ash said, introducing his latest Pokémon to his team. Ash's Pokémon were a friendly bunch and it showed that they instantly welcomed the newest additions to the team. However, Charmander was a little overwhelmed at first, but Ponyta calmed it down pretty well. After a while, Ash recalled all his Pokémon but Mach-Hop and Gloom. I'm sending you to Professor Oak's lab. He is really nice and will take good care of you. First, you must promise me that you will follow our training regimen strictly. There are large field there and many types of terrain to train. Gloom, keep working on Body Slam, and Mach-Hop, you should work on Low Sweep. I am sure you will get it in no time, and be careful while training. I'll keep rotating my squad so you don't have to worry about being left out, said Ash, and recalled them after they nodded. He took out a Pokeball and gently tapped it on Charmander and caught him without any resistance. His Pokédex blinked and beeped and Ash pressed a white button and sent Machop to Professor Oak. He repeated the process with Bulbasaur and sent Gloom to Oak. After a while. Goodbye Bulbasaur and Charmander. Thank you for watching over us, said Melanie petting both of them. I promise I'll take good care of them, said Ash. Melanie, I've been thinking. Started Brock, his cheeks red. Yes Brock, said Melanie, though no one could see there was a tinge of red on her face. Since Bulbasaur is leaving, I wouldn't mind staying and helping you out, said Brock. That's very nice of you Brock, but we'll be okay. I wouldn't want to keep you from all of your wonderful adventures, said Melanie. Well, truth is Ash and I just temporary traveling partners. Look, my dream is to become a Pokémon breeder. And what better way to learn than helping Pokémon? You said you don't have any Pokémon, so please let me stay and help you, said Brock, his whole face red. Melanie was still uncertain and looked towards Ash. Brock is a grown man, Melanie, and is fully capable of making his own decisions. If he wishes to stay and help you, then I'm totally cool with it. Brock and I eventually would have split because the paths we chose are different. I would have stayed too, but unfortunately I can't since I've some business in Vermilion as some professor from Hoenn coming and I've to be there when he docks to welcome him, said Ash. If you are really sure, then I really don't mind you staying Brock, said Melanie with a blush that Ash did not miss. Don't let her go Brock, she is a great girl and will keep you in line. And don't you flirt with any other girl again or I'll kick your butt, Ash whispered in Brock's ear, who nodded in affirmative. Okay then, goodbye Melanie, Brock, and good luck for future, said Ash with a wink to which both blushed. He recalled Bulbasaur, replaced him with Ponyta, and rode her away hopefully out of the Dmed forest. So what do you want to do? Asked Brock. I'm going to remove the traps first so no other unfortunate person stumbles upon them. Are you sure you don't want to go with Ash? Asked Melanie. Look Melanie, truth is Ash was the one who helped me realize my dream. He is probably the reason I even started my journey. However, Ash and I am very different people. He's very secretive and less social, and he has every right to be after his rough childhood. And while as such I've no problem traveling with Ash, I sometimes feel like I'm a burden to him, like slowing him down. No, he never did anything to show it, but I just got the feeling, you know. And I know for a fact I'll enjoy your company more than his, said Brock with a blush in the end. Melanie blushed just as much as Brock, if not more. She was actually floored. Given his reasoning, she couldn't find anything wrong with Brock's reason and neither with Ash's. In addition, Brock was cute, that was a plus in her book. Melanie grabbed Brock's hand and dragged him into the forest to remove the traps. It was the start of a beautiful friendship. With Ash, the next day. It was a new day for Ash and his Pokémon. Now that Brock was not with him, he could train more. It's not wrong if he wanted to keep his training methods secret from all, he mused. Strangely, though, he did miss Brock's company. Shaking his head of all the thoughts, he fixated his mind on training. Charmander and Bulbasaur were the newest additions to his team and he was very eager to start training them. He called his team out and scanned Bulbasaur and Charmander in Pokédex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from birth. The seed on its back is filled with nutrients. The seed grows steadily larger as its body grows. Researchers are unsure whether to classify Bulbasaur as a plant or animal. Bulbasaur are extremely calm and very difficult to capture in the wild. Name, Bulbasaur. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Attacks, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. From the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokémon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. If it is weak, the flame also burns weakly. It has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. Name, Charmander. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Attacks, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Metal Claw, Scratch, Growl, Ember. Ash still could not believe his luck. He got 2 out of 3 starters, and that 2 on the same day. Bulbasaur had a decent moveset thanks to all his effort in saving the village and was close to evolving. But the main hero was Charmander. It had very powerful egg moves and it was shiny too. No doubt, it was young but still. Now only Squirtle was needed to complete the starter Pokémon set. Ash put the Pokédex inside his pocket, stood up and grinned at his Pokémon. Bulbasaur and Charmander grinned back, but all his other Pokémon shuddered with slight fear. To them his grin meant very, and I mean very, intense training. They pitied Bulbasaur and Charmander, for they did not know what was about to come. The hell. After 5 hours. The prediction made by Ash's Pokémon came true, as all of them were lying here and they're panting. 5 hours of intense workout would do that to anyone, even Ash, who was also gasping for breath. Meeting with Brock had an overall positive effect on Ash. Most important of all, he became organized. Now everything was scheduled. Today's agenda was to increase the attacking rate while moving and hitting a moving target, which unfortunately was Ash himself. But most importantly, their training seems to be paying off. While Ash had not expected quick results, he was happy to see slight improvement and hoped that they'll all be in pristine condition soon. Ash could definitely say he was proud of Bulbasaur. He never complained and never whined. He took everything like a sponge. If he failed, he would get back up again and try. Other Pokémon seeing this got motivated. However, Charmander experienced some problems. Being young and inexperienced, he found the objectives set by Ash to be impossible. But Ash, being the great trainer he is, scared away all those thoughts and helped Charmander adjust. Charmander, seeing how driven and passionate Ash was, tried his best. That was a lot, and frankly a lot better than Ash expected. It was time to go. Ash got his breathing under control and sprayed everyone with a super potion. He recalled them all, packed his bag, and started walking again on the road of life. After consulting with the map, he was finally able to reach the Pokémon Center without any more difficulties. It was evening when he reached, so he decided to stay the night. After handing over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for healing and taking a room key from her, he went up to freshen himself. A nice shower always beat a bath in the river, thought Ash as he came back downstairs. He collected his Pokémon from Nurse Joy, and a thank you later was out of the Pokémon Center to look around. In search of a tour. Training ground, he stumbled upon 2 trainers having a Pokémon battle. The battle was between Charmander and Vaporeon. By the looks of it, Vaporeon was going to be the winner. The trainer of Charmander has obviously not trained Charmander, and facing an evolved water type should have been out of the question for him. But he didn't linger longer than that, not wanting to disturb them and watch a one-sided match. He kept strolling in the forest in search of a place he can train at night, and found one after a while. He had decided to train at night today since Pokémon Center was so near, and I'll be good for his Pokémon to train in every environment. He came back to Pokémon Center to relax some before the harsh training. He did notice the trainer of Charmander sulking, no doubt angrily lashing out because of that match. He ignored the trainer and went straight to cafeteria to eat something. With Charmander's trainer and his POV. Damien was very angry now. Why, you may ask? Well, you already know somewhat. As predicted by Ash, his Charmander lost the match. And if there was any word to define that match, then it was pathetic. How dare that pathetic lizard lose badly and humiliate me? I should never have taken him. I made a big mistake when I chose it of all Pokémon my dad bought. All my other Pokémon are super strong, in his mind anyways, that they never ever came close to losing, and this pathetic thing had the audacity to lose. I better get rid of him before any of my friends see it. No doubt, they would make fun of me for having such a loser Pokémon. First thing in the morning I'm gonna dump that stupid creature, muttered Damien talking to himself. He sat there for a long time thinking ways on how to get rid of Charmander while slowly eating his dinner. It was quite late and he was just going back to bed when he saw it, or to be more specific, he saw a person going out of the Pokémon trainer. He first tried to ignore her, but he became curious when that person did not return. Thinking something was definitely suspicious, he also came out and tried to discern which way that person went. To his annoyance, he did not find any lead to follow and was just about to turn when he heard a whipping sound. He started walking in that direction, noting that the path leads him to a forest. Slightly afraid but still following the sound, he also reached the clearing that Ash visited during the evening. Only this time it looked like bomb has been dropped here. He stared at the scene in front of him in shock. He saw a trainer only in shorts commanding a Bulbasaur who kept on firing vine whips on a Golduck and a Geodude who kept trying to dodge. Both Golduck and Geodude are weak to grass-type attacks, and it showed when half of the attacks hit successfully. He also saw a Pidgeotto trying to fly through the trees at a very fast pace, turning sharply around the trees to maneuver, which was very difficult as Pidgeotto kept hitting the branches now and then. A good distance away from the clearing but still quite visible were two giant flames. He went around the clearing to see that it was a Ponyta of blue color training a Charmander. What an irony, in the arts of flame. He himself don't know how much time he spent watching that man, or rather kid, as he came to know, working with his Pokémon. In that span of time, he watched that kid training along his Pokémon, working just as hard as them. After watching all this, his head was spinning and he did not know what to do anymore. He was just thinking about going back when a voice called him out. "Come on out, I know you are there," said a voice. Ash's POV. When he started training, Ash knew someone was watching him. He was about to call out to him when his psychic powers kicked in. It was the first time in years that his psychic powers had emerged. He somehow sensed the shock of that person on seeing him training. And not the bad kind of shock either. He decided to focus on his powers more and waited to see how it would play out. His powers, until he could learn to control them at will, were always unpredictable. His training session was almost over and now he could read him like an open book. Just as he knew that his name was Damien, he was the trainer of that Charmander. How he had a great deal of negativity towards his Charmander. Other than that, he could not sense anything. Realizing that Damien may leave any time now, he decided to call him out. "Come on out, I know you are there," said Ash. Damien came out of the trees. By now his anger was all forgotten and he was confused more or less. "So what are you doing here? Spying perhaps?" asked Ash in a mysterious manner. No, just wanted to know what was going on, so I followed you," answered Damien. "So why are you still here?" asked Ash again. Damien had no answer for this question since he himself did not know the reason. Damien thought about it but still had no answer. So instead he asked the question that was bugging him. "What were you doing?" asked Damien with false bravado. "Advanced training, what else?" said Ash, shrugging. "You call this training? It's more like torture," yelled Damien. "You are the one to talk. I saw your Pokémon earlier, that Charmander, and it looked weak and untrained, probably because you never trained it," said Ash. Ash's first sentence caught him off guard. But as Ash continued and mentioned Charmander, Damien's temper also flared. "Don't even mention that pathetic lizard. He is the weakest of my Pokémon, all others are so strong that to defeat even one you'll need all your Pokémon," yelled Damien with a red face. "How many Pokémon do you have?" asked Ash calmly. "Why do you want to know?" "But I've lots of Pokémon," barked Damien. "If you have lots of Pokémon, then that means you haven't trained them personally. Either raised them in daycare or bought from somebody else. But if you have made an effort to get to know your Charmander and trained it a bit, you could have won that match, you know," said Ash, tending to his Pokémon. "Why should I bother training Pokémon? If it needs to be trained to become strong, then it's of no use to me. I rather kick out that Pokémon than training it," yelled Damien, getting angrier, and that made Ash somewhat angry. "Okay, then let's settle this here with a Pokémon battle. You choose your strongest Pokémon and I'll choose Pidgeotto, said Ash, calling Pidgeotto. If you want a loss then I'll give you one. Go Electabuzz, said Damien. Electabuzz was a slightly humanoid creature with some of the feline traits visible. It was covered in yellow fur with black stripes, a large stripe on its chest shaped like a lightning bolt. It had a long tail. There were 3 clawed toes on its feet, 2 in front and 1 in back, while it had 5 fingers on each hand. Electabuzz also had 2 sharp fangs and a pair of antennae with bulbous ends. Ash scanned it in his Pokédex. Electabuzz, the electric Pokémon. When a storm approaches, it competes with others to scale heights that are likely to be stricken by lightning. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. Normally found near power plants, they can wander away and cause major blackouts in cities. It loves to feed on strong electricity. Its body constantly discharges electricity. Getting close to it will make your hair stand on end. Let's start then. You may have the first move, said Ash. Electabuzz use Thunderbolt, yelled Damien. Pidgeotto, ground yourself with Steel Wing, said Ash with a smirk. The large bolt of thunder engulfed Pidgeotto but didn't harm her due to the grounding. Damien gritted his teeth in anger. Pidgeotto use Feint Attack, said Ash. Electabuzz counter with Thunder Punch, yelled Damien. Pidgeotto double team, said Ash. Pidgeotto, after all her training, was able to sense danger from a mile and she could sense it now. But the training also enabled her to change directions at high speed. So, just as she moved in for Feint Attack, she multiplied into many copies of herself. The Pidgeotto that Electabuzz punched turned out to be a copy and he was promptly hit from behind. Damien gritted his teeth in frustration. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt again, yelled Damien. You don't learn, do you? Pidgeotto, use Steel Wing again to ground and then use Mud Slap, ordered Ash calmly. Electabuzz again unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, but Pidgeotto, using the same technique, was able to escape unharmed. Moreover, being this close to ground, Pidgeotto did not lose a second, slamming her wings in the ground, hurling mud at Electabuzz. Now weakened by this super effective move and blinded by the mud, Ash ordered Pidgeotto to finish. Pidgeotto, use Mud Slap again and then finish it with Twister, said Ash. And that sealed Electabuzz's fate, as it could be seen on ground with swirls in its eyes. Damien was shocked to his core. His strongest Pokémon was defeated by a flying type nonetheless, and that too without dealing any damage. His whole world destroyed, was it really? And his whole pride was shattered. You could literally see the pieces on the ground. Now did you get the importance of training? Because your Electabuzz is still way stronger than Pidgeotto. Training brings a trainer and his Pokémon near to each other, and it also gives you to work on the weakness of your Pokémon, lectured Ash. But what will my father say and all my friends? They'll make fun of me, said Damien. You are not your father. You should live your life just as you want it to. And your friends, if they are going to make fun of you, then they are not worthy of being your friends anyway. Always remember, Pokémons are not tools but rather they are our companions, so treat them like it, said Ash in teacher mode. Damien listened to Ash with rapt attention. He could see it all now. Arrogance had clouded his mind earlier, but now he could see the truth in Ash's eyes. He decided to have a new start from this moment on. He took out a Pokeball and called out Charmander. He looked at him and kneeled beside him. I'm sorry, Charmander, for yesterday and for all times before. I promise to be a better trainer from now on. Can you forgive me? Said Damien, looking at Charmander in the eye. Charmander yelled happily and hugged his trainer. Damien laughed at Charmander's antics and hugged him back. He got up and thanked Ash. Thank you for teaching me this lesson. But hey, I did not ask you your name. So what is your name? Asked Damien. Who I am doesn't matter, right? What's more important is that you've changed, right? You should go now, it's very late. And don't worry about me, I'll return soon, said Ash as turned to tend to his Pokémon. Damien had a surprised look on his face at being dismissed by a kid younger than him, but he did not voice his thoughts. He rather turned and went back to Pokémon Center thinking of his future all the way. Hall of Origin. All the Legendaries were watching Ash, closely following his whole journey. And they were impressed by him. Ash was really living up to his title of Chosen One, changing hearts of people here and there. You really are the Chosen One, Ash, thought Arceus. We are going to meet soon, Ash, thought Mew. The next morning. It was a great day, Ash mused, after catching Bulbasaur and Charmander. Becoming a Pokémon trainer looks like it will be a snap. Or will it? Can things continue to go so smoothly? He better keep his eyes glued on the road ahead. Who knows what pitfalls are waiting to swallow up your young hero. And speaking of pitfalls, just as Ash detected loose sand beneath his feet, he backflipped to avoid another trap. Come on out, Team Rocket, I know it's you, shouted Ash. But Team Rocket was nowhere to be found. Instead, a group of 6 Squirtle came out. Each one wearing round black shades except the leader, who was wearing some stylish ones. They were disappointed that this one did not fall into their trap. When Ash passed their trap again, they formed a wall determined to let him pass through. But Ash's luck rang out as police sirens were heard in a distance. The leader of the Squirtle squad directed the other members to make a hasty retreat. Soon Officer Jenny reached Ash on her trusty motorbike. Are you alright? Has anyone been hurt here? Asked Jenny as she stopped her bike. I am fine really, replied Ash, to which Jenny just nodded. So, what was that? Asked Ash. Let's get back to town first, said Jenny. After a while, Police HQ. That Pokémon gang calls itself the Squirtle Squad, said Jenny. I've never heard of a Pokémon gang before, said Ash. They are all Squirtle who were deserted by their Pokémon trainers. Since they don't have a trainer, they just run wild and play tricks on the whole town, replied Jenny. Deserted, huh? Muttered Ash, clenching his fists. It's really kind of sad, because if they had somebody to care about them, then they wouldn't have turned out to be as bad as they are. It's a real shame. Those Pokémon are just wandering without a purpose in life, said Jenny. Ash just looked down in sadness. There were many more people like Damien than he wanted to believe. Ash realized how lonely those Squirtle must have felt to form a gang together and vandalize the town. Asking for the directions to Pokémon Center, Ash stepped outside the building with Jenny and in clear view of a troublesome trio. Team Rocket's POV. There. I see them, the little brat, and Ponyta is with him, said Jessie, looking through the binoculars. Do you see a restaurant? I'm really starving here, said Meowth. Jessie took out a Japanese fan and bonked it on Meowth's head. But no more pizza, commented James, as he was hungry too. Jessie gave the same dose of treatment to James. But I'm sick of pizza every meal, shouted James. You'll never eat again if you mess up this mission, yelled Jessie. Can we order Chinese food? Asked James in a low voice. Or maybe some tacos, added Meowth. Jessie's eyes twitched, and 2 hits later, after Meowth and James were on ground again, she screamed in frustration. Am I the only member of this team who thinks world domination is more important than what's for lunch? Now let's focus ourselves on what really matters, cause that's how we are going to capture Ponyta, yelled Jessie before her stomach rumbled loudly. Ahaha. Now my stomach says it's time to eat, said Jessie maripishly. Yes, said James in joy. Yay! Yay! We got our picnic, said Meowth, jumping with joy. Suddenly all of them stilled and turned to look at something behind them. 6 Squirtle were standing there in a semicircle, blocking any areas of escape. You guys got a problem, said Jessie. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle, said their leader. Meowth, what's it saying? Asked James. I think it's saying, give us your food or else, replied Meowth. You're threatening us. We are Team Rocket, we threaten, answered Jessie, looking at the leader. Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle, replied Squirtle. Let's show these creeps, said James. Yeah, said Jessie. Jessie and James both took out a Pokeball and stepped forward with Meowth to battle. However, just as they stepped forward they fell down a pitfall. The Squirtle squad tied the three of them securely and started eating from the picnic basket of Team Rocket. Rice ball, burgers, sandwich, fruits, lemonade etc. were in the basket, and in a blink of second, maybe more, and all the food was gone. Jesse and James tried to reason with them, more like asking help in stealing Ponyta, but were refused by Squirtle, who said that he don't trust them. Meowth then tried to fool the Squirtle squad, but they saw right through the act. After eating, the Squirtle squad left the Team Rocket securely tied to the trees. The next day, with help from some little kids, they were tied in a park. Team Rocket was able to escape from the ropes binding them. Now driven by revenge, Team Rocket's primary goal changed. They were now after the Squirtle squad to kidnap them and present them to their boss. For that to happen they needed some supplies that brought us here on the outside of a shop in the marketplace. "All right, freeze," said Jesse, pointing a large rocket launcher at the civilians. "These are ice packs we're gunning, these are ice guns we're packing," said a flustered James. "It's Team Rocket," yelled random civilian. "Come on, it's like we are like those super villains in the comic books except better looking," said Jesse. "And even meaner," added James. "Listen up. We want all the flash powder you've got," said Jesse. "And a large roll of dental floss," added James. "What do you need them for?" asked the shopkeeper. "You want to get rid of the Squirtle squad, don't you?" "The flash powder will scare them out of town," answered Jesse. "The floss is for our teeth," said James. "Shut up, James. Everyone knows that," shouted Jesse. "Ciao for now," said Jesse. "And farewell," said James as he let loose a smoke bomb. "Hell, it's snowing," yelled random stranger. The Team Rocket then took off on their trademark Meowth balloon. Ash's POV. Unfortunately, for them, Ash saw their balloon flying. Well, who wouldn't? "That's Team Rocket and I know they are up to no good," muttered Ash before deciding to follow them. Again, Ponyta came to the rescue as Ash mounted her and rode off after Team Rocket. The first obstacle came in the form of a half-gone wooden bridge. However, who could ever stop our resident Tibiora master? A quick call to Golduck to hold the bridge with his psychic powers and great jump from Ponyta, and voila, Ash is on the other side of bridge. Ash continued on his way, but by now Team Rocket were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Ash heard a blast and saw smoke coming out of the area. He, thanking his stars, went off in the direction of smoke to confront Team Rocket. The first blast happened on the wall of the valley. Ash reached in time to see both Jesse and James had bombs ready in their hands. He saw a little farther and saw the Squirtle squad just outside a cave. Small valleys surrounded the cave from all sides but one. He recalled Ponyta back and ran as fast as he could to reach the gang. "Team Rocket, you won't change," yelled Ash. General POV. "See who just walked into," said James. "He deserves a special reward for this," said Jesse. The reward was the annoying Team Rocket motto. "To protect the world from devastation." Jesse. "To unite all peoples within our nation." James. "To denounce the evils of truth and love." Jesse and James. "To extend our reach to the stars above." Jesse and James. Jesse. James. "That's right. Meowth. Squirtle squad, it's payback time for insulting Team Rocket," said Jesse. "Bombs away," said Jesse and James together. The explosions happened a good deal away from them, so they were not harmed. "All of you are in for a real blast, get it," said James as he and Jesse both released another round of bombs. This time the blast hit the ground in front of them, showering them with the debris. Ash was in a bind. He knew going towards the cave was more risky as the rocks may shut them inside forever. However, he had no choice because no matter what they did, they could not go forward. "Everyone quick, run for cover, head for the cave," said Ash as he directed the Squirtle squad into the cave. It happened when everyone was running towards the cave. An explosion hit near the leader Squirtle. He was in the back, and he was toppled on his back. Now, it is time for a history lesson. The Squirtle family belongs to the turtle family, and Squirtle itself comes into the tiny turtle category. Squirtle is a small Pokémon that has 2 short legs. It has large brown eyes and a slightly hooked upper lip. Each of its hands and feet has 3 pointed digits. The end of its long tail curls inward. Its body is encased by a tough shell that forms and hardens after birth. This shell is brown on the top, pale yellow on the bottom, and has a thick white ridge between the 2 halves. Since it has short legs, if a Squirtle is toppled on its back, neither his limbs nor his tail can help it stand back to its feet. Ash saw the leader Squirtle helplessly struggling to get up and Team Rock just about ready to drop another round of bombs. He, without any care for his life, jumped to protect the downed Squirtle. The bombs hit very close to them, and if not for a bluish shield to pop around them, they would have been toast. Thank Arceus for automated defense. However, while the shield saved them from the worst impact, a small part, just enough to shake them, did get through. "Hey Squirtle, are you okay?" asked Ash, still covering the Squirtle leader, protecting him. Squirtle looked into the eyes of one who had saved him. Just by looking into the eyes of the one who had almost thrown away his life to save him, Squirtle knew he had found someone to take care of him. It is a known fact that Pokémon are more tuned to aura than humans, if even slightly more. But, today Squirtle had seen someone capable of wielding it. Now he knew this human was special, blessed by the ancient spirits. Just there, lying on the ground with a human protecting him, Squirtle made up his mind. "Squirtle," started Squirtle, but was cut off when his fellow Squirtle yelled off a warning. They both looked up to see Team Rocket just about ready throw another round. "Save yourself Squirtle, run for it." "Don't worry about me," said Ash, turning Squirtle a bit, enabling it to stand once again. Squirtle, tears flowing from his eyes, picked up Ash with his tiny hands and ran, evading every single bomb as if he knew where a bomb would fall. The last explosion propelled Squirtle and Ash into the cave, safe from any more attacks. If you want to ask why they were safe, then the answer is simple. Team Rocket was all out of bombs to throw. Seeing smoke everywhere led them to believe that they defeated the Squirtle Squad and the twerp. "No more Squirtle Squad. The town's gonna give us medals and we'll be heroes," said Jessie with joy dripping from her face. "Not so fast," yelled Ash, drawing attention himself. Ash was standing with Squirtle on the top of a valley. The cave, as Ash expected, was a dead end. However, much to his surprise, Squirtle pointed to a secret passageway that led them all to the top. "Who said that?" said James. "Huh," said Jessie stupidly. "Weren't they? Didn't they?" "How'd they?" said Jessie, James, and Meowth in order, totally bewildered. "Squirtle, water gun attack now," said Ash. Squirtle released a torrent of water straight at the balloon and successfully pierced it. It caused Team Rocket to blast off again. What a bunch of losers. It was after the blasting of Team Rocket that Ash realized the implications of what Team Rocket had done. They had started a forest fire. A fire that would burn the whole town if something was not done quickly. Even Jenny arrived to investigate, seeing the smoke rising from a mile. "If it keeps burning, the whole town could go up in smoke," said a concerned Jenny. "Don't worry Jenny, I've got an idea. Listen, if you Squirtless work together, then you can combine your water guns to put out the fire," said Ash, and Squirtless just nodded. Inside the forest, a great effort was being made to put out the fire. Golduck and the leader Squirtle were working together to put out the larger fires, while other Squirtle under their second in command were putting out the smaller fires scattered around the area. Geodude was helping them by using mud to put out fires. Pidgeotto was keeping the fire from spreading towards the town. They were successful in keeping the fire in check for now, but slowly and surely, the fire was spreading. The Squirtle Squad, despite knowing that failure was imminent, did not lessen their resolve. Instead, they started working even harder. Ash was cursing himself for not teaching Golduck Rain Dance, and it would have helped them immensely. However, he himself did not get discouraged. Instead, he tried to focus on his psychic powers to aid him now to contain the fire. He was able to control a very minuscule amount to stop the fire for a moment, but that was it. Further than that, he could do nothing. Fortunately, for them help came in the form of rain. Ash looked up to see dark clouds rumbling with thunder raining heavily, aiding in putting out the fire. It was as if the heavens themselves were rewarding Pokémon for their valiant effort to save the forest and town. With the help of rain, Ash's Pokémon and Squirtle squad put out the remaining fires. Jenny appreciated their efforts and thanked the Squirtle squad for their help. Ash looked at the dark skies for a moment, then shrugged. If he had looked for a greater duration, he would have seen the silhouette of a small mouse-like Pokémon. "Well done, Ash, fear not, for we'll meet soon," said a pink mouse-like Pokémon to itself. After a while, outside Police HQ. "And so, we gratefully award this certificate to the Squirtle Squad. Thank you for saving our town from the fire. Because of your skill and bravery, we proudly appoint you the town firefighters," said Jenny as she gave a certificate to the Squirtle Squad. The Squirtle Squad received their uniform, black jackets with a white dot on the back, from the townsfolk. It was then Ash decided to stay back a few days to train the firefighters in his style to make them capable of dousing any fire. 5 days later, when Ash took his leave and went on to continue his journey, the Squirtle Squad leader confronted him. "Squirtle, Squirtle," said Squirtle as he catches up with Ash. "Hey, stop for a second." Ash stopped and turned. "Would you like to come with me, Squirtle?" asked Ash happily. To be honest, he was actually expecting it after spending 5 days with him and his gang. Squirtle removed his shades to show Ash his sparkling eyes and ran towards Ash directly in his embrace, while Ash just laughed. "You can keep the shades on if you want to, they look kinda cool," said Ash, to which Squirtle nodded. Ash then gently tapped an empty Pokeball on Squirtle's shell and Squirtle was caught without struggling. Ash pressed a white button on his Pokédex to send Golduck back to Professor Oak. He gave all his Pokémon instructions to train beforehand, and he then continued on his journey happily. One more adventure, one more new friend. But, there is much more excitement waiting just round the bend. Ash's team in hand. Ponyta. Double Kick, Flame Whirl, Morning Sun, Horn Drill, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Stomp, Attract. Pidgeotto, Gust, Feint Attack, Steel Wing, Air Cutter, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Double Team, Mud Slap, Twister. Geodude, Tackle, Defense Curl, Rock Polish, Rock Throw, Rollout. Charmander, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Metal Claw, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Facade. Bulbasaur, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Take Down. Squirtle, Water Gun, Rest are unknown until scanned. With Professor Oak. Golduck, Future Sight, Hypnosis, Calm Mind, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Disable, Confusion, Water Pulse, Fury Swipes, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Double Team. Mach-Hop, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Seismic Toss, Low Sweep. Gloom, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Absorb, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Double Team, Sludge Bomb, Toxic. Chapter 10, Mystery, May and a Majestic Showdown. It has been quite a while since Ash left his home, and a lot has happened since he began his Pokémon journey. He has already earned 2 of the qualifying badges for participation in the Pokémon League, a Boulder and a Cascade badge. In the Pokémon League, a trainer is allowed to carry 6 Pokémon at a time, and Ash had already caught 9. Ponyta, Gloom, Golduck, Pidgeotto, Geodude, Mach-Hop, Charmander, Bulbasaur and Squirtle all make Ash's squad. Ash was now on his way to the Vermilion City to win his 3rd badge and receive a professor from Hoenn, but, as usual, he wandered around the path and eventually got lost. Now he was searching for the road in order to reach the city, but what he found was completely different from his imagination. Ash found his way out of the woods and discovered a beautiful, endless beach and a sparkling blue ocean. Moreover, he came at the right time, just to see the magnificent sunset. However, before Ash could admire the beautiful scene in front of his eyes, a yipping noise made its presence known to Ash's ear. He ran towards the sound and immediately got angry seeing some men in black garbs attacking a Jolteon with Eradicate and Arbok. Ash looked closely and saw a wounded Vaporeon protecting what seemed to be an EV. The men had a big red R in the front of their costume. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the Pokémon. Arbok, the Cobra Pokémon, and an evolved form of Ekans. To intimidate foes, it spreads its chest wide and makes eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. The pattern on its belly appears to be a frightening face. Weak foes will flee just at the sight of the pattern. With a very vengeful nature, it won't give up the chase, no matter how far, once it targets its prey. Raticate, the mouse Pokémon, and an evolved form of Rattata. It whittles its constantly growing fangs by gnawing on hard things. It can chew apart cinder walls. The webs on its hind legs enable it to cross rivers. It searches wide areas for food. It uses its whiskers to maintain its balance. It apparently slows down if they are cut off. Vaporeon, the bubble jet Pokémon, and an evolved form of EV. Vaporeon underwent a spontaneous mutation and grew fins and gills that allow them to live underwater. They have the ability to freely control water. When Vaporeon's fins begin to vibrate, it is a sign that rain will come within a few hours. It prefers beautiful shores. Its long tail is ridged with a fin which is often mistaken for a mermaid's. Jolteon, the lightning Pokémon, and an evolved form of EV. A sensitive Pokémon that easily becomes sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it charges power. Jolteon's cells generate a low level of electricity. This power is amplified by the static electricity of its fur, enabling the Pokémon to drop thunderbolts. If it is angered or startled, the fur all over its body bristles like sharp needles that pierce foes. EV, the evolution Pokémon. EV has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to the environment in which it lives. Its irregularly configured DNA is affected by its surroundings. Radiation from various stones causes this Pokémon to evolve. Figuring out that the men were probably from Team Rocket and are up to no good, Ash got into action. "Go Geodude and Charmander protect that Jolteon," shouted Ash releasing 2 Pokeball. "Where did you come from?" "Good for us, then we'll capture these 2 Pokémon as well," said the first Rocket Goon. "Yeah. Boss is in need of strong Pokémon and these 2 would be a piece of cake, then we'll capture that EV family," said the second Rocket Goon. "Just dream of it, I'll show you the reality." Charmander use Dragon Rush on Raticate and Geodude use Rock Throw on Arbok, ordered Ash. As soon as Ash ordered the attack, Charmander's head glowed blue. Soon his whole body was enveloped in a blue aura and he slammed into Raticate with full force. Geodude was not far behind as he slammed his hands on the ground to throw chunks of rocks at Arbok. Both Pokémon were thrown backwards from the force. Raticate was already out cold. Arbok followed it after Geodude, his body outlined with a brown aura, jumped into the air and stomped into the ground creating a quake. This super effective attack was too much for Arbok as it fainted. Ash gave a thumbs up to Geodude for learning a new move. The goons seeing their Pokémon beaten so easily were shocked and thought retreat was the best option. "We'll be back," said one of the goons as they ran off in the forest. "I'll be waiting for you then," shouted Ash. Ash then turned towards the EV family. Little EV was fine but Vaporeon and Jolteon were not. Vaporeon looked to be poisoned as well. Their wounds seemed critical and they needed immediate care. He approached the family slowly so as to not startle them. Jolteon was watching Ash carefully. While this boy had helped him, he could not help but be on his guard. It was because of Ash's friendly and peaceful aura that he had not attacked, yet. "You don't have to be scared. I'm not here to capture you, I just want to help you," said Ash as he stopped moving, now standing right in front of a crouching Jolteon. Jolteon could not decide whether the human was friendly or not. Vaporeon also harbored the same feelings as Jolteon. She could also not decide whether to trust this human. This decision, however, was taken from their hands or paws as Eevee, from behind his mother, jumped into Ash's hands. Jolteon and Vaporeon were shocked and were just split-second away from attacking Ash, when Eevee purred as Ash scratched behind his ears. Seeing this, both the parent dropped their futile resistance and decided to trust in Eevee's choice. Ash took out a Pecha berry from his bag and gave it to Vaporeon, who sniffed it before eating it, deeming it safe. He then sprayed both Jolteon and Vaporeon with super potions and dressed their wounds with what supplies he had. Ash looked around and saw a lighthouse up the hill. Since both of them were not in a condition to walk, Ash released Golduck, took from Professor Oak in exchange of Geodude when past a Pokémon Center, to carry Vaporeon while he himself carried Jolteon. Ash began his journey uphill towards the lighthouse with Eevee following on ground. Eevee traveled with Ash for a bit, bouncing and playing around, but became tired after a while. To rest, she climbed upon Ash and made its bed on Ash's head. At the lighthouse. It was almost dark when Ash reached the top of the hill to the lighthouse. By now, mist has gathered on the hill and the ocean, and the only light was coming from the lighthouse. Ash and Golduck stood in front of a big iron gate. The gate had carved paintings of some Pokémon. Ash decided to ring the bell as Vaporeon and Jolteon needed to recover. It was a loud bell like those in a haunted mansion. Ash's musing was interrupted by a voice from the intercom. "Who's there?" asked the voice. "Excuse me, sir, I am a traveler and I'm lost. There is also an emergency as I've injured Pokémon needing treatment," replied Ash. "Injured Pokémon, you say? Then come on in," said the voice, and with that the gate opened. Ash went inside and it closed behind him. It was very dark inside, but someone suddenly switched on the lights. "I am Bill of the Lighthouse," said a human-sized Pokémon coming into view. "Wait, what?" "With Team Rocket." Team Rocket, in the prospect of stealing Ash's shiny Pokémon, stumbles upon the same lighthouse that Ash went into. All three of them use their binoculars to stake out the area. According to the phone book, that lighthouse belongs to Bill, the famous Pokémon researcher, said, looking onto the lighthouse with her binoculars. "Then I guess we've come to the right place," said James. "There must be zillions of rare Pokémon stored inside that lighthouse," said Jessie. "Then there is only one thing for us to do," replied Meowth. "Right. Sneak in and take everything we can grab," continued James. "How should we sneak in?" "We could take the road or risk our lives by climbing up the cliff," asked Jessie. "Well, we certainly can't take the road," commented James. "Then we have to climb up those cliffs," said Jessie. "'Cause we're the bad guys, and the bad guys always gotta be sneaky," said Meowth, climbing on Jessie's head. "It's time for us to rain on someone's parade again, James," said Jessie in a traditional Japanese garb and an umbrella which no one know how she got it. "Jessie," said James in a Japanese garb too. "We are back to back, so prepare for trouble, Jessie and James. Watch your step or we'll make it double, Jessie and James. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie. To unite all peoples within our nation. James. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jessie. To extend our reach to the stars above. James. Jessie, Jessie. James, James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Jessie. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James. Meowth, that's right. Meowth. To be truly great criminals we have to things the hard way, said Jessie. And then we'll become the hardened criminals, replied James. But it will be tough to reach the top, added Jessie. 'Cause we are afraid of heights, said a scared Jessie and James. Inside the lighthouse. Ash rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was no mistake. In front of him on the stairs was standing a Pokémon with a large brown shell covering its body. There were two small eyes facing upwards on the outside of its shell, a Kabuto. Hold on, Kabuto went extinct millions of years ago and they are very small. Therefore, either I am dreaming or you are something else entirely, deduced Ash as he spoke loudly. No, I'm not a Kabuto. I'm Bill, the Pokémon researcher, said the now identified Bill. So why do you look like that? Asked Ash with a tilt of his head causing Eevee to fall down. Golduck, Jolteon and Vaporeon collectively sweat dropped. This is a costume, I'm stuck inside it, said Bill from within the Kabuto costume. Do you need help getting out? What should I do? Asked Ash. Yes, step up here and push that button, said Bill pointing at the button with Kabuto arms. This one here? Asked Ash as step up to Bill. Yes, these arms are too short. I tried to get out but I couldn't reach the button, said Bill. Ash then pressed the button, which began glowing blue, and quite soon the costume opened and Bill was able to step out. Bill had green hair and black eyes and wore Victorian-era clothes. Stepping from the costume, he first looked at Vaporeon and then at Jolteon. Eevee was still sleeping on the floor though. You did a good job with those two, they just need some rest. I have a healing machine that will make them better in no time, said Bill as he motioned Ash to follow him. Since I'm a Pokémon researcher, I learned to take care of Pokémon from Nurse Joy. So don't worry, these two are in good hands, said Bill as he placed Jolteon and Vaporeon into the machine. The same machine which Nurse Joy used to keep Charmander in anime. So why were you stuck in the first place? Asked Ash. My name is Ash by the way, continued Ash recalling Golduck and picking up the now awake Eevee. This is a special costume that I use in my research. Getting inside its skin helps me getting inside its head, explained Bill. What do you mean? Asked Ash. There are many kinds of extinct Pokémon and I want to understand how they lived. Putting on a costume is one way, trying to figure out what they were like. This planet was created 4.61 billion years ago. During that time, all kinds of Pokémon existed. They had many ways of living quite different from today's, I suppose, elaborated Bill looking at the paintings of Pokémon on the wall, paintings of extinct Pokémon. All kinds of Pokémon. How many are we talking about? Asked Ash. On this planet there are more than 700 known species of Pokémon. Of course, these are just the Pokémon we know about. There are still many Pokémon that have never been discovered. So, we need to keep searching, replied Bill. How many could there be? Asked Ash more to himself but still quite audible. No one knows exactly, the search goes on. There is always new to look forward in our lives and in ourselves. Yes, there is a lot to look for inside and outside ourselves. There is meaning for every creature, a meaning for all the Pokémon and a meaning for all us humans too, said Bill. Ash could feel the passion radiating out of Bill and so could Eevee. Both of them looked mesmerized with all this knowledge. Keep looking for new Pokémon to catch. It is something that is very important for Pokémon research. It is as vital to me as it is to you. Right now though there is only one Pokémon I am searching for, said Bill. What kind of Pokémon? Asked an eager Ash. It's probably the biggest Pokémon ever, bigger than all of the rest and no one has ever seen it. It's been wandering the world for years and years looking for friends, answered Bill. A Pokémon wanders because he is alone. Maybe he is the only one of its species or just different because of a genetic mutation I guess, said Ash. I think it's one of a kind. One night, I heard this very strange sound coming across the ocean, said Bill as he took out a remote out of his pocket and pressed a button. Suddenly a sound filled with pain reached their ears. Out came the sound of the Pokémon that Bill mentioned, and while Ash could not understand it fully, he definitely recognized the feeling of loneliness from the sound. Some time ago, I recorded a similar sound and played it from the lighthouse towards the ocean, and one day I heard the same voice calling back to me from over the ocean. It was answering me back. Some foggy night, that Pokémon might come here to meet a friend it's been seeking for a very long time. I would be so happy to meet that Pokémon, explained Bill. Are you sure you want to trick a very large Pokémon into believing that another of its kind exists? I am not sure how it will react to this. And will you try to capture it? Asked Ash. Why do I need to capture it? Meeting it would be enough for me. Just a chance to study it would make my long wait worthwhile, answered Bill, completely disregarding Ash's previous inquiry. Just then, the sound that Bill mentioned came from the ocean. The big Pokémon had finally found his way towards his apparent friend. Looking into the mist, Ash and Bill could see a shadow of a Pokémon. The shadow kept on increasing gradually in size as the giant Pokémon came closer and closer. Ash peered into the mist as the shadow itself became clear. No way. It can't be a Dragonite, whispered Ash, seeing the shadow. It's here. The signal, shouted Bill as he pressed the other button on the remote. The light from the lighthouse became multicolored and the sound Bill recorded started playing. Hearing the signal, the giant Pokémon started what seemed like singing. Bill was mesmerized with this while Ash was totally red. It seemed that Ash's guess was right and the giant Pokémon was Dragonite. It was singing what Ash would term as the mating proposal. Ash definitely did not want it to be here of all places, with a giant Dragonite professing his love for the female Dragonite, which did not exist. With Team Rocket. Meanwhile, the brave and sneaky Team Rocket was climbing the cliff to reach Bill's lighthouse. They had covered almost half of the distance and were diligently climbing when they took notice of Dragonite's song. "What beautiful music," said Jessie, drowning in the melody. "It's very haunting yet so sweet," said James as he too got lost in the melody. It was Meowth who noticed something very important, a giant Pokémon coming towards them. "Look, it's coming from that thing," shouted Meowth. Team Rocket, being Team Rocket, decided that this rare Pokémon would make a good collection to their team and decided to capture it. Capture it with a net they brought for a bunch of small Pokémon. "But it seems such a shame to aim at such a sweet creature," said James, a little unsure. With encouragement from Jessie and Meowth, James aimed for the Pokémon and released the missile, and that when things went to hell, for Team Rocket anyways. General POV. When a normal Pokémon is attacked like this, it will probably run. When a big Pokémon is attacked, it will try to fight back. However, when an enormous giant Pokémon that too in love is attacked by anyone, it gets enraged. And standing in proximity of an enraged Pokémon is never a good idea. Someone should have told this to Team Rocket. It might have saved them from blasting off again. Seeing that the first shot was ineffective, Jessie and James fired another round that did not do anything except annoy the Pokémon even more. One tail whip and Team Rocket was flying among the stars. The result of Dragonite's attack was that Bill hit his head on the wall and was knocked out, but Ash was still in the game. Seeing that Dragonite was out of control, also remembering that Vaporeon and Jolteon in the healing machine, Ash sent out Golduck to try to minimize the damage. Golduck used confusion on his tail to minimize the damage and use hypnosis on Dragonite, ordered Ash. Golduck tried to follow Ash's instructions, but being non-psychic type Pokémon, his confusion effect did not do much. However, Golduck was able to drive Dragonite's tail through the tip of tower rather than through the middle, was exceptional. Golduck then, without wasting time, jumped to reach Dragonite's eye level and used hypnosis, which appeared successful. However, it did no good as the asleep Dragonite started to fall towards the tower. Golduck, seeing this, tried to hold Dragonite with his confusion attack, which was useless. As Dragonite started to fall on the tower, Ash threw his hands outwards and a pink glow surrounded Dragonite. It was Ash's psychic powers coming in play. It was enough to stop Dragonite's descent, but not enough to do anything else or prevent it from falling on the lighthouse. Golduck, seeing this, again used confusion to help his trainer, but it was still not enough. Narrowing his eyes, Golduck tried it again, and this time with his jewel glowing, and released a much stronger attack. With their combined efforts, Ash and Golduck moved Dragonite and placed him on the beach. Ash gave a thumbs up to Golduck, who saluted Ash in return and fell on his back to sleep. After some time, or rather quite some time, it was almost morning, and a very tired Ash and Bill stood on the beach petting Dragonite, who had calmed down. Surprisingly, it was very docile. Though he was disappointed that there was no other female Dragonite, he took it quite well, even going as far as to liking Bill with his big tongue, drenching Bill with his saliva. Seeing the case of Dragonite solved, Ash entrusted the care of Vaporeon and Jolteon to Bill, who promised to take good care of the pair. Eevee was so taken with Ash that he wanted to go with him, and Ash did not refuse. He just asked the parent Ian Pokémon and captured the little guy after they approved. Bill also gifted him a set of 5 stones. Uncovering new information about the mysterious ways of Pokémon, Ash took his leave from Bill, after asking directions of course, and continued on his path to Pokémon Master. Ash was traversing across the beach once more to get to Vermilion City. Eevee was also walking, or rather skipping restlessly, as Ash let him out of his Pokeball. Many things fascinated Eevee, as he would get a glimpse of something, run ahead to see what it was, and came back empty-handed. Finally, after a long time, Eevee saw something red and shining and went to look. As luck would have it, it was not a thing, rather a Pokémon, a Krabby to be exact. Ash looked towards Eevee as he prepared to battle. Ash knew that there was nothing he could do to stop Eevee from battling, except the obvious recalling into the Pokeball thing. Therefore, he let him fight. He took out his Pokédex without speaking anything. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon. Krabby live on beaches, burrowed inside holes dug into the sand. On sandy beaches with little in the way of food, these Pokémon can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. The large pincers grow back if they are torn out of their sockets. If it senses danger approaching, it cloaks itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. The battle was nothing big. Krabby attacked first as he tried a vice grip attack, but Eevee dodged it gracefully. Eevee growled first at Krabby and then tacked it 3-4 times. The result was a knocked-out Krabby that Ash caught and sent it to Professor Oak's lab. Little Eevee jumped and celebrated his first win, while Ash just sighed, knowing that Eevee is going to cause far more trouble. Time skip, 2 days later, Vermilion City Pokémon Center, morning. Yes, Professor Oak, I will pick up the professor at time. Now please stop calling me every hour to remind it, said Ash, staring at the video screen. Sorry Ash, but I know how much do you train. I know that you'll forget if you started training. That's why I keep reminding you that. Now listen, I have one more favor to ask of you, replied Oak. I'm listening, said Ash with a sigh at his Gramps' antics. There has been some change of plans. Now with the Professor Birch, Norman Maple is also coming for a little vacation, said Oak. Who is Norman Maple? Asked Ash, thinking hard. Norman is a Hoenn League licensed gym leader. He specializes in normal-type Pokémon, replied Oak. I would like if you take a day off and show them around, since I'll be there by day after tomorrow, and promise me no Pokémon battle with Norman, added Oak, seeing Ash's mesmerized look. What? That's not fair. And are you seriously coming to Vermilion City? Said Ash incredulously. Now is that so hard to believe? Anyway, since they will arrive around midday, that leaves you with 1.5 days. So, will you do it? Asked Oak. Yes, sure Gramps. I think I could take a break. Eevee has become a giant pain these days. Bye, said Ash as he put down the receiver. And what Ash said was true. Eevee was one hyperactive little Pokémon, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for Ash to control his wild wishes, like trying to scare Pokémon. Ash had lost count about how many times he had to save himself from a swarm of Beedrill. Ash just hoped that Eevee's wild child phase ended quickly. Thinking about Eevee, Ash's mind wandered back when he scanned his newly acquired Pokémon, where he received one more surprise. Flashback, 2 days ago, evening. Making his way from the lighthouse, Ash had quickly reached Vermilion City by afternoon. Riding on Ponyta's back always did cut down the time in half. Checking in the Pokémon Center was the first thing his mind, which he did, and slept until evening when his carving for training woke him up. He got up, exchanged Pokémon from Professor Oak complaining about the stupid 6 Pokémon rule, and went to the forest to a secluded clearing. Throwing the Pokeballs, he called them out. They were his 6 newest Pokémon. Figuring that he did not know the moves of 3 of his Pokémon, he took out his Pokédex and scanned them. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon. Krabby live on beaches, burrowed inside holes dug into the sand. On sandy beaches with little in the way of food, these Pokémon can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. The large pincers grow back if they are torn out of their sockets. If it senses danger approaching, it cloaks itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. Name, Krabby. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Attacks, Bubble, Vice Grip, Leer, Harden. Krabby was the most normal. EV, the evolution Pokémon. EV has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to the environment in which it lives. Its irregularly configured DNA is affected by its surroundings. Radiation from various stones causes this Pokémon to evolve. Name, EV. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, male. Ability, Anticipation. Attacks, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack. Krabby was followed by a little packet of energy. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. In times of danger, it pulls its arms and legs inside its shell to protect from enemy attacks. It shelters itself in its shell, then strikes back with spouts of water at every opportunity. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in water, enabling this Pokémon to swim at high speeds. Name, Squirtle. Registered to, Ash Ketchum. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Attacks, Aura Sphere, Aqua Ring, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Bubble, Bite, Double Team. And Ash's jaw dropped to the floor, literally. He knew his luck was extraordinarily good but not to this extent. He had literally found a Pokémon with an aura-based attack. Hey, how cool is that? Beat that Gary, Ash yelled mentally as he drooled over the possibilities. End flashback. Just at that moment, Ash had decided to learn the finer art of aura. He started his Pokémon on training and took Squirtle with him. The teacher had become a student as Squirtle tried to teach Ash to form a basic aura sphere that would not explode in his face with a little success. And that blown-up aura sphere hurts like hell in words of Ash. Since the Hoenn party was coming tomorrow, Ash decided not to undergo aura training today. He left the Pokémon Center and decided to head to the beach for training in water. He selected a nice hidden area where people were less likely to stumble. Releasing all the Pokémon, he started them on warm-up exercises while he made plans in his diary according to the watery terrain that he selected. Okay Golduck, you are the leader. Take Krabby and Squirtle to the water and practice dodging. All three of you are to use water gun only. Dodge the incoming attack or nullify it using your own. Try to judge the power in incoming attack and select the best course, but do not forget to dodge, as it is as important. Always keep moving, as it is difficult to hit a moving target. Also try to attack while moving, it will do wonders for your aim, said Ash looking towards the three water Pokémon. Pidgeotto, you will also have to get wet today. I think we will do some resistance training today. If you ever face a water Pokémon, then this training will be crucial. Imagine if you ever are hit by a water attack, then with those wet wings you will not be able to fly much faster, not without practice at least. Fly in the sky, take a dive in water, and when you are again in the air try to fly as fast as you can. Try to discover how you can dry your wings faster and I'll help you in that, said Ash looking towards Pidgeotto. Since you already learned low sweep, start with running in the water along the shore. The resistance from the water will help your muscle mass as well as your speed. Then we will try to learn Ice Punch since you are weak to flying types. Okay go, said Ash looking at Machop, who nodded and went to start his training. Ash turned towards the sole Pokémon present in front of him, Eevee. Ash had a scary grin on his face according to Eevee. Eevee could not help but think this training was payback for all the troubles he caused for Ash. As for you Eevee, you just have to outrun me. I will even give you a 5-second head start. Go, said Ash grinning at Eevee, who fled in terror with Ash on his tail 5 seconds later. Needless to say, the training went scarily well. Ash helped his Pokémon when they were stuck, and those PRDS provided Eevee with well-needed rest. True to his word, Ash tried teaching Mach-Hop Ice Punch. It was a slow progress, but a progress nonetheless. Thinking that Ice Punch might come easier to Mach-Hop at night in cooler temperatures, they left it at that. Tired from all the work, Ash and his Pokémon returned in the evening to the Pokémon Center. Submitting his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, Ash went up to his room for a well-deserved rest. Time skip, evening. After sleeping for a while and freshening up, Ash again went out to train. Figuring that the next 2 days are going to be days of rest, he decided to push his Pokémon a little bit. Exchanging Pokémon from Professor Oak, he went to the forest outside the city to train some more. Releasing his Pokémon, he thought to put his Pokémon in a one-on-one mock battle. The first match, he decided, would be between Charmander and Geodude. He stood on the sidelines ready to take notes. The match looked to be rather one-sided since Geodude dominated most of the match. Geodude started with a rock polish, as a white aura enveloped him, increasing his speed. Charmander in retaliation fired a flamethrower, which Geodude dodged. Charmander fired more flamethrowers, but Geodude dodged every single one. The speed training that Ash made him do really improved his speed. Charmander, somewhat irritated at his inability to hit Geodude, used Dragon Dance to increase its attack as well as speed. With this increased speed, Charmander again fired a flamethrower. The attack was closing in so fast that Geodude was unable to dodge and was hit this time. Charmander, now more confident, fired another flamethrower again. However, this time Geodude used rollout attack to nullify the flamethrower and further went on to hit Charmander. Seeing as nothing was working, Charmander unleashed the smokescreen attack. Geodude again proved to be one step ahead as Charmander became victim of a super effective magnitude attack before much smoke could come out. From the beginning of the match, Charmander's rage was increasing continuously. When smokescreen did not work, Charmander's rage touched new heights. He felt something funny in his stomach, like something wanted to come out. There was a buildup of energy in his stomach, which traveled out of his mouth and became visible as an orange ball of energy. Not wanting for it to blow up in his face, Charmander let go it towards an unsuspecting Geodude who had no chance of evading this powerful dragon-type attack, Dragon Rage. Geodude, though, proved to be quite talented as it curled itself into a ball. Its outline shining yellow just before the attack hit, reducing the effect of the attack. Surviving the attack, Geodude unleashed his newly learned attack, at Professor Oak, Rock Blast. 3 light blue rings appeared and spun around Geodude's body. The rings then glowed white and turned into glowing white rocks that spun around Geodude's body as well. He then fired the glowing white rocks at Charmander, who was knocked out as a result. Ash called the match in Geodude's favor, picked up Charmander, placed it along a tree and sprayed it with a super potion. Charmander awoke and saw Ash. Its eyes were down in shame, but then he heard something. He heard his companions cheering, commenting on his strategy, motivating him, and most importantly the proud feeling in his trainer's eyes. Good work, Charmander. That was a great match. I did not expect this match to be so close since you were at a severe disadvantage. In addition, you learned Dragon Rage too. You should be proud of yourself, said Ash, looking at Charmander, who blushed. And you, Geodude, when were you going to tell me that you learned Rock Blast all by yourself? Good job, you really showed great instincts in the battle. Congratulations on winning the match. Now you sit here and watch the rest of the matches, said Ash, praising Geodude. Next match Ash decided was Bulbasaur vs Mach-Hop. Both Pokémon were equally matched. Matchups Karate Chop vs Bulbasaur's Tackle, Low Sweep vs Vine Whip were all equally matched. Though Bulbasaur's use of Leech Seed became a problem for Mach-Hop, and soon Mach-Hop was out cold. Ash praised both of his Pokémon. He also reminds them that they have to diversify their move set if they want to have any chance against strong opponents. Next match between Gloom and Krabby was over quickly, though Gloom had to run to avoid Krabby's Vice Grip. Eventually, due to lack of effective ranged attack, Krabby lost the match. However, if one would ask Ash, Gloom's use of Stun Spore, Sleep Powder and Mega Drain was a bit too much. Finished with all the matches, he recalled all of them back into their Pokeballs. Figuring that some aura training would not hurt, he sat down Indian style and tried to call his powers of aura. Due to his and Squirtle's effort earlier in controlling aura, this time it came easier to him. He tried to maintain an aura sphere while meditating, but the aura just dispersed into surrounding. Seeing this, an idea struck Ash, as rather than manipulating his own aura, he tried to manipulate the aura present in surrounding area, trying to establish a connection with his own aura. And connect to the surrounding he did. Hall of Origins. Ash felt the shift in aura, and that startled him a bit. He opened his eyes and found himself back in the Hall of Origins. Arceus was watching him bemusedly. "Welcome back, Chosen One. I did not expected you to form a connection this early, not without help at the very least," said Arceus in a deep voice. "How am I here?" "I thought I was in the forest," asked Ash. "I told you before, every Aura Guardian can connect with this place. Last time you came here accidentally. This time you yourself made the connection," replied Arceus. Not knowing what to say, Ash just stared at Arceus, who stared back. "So, how are you, Arceus?" asked Ash. Arceus stared at Ash a while longer and laughed a little. "Oh, I like you, Chosen One." "By the way, I'm fine," replied Arceus with a chuckle. "Hey, call me by my name." "Not this Chosen One stuff," said Ash with a huff. "Ha! You have a fiery spirit, Ash. You are going to go very far," said Arceus. "So what do I do here?" "You said it would take time to master my aura," asked Ash. "You should train more. After all, you do not want to do 3 hours of meditation just to get here, do you? I admit you do have a natural affinity to aura, and even then, you should be careful in using it. You need to have the basics down before even attempting such things. Basics which Squirtle cannot teach you," explained Arceus. "Oh," said Ash. "I think it's time for you to leave. You do not want to be in the forest late in the night after all. Also, might I suggest a trip to a waterfall? I believe it help you with the problem you are having." "Goodbye, Ash, we'll meet again soon," said Arceus as Ash's vision became blurry and he disappeared. "You should know that his luck is so strong that it is now tied with the very fabric of reality," said Palkia as he shimmered into the room. "Thought it causes him self-doubt sometimes," replied Arceus. "He will be fine, Lord Arceus. He is the Chosen One after all," replied Palkia as he disappeared again. Time skip, afternoon. It was now afternoon and Ash was waiting at the docks for the professor. Not much had happened today, so Ash was feeling a little lazy. He had thought of doing the gym battle before the guests from Hoenn arrive. That plan went down when the gym leader Lieutenant Surge was reportedly out of town, and so Ash decided to do it later. Sighing, Ash just stood at the docks for the ship to arrive. Finally, after a long wait, Ash could see the ship closing in. The large ship, SS, and finally docked, and out came the very people he was looking for. It was a group of 5, and the first person he saw looked to be Professor Birch. He wore a navy blue round neck t-shirt and olive green shorts. He had a traditional lab coat over those. He looked much younger than Oak and kept a beard that was totally connected with his short brown hair. He then moved his eyes to the man of the family, Norman Maple. He was dressed in a full standing collared red shirt with small black stripes. His hair was dark violet, almost black in shade. His black eyes were that of a veteran trainer. The woman standing next to Norman, his wife, was quite stunning in Ash's opinion. The brown wood-colored hair suited her very much. She wore a sleeveless light orange top with a dark orange skirt. A maroon sash was also tied on her waist. And her violet-colored eyes radiated warmness. Next, he saw a small boy looking at everything in wonder. He wore a white-collared green t-shirt and dark brown shorts. He also wore round spectacles on his black eyes, and his hair was a unique Oxford blue color. He looked to be around 8. Finally, he turned his eyes on the cute blue-eyed brunette almost his age. He could see the resemblance between mother and daughter. She was dressed in a red-collared sports shirt and indigo cycling shorts. She also wore a red bandana with a pokeball design on her head. He felt something electrifying as soon as his eyes met hers. The feeling left just as fast it came, and Ash shrugged in confusion and walked over to the group and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Ash. I've been sent by Professor Oak to pick you up," said Ash. "Oh yes, Professor Oak mentioned that he was sending a young trainer to receive us," replied Professor Birch. "Yeah, unfortunately Professor Oak couldn't make it here in time," replied Ash with an inaudible, "as always." "Oh, this is Norman Maple, his wife Caroline, his son Max and his daughter May," said Birch, introducing his companions to Ash. "Nice to meet you. Let's go, we can talk later at the hotel," said Ash as he escorted his guests towards the jeep he rented. Time skip, the next day. It was the beginning of a new day, though Ash was dreading waking up. After reaching the hotel, the Maples and Ash had engaged in small talks. He already knew about Norman being a normal-type trainer. Caroline, as he found out, was a housewife, though she was very active socially. She also had a passion for fashion and shopping which her daughter shared. By mere mentioning the word shopping had both mother and daughter with a burning fire in their eyes. Max's frantic look of terror and then pleading to Professor Birch to take him wherever he is going made Ash laugh, but that laugh faded when he realized that he would be the victim of said shopping spree. Max, as it turned out, was a very loud and curious boy. He was bookworm, to sum it up. He was very interested in Pokémon and almost demanded Ash to show him the Pokémon he had caught. Ash had promised him to show his Pokémon later. May, on the other hand, was little shy at first, which gradually decreased as the evening progressed. Ash also found out that she didn't like Pokémon that much. But he did not press the issue. Max specially liked to bug May, which often resulted in them fighting. Though anyone could see that they also cared for one another. After taking some time in waking up, he got up and got dressed in his training clothes. He remembered the promise he made to his Gramps about not training his Pokémon, but that didn't apply to his training. So, taking his Pokémon, he went to the seaside. He released all his Pokémon and sat down for meditation. After an hour of meditation, he went about some light jogging and stretches. After that came a spar with Machop. May was not an early riser, but the unfamiliar environment woke her up much early. She got tired quickly just sitting there and so decided to explore a little. It was her exploration which drawn her to the beach side. It was a beautiful scenery there and she just sat there and relaxed looking at the endless sea. It was during her trip back to hotel when she heard some grunting noises. Curiously moving in the direction of the sound, she saw a horse-like Pokémon with blue flames lying in the sand relaxing, surrounded by some other Pokémon. Putting the slight fear of Pokémon on the back burner, she strode forward to take a better look. It was then she saw Ash, who looked to be fighting with a Machop. She would have screamed if not for Ash speaking to Machop, who would nod and continue. It was mesmerizing to watch the bond between Ash and his Pokémon. Though she was around her dad's Pokémon all the time, she by choice never took an interest in them. She didn't want to intrude and so had no plans for disturbing him, but his sweaty visage was too much for her. A 12-year-old girl seeing a very fit and lightly muscled boy that too shirtless did not allow her to leave. Instead she just stared at him and Machop fighting, which was too good to look away, in her mind at least. Ash had known someone was there with his keen sense of hearing, but didn't pay much attention until he saw it was May standing there, who looked to be blushing. Figuring that the training was enough, he called for a stop and told Machop to relax too. He waved to May, letting it know he didn't mind her watch, the sparring not him, and approached her after wearing his shirt back. "Good morning, May," said Ash. "Good morning, Ash," said May, her voice squeaking a bit. "I thought you would still be sleeping." "What are you doing up this early?" asked Ash. "I was not that tired and thought I'll get an early start and just explore a bit," explained May. "Fair enough, and please excuse me, I am in need of a shower," replied Ash, scratching his head in a sheepish manner. "Yeah, you stink," said May jokingly, to which Ash also laughed. Ash woke up his Pokémon and recalled them back into their Pokeball, and then, being the gentleman he is, escorted May back to the hotel, leaving with a promise to meet up soon. Afternoon. It was around noon when Professor Oak reached Vermilion City. Though hearing about the impending shopping trip, he exchanged some pleasantries and was quick to escape with Birch and Max. This left Ash and Norman to carry the bags, and when I say bags, it really means a lot of bags. Thankfully, there was not a lot in terms of shopping in Vermilion City. First they hit the Pokémon store so that Norman could buy some stuff. Next they hit the departmental to shop for some clothes. Next and last stop was beachwear, which took the longest time as the mother-daughter pair tried every single one in their size, of course. Norman and Ash talked in the meantime. Norman found Ash very peculiar. The air around him screamed authority, but his presence was very calming. Though surprised at the mature level of conversation, in no time he was easily talking with Ash. Even Ash was surprised at this, because even in Pallet Town, with the exception of his mom, Gramps, and Gary, he was really awkward around others, especially around the adult males. And here he was talking to Norman about everyday stuff like an adult himself. The shopping for swimwear continued forever, a long 2 hours. Ash and Norman had officially run out of things to talk about. They met yesterday after all. They even had a 15-minute conversation on Pepsi versus Coca-Cola. After this pointless conversation they mutually agreed to not speak another word. Evening. It was in the evening when Oak returned with Max and Birch. Max, who had been literally bored to death, his words not mine, dragged Ash outside. On her mother's insistence, May also followed them out. Ash led to the ground around the hotel and released his Pokémon. Machop, Krabby, Eevee, Golduck, Charmander and Ponyta. Max knew a lot about Pokémon and he was aware of the existence of shiny Pokémon, but he never imagined that he would meet one, let alone 3. May though was surprised for a very different reason. She in general did not like Pokémon, but seeing Ponyta in all its glory left her speechless. For the first time in her life, she thought that Pokémon are beautiful. Maybe it was the effect of all the fairy tales, but seeing the blue flames on Ponyta's shining white fur left her mesmerized. Looking at his other Pokémon playing with Max, she smiled. I did not even realize what I was missing, maybe Pokémon aren't that bad. With a smile she headed back for dinner, followed by an excited Max and Ash. It was an eventful dinner that night. Long story short, Oak asked Norman about his vacation plans and he revealed that they'll be boarding SS and tomorrow evening to visit Fuchsia City, Cinnabar Islands and Celadon City, followed by a road trip to Vermilion City via Saffron City. Oak's mentioning of Ash's upcoming gym battle had Max pleading with him to let him watch because his father did not allow him during the gym matches. After getting an okay from the parents, Ash had promised to take him to his gym battle. Oak himself would be going to Pallet Town with Birch and will do their research there and would leave in morning. So, after taking dinner the whole group split up to go to their respective beds bar Ash, who went out for some training. The next day, outside Pokémon Center. It was morning and Ash was waiting for Max and May, who also wanted to watch, much to the surprise of her parents. It was 11 a.m. already when Max and May arrived and they left for the gym. Going to the gym they saw a kid trying to force a Pikachu by its tail. Ash recognized the trainer, it was the same idiot trainer from Pallet Town. "Come on Pikachu, this time we'll win," yelled the kid trying to drag Pikachu forcefully. Pikachu got terrified at the aspect of battle and loosened a thunder shock on its trainer. Richard, or whatever his name was, shocked again. It has been a usual thing to happen since he started his journey. But today was different. You could say it was the last straw for him, as his own Pokémon shocked him for the millionth time. "I've had it with you. You are an absolutely worthless Pokémon who is so useless," said Richard. "Yeah, let's call him Richard," taking out Pikachu's Pokeball. A blue light came from the Pokeball and without sparing any glance towards Pikachu, he just walked away. May and Max could only look in horror as the trainer abandoned his Pokémon in front of them. It was only yesterday when May had realized the beauty of Pokémon, and today she met with its ugly counterpart. Overcoming her fear of Pokémon for the very first time, she went over to Pikachu and picked him up slowly. It was then she noticed that Pikachu barely had any energy left and was quite pale. She brought him back to the Pokémon Center, handing over Pikachu to Nurse Joy and told her everything. Nurse Joy checked Pikachu thoroughly and declared that except some bruising everything was fine and Pikachu had just not eaten properly and will wake up in 2 to 3 hours. May thanked Nurse Joy profusely. Ash had seen Richard in Pewter City and he knew that Richard was a fool. It seems he was blaming his shortcomings on his Pokémon, especially Pikachu. Ash shook his head in annoyance. He didn't like the way these people treat Pokémon. Seeing that May was already tending to Pikachu, he dialed Professor Oak's in his Pokédex. Oak had told him the previous night about this function. He told him how foolish this trainer was ranted for quite some time. Though Oak had told him that, unfortunately, many trainers do the same and since Richard had not done anything else nothing could be done. Again shaking his head in annoyance, Ash entered the Pokémon Center a moment later. Max had then asked Ash if he would fight in the gym today, ignoring May's sharp look. Ash waved her concern and replied that since Pikachu was okay, there was no real reason to postpone the match. He got up, thanked Nurse Joy and with a promise to be back later he went outside followed by a once again hyper Max and May. Vermilion Gym. Ash was very excited for this match. He had known about Vermilion City Gym being electric type. Its gym leader Lieutenant Surge was apparently very strong that 16 Pokémon were admitted to the Pokémon Center this month. Though seeing that most of the challengers were amateur battling with Rattata, Oddish and Sandshrew. One kid even challenged Surge with a Pidgey. He shook his head and went inside. Inside they were greeted by 3 people who looked like guitarists in a rock band. "Hello, I've come for the Thunder Badge," said Ash stepping inside. "Boss, another victim for the emergency room," said a guitarist to someone behind him. That someone was the very tall Lieutenant Surge as he came into the light. To Max he looked like a 3-story building. Even Ash was a little intimidated by Surge's height. He wore an unbuttoned black jacket with black jeans and boots. "Who is the challenger?" asked Surge. "Is this the gym leader you have to beat?" asked May, mentally comparing him to her father. "Welcome to Vermilion Gym," said Surge, walking over to May attempting to hug her, keyword being attempted as Ash stretched an arm pushing May behind him and away from Surge. I believe I am your challenger," said Ash in a curt tone. "Okay baby, let's get on with it," said Surge, leading them to the arena slightly unnerved. Pokémon Challenge now begin. Only one Pokémon may be used. "The gym leader has chosen Raichu," said the announcer. Ash took out the Pokédex and scanned Raichu. Raichu, the mouse Pokémon and the evolved form of Pikachu. Its electrical attacks may reach 10,000 volts. It discharges electricity from its tail, so it is not harmed by its own power. This Pokémon exudes a weak electrical charge from all over its body that makes it take on a slight glow in darkness. When its electricity builds, its muscles are stimulated, and it becomes more aggressive than usual. "Wow, a Raichu, I've never seen one in real," said an excited Max. "If you want to become a Pokémon master, you should evolve it as soon as you catch it. Ask that guy which came few days ago with a measly Pikachu," said Surge, bragging. "Oh, this guy gets on my nerve, I'm going to humiliate him," thought Ash, and send out his first, or in this case his only Pokémon. "I choose you." "Pidgeotto," said Ash, throwing a Pokeball. Max facepalmed. He was really excited to see a Pokémon battle between 2 trainers, and Ash, as it turned out, in his head, doesn't even know about strengths and weakness. May had a thoughtful look on her face as she observed Ash. He looked determined and she felt the same aura that her father felt with Ash. She somehow knew that Ash has chosen his Pokémon for a reason and he is likely going to win. "Ash, you do know that flying-type Pokémon are weak against electric-type Pokémon," said Max. "There is no way you can win this match with Pidgeotto," thought Max. "Max, type advantage isn't everything," said Ash, and continued, "Ready when you are, Urge." "Oh sorry Surge." Lieutenant Surge was a man of military. There was one time when he valued DSPLN over everything. But time changes everything. And time had made Surge into an egotistical and prideful person. Hearing Ash's insult had him clenching his fists. He motioned for the referee to start the match. The challenger has chosen Pidgeotto. No time limit. Let the battle begin, said the announcer. Okay Raichu, let's show him our Thunder Shock, roared Surge. Pidgeotto double team, ordered Ash calmly. Raichu release a burst of energy towards Pidgeotto when multiple copies of Pidgeotto appeared and she successfully dodged the attack. Pressing into the advantage, Ash ordered another attack. Pidgeotto, use feint attack, ordered Ash. At this time a normal tackle would have sufficed since there were so many copies of Pidgeotto. Multiple Pidgeotto doing multiple feint attack was bound to hit, and hit it did. Raichu was stuck at his side by the attack. Raichu, use Thunder Shock to dispel the copies, ordered Surge. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack Rapid Fire, ordered Ash. All the copies of Pidgeotto were dispelled by the Thunder Shock and Pidgeotto scored another 2 hits. Raichu, use Mega Kick, ordered Surge. Pidgeotto, retreat, said Ash still calm. Raichu, show him the power of an evolved electric Pokémon. Use Thunderbolt full scale, barked Surge. Pidgeotto, steel wing into the ground, ordered Ash. The ferocious electric attack of Raichu blinded everyone in the arena. The glass windows shattered and cracks formed in the arena, resulting in huge amount of dust covering the whole arena. Thankfully the structural integrity of the gym was not affected. A voice spoke just as the dust was clearing out. The end of the match, said Surge, a bit smug knowing no flying-type Pokémon could survive that move. Not yet, replied Ash calmly, and everybody stared at him in confusion. They got their answer as the dust cleared to reveal a panting Raichu and an unharmed Pidgeotto partially hiding behind his glowing wing. Basic science, Surge, steel is a good conductor of energy and so is ground. It means your attack was just like you, useless, said Ash in a mocking tone. Pidgeotto used his wing as ground and dodged the attack. I never seen anyone fight like Ash, said Max with stars in his eyes, though only May heard it. Raichu, give it another dose of your attack, yelled Surge. Raichu tried to summon more electricity but instead just produced meager sparks apparently out of electricity. I think Raichu ran out of juice. Now, it's my turn. Pidgeotto, use Mud Slap then end it with Twister, said Ash. Pidgeotto slapped her wings on the ground and twin streams of sand rose which hit Raichu in the face. After delivering a super effective attack, Pidgeotto released a Twister attack on an unsuspecting Raichu. When the Twister died down, Raichu was lying unconscious on the ground with swirls in his eyes. Surge bowed his head in defeat and recalled Raichu without uttering any word. Ash did the same after congratulating Pidgeotto for a job well done. Congratulations, Ash. As proof of your victory, here is a Thunder Badge, said Surge with a defeated expression, taking the badge out of his pockets and handing it to Ash with a nod of respect. Ash took the badge, turned and left the gym without saying any word, with May and Max following behind. Time skip, evening. Ash was walking down the harbor after the Maples boarded the SSN. He had already gained a fan in Max, who had declared him to be his new idol. Norman seemed very impressed when Max told him about the events, while Caroline just rolled her eyes in amusement. Even May was impressed now that she had more interest in Pokémon. Speaking of May, another thing happened when they reached the Pokémon Center and inquired about Pikachu. Pikachu, who was quite awake when they reached the Pokémon Center, had immediately jumped on May, nuzzling her cheeks. May swallowed her first instinct to scream and started petting Pikachu in return. Pikachu had liked May to such an extent that he was sad to see May go. In spur of moment, Pikachu decided to go on with the human female who had shown him such affection. That was how May got her first unofficial Pokémon. Ash had just given her a Pokeball to catch it. There was a time when Pikachu was very scared of a Pokeball, but having some awful experiences had made him realize that there were more horrifying things to be scared of. He happily went inside the Pokeball. Musing on these things, Ash came upon 3 people, well, 2 people and a cat, standing near an abandoned building talking in hushed tones. Team Rocket, thought Ash as he ducked behind a tree to try to listen to the conversation. Ash could not hear what scheme Team Rocket was cooking now and was about to get closer when another man in black t-shirt with red R on it came running. "Have you handed out the tickets of the Saint and Cruise?" asked James to the new goon. "No sir, one batch of tickets is still remaining," answered the goon nervously. "What? You know the ship leaves soon. Go out there now and give those tickets as fast as you can. Use any excuse so that they take it, but that ship should be filled with as many Pokémon trainers as you can find," ordered Jesse. "Meanwhile we'll talk with the boss," said James, and the trio went inside the building and the goon walked away hurriedly, no doubt to give those tickets. Given what Ash just heard, he knew Team Rocket was planning something big. That too, on Saint and in which the Maples were traveling. Debating mentally and apparently reaching a decision, he set out on his next task. What has Ash decided? What is his task? How will Ash save the Maples and other passengers of St. Anne? Ash's team in hand. Ponyta, Double Kick, Flame Wheel, Morning Sun, Horn Drill, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Stomp, Attract. Pidgeotto, Gust, Feint Attack, Steel Wing, Air Cutter, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Double Team, Mud Slap, Twister. Golduck, Future Sight, Hypnosis, Calm Mind, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Disable, Confusion, Water Pulse, Fury Swipes, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Double Team, Psychic. Eevee, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack. Charmander, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Metal Claw, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Facade, Dragon Rage. Squirtle, Aura Sphere, Aqua Ring, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Bubble, Bite, Double Team. With Professor Oak. Geodude, Tackle, Defense Curl, Rock Polish, Rock Throw, Rollout, Rock Blast. Gloom, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Absorb, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Double Team, Sludge Bomb, Toxic. Bulbasaur, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Take Down. Krabby, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack. Machop, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Seismic Toss, Low Sweep. Chapter 11, Raging Sea and the Island of Giants. Ash was on St. Anne's deck waiting for its departure. Getting the tickets was surprisingly easy given the condition of that desperate goon. Hearing the loud horn of the ship, he turned around and started to walk back inside. He nodded to a few people while walking who were really police officers in disguise. Hearing Team Rocket's plan, Ash had decided to involve police given the large-scale plan of Team Rocket. Not having more than a moment's notice, Ash had quickly hatched a plan and boarded the ship along with police disguised as Pokémon trainers, changing Eevee for Bulbasaur and Machop for Charmander. It was actually very easy to get tickets given the desperate goon of Team Rocket. The hard part was to actually prevent the scheme cooked up by Team Rocket. 20 police officers undercover were spread throughout the ship. For security reasons, Officer Jenny was not among them as she was too recognizable. They were on the lookout for any signs of trouble and were trying to identify the members of Team Rocket among the staff. For this reason only the staff was not informed about the mission. It is a mission, isn't it? Only the captain had vague knowledge of the plan. Ash didn't have to pretend to be a trainer to enter the ship. But he was part of the mission. Officer Jenny had reluctantly allowed Ash to go as part of the team. He was instructed to scout the ship and diverting attention from disguised officers. The diverting part was easy as there was so much to see that nobody bothered them. The scouting part left Ash flabbergasted. The sheer size of the ship was large, very large. The deck itself had 5 floors, all of them fully furnished and having different activities and facilities for Pokémon and trainers alike. Since the ship was huge, there was room for 2,800 people on the ship including the staff. There were 3 swimming pools for trainers, Pokémon and both. Many trainers were standing near the railings enjoying the view. There was a steam room, rest rooms, entertainment room and many more which he didn't bother to see. As he came inside the main hall he was again mesmerized by the sheer size. The hall was huge and there were lots of trainers inside the hall. There was an all-you-can-eat buffet and tables were lying around filled with food. There were few shops here and there. One was selling Pokeballs at discounted prices while others were selling Pokemon merchandise like t-shirts, necklaces, rings, earrings, bracelets and many more. Browsing the shops Ash heard the sound of battle and immediately rushed towards the source. He arrived to see a rich, regal-looking man battling with a teenager. Ash could tell that it was just an exhibition Pokemon battle, not an actual fight. The man wore a rich-looking suit, had glasses, a stick and a magician's hat. Despite his regal look one could have easily mistaken him for an actual magician. He has Eradicate which he had sent for battle. His opponent was normal-looking teenager, green t-shirt and blue jeans. He had chosen Starmie for the battle. Ash's first instinct was to remind them that they are battling inside a ship with many bystanders around but held himself seeing a referee. It was a short match with Starmie using spinning tackle and Raticate using high jump kick with both taking damage. Raticate then used Super Fong which dealt a critical hit right on Starmie's core and Starmie was knocked out. The match as Ash predicted was a practice match with the man encouraging the team to keep building Starmie's strength. The man then confidently challenged the crowd for any other brave challenger in his words. Ash was about to leave but stopped when he heard a familiar voice replying with yes. Ash turned his eyes on the source and found himself looking at the young visage of Max, only Max, with a somewhat reluctant Pikachu behind him. He really wanted to stop Max from battling as he did not see May or his parents anywhere but he could not afford to draw this much attention to himself. He held back and waited for what was about to be a sure defeat of Max. The match did not lasted long. The whole crowd knew that the match won't long. It was a battle between 2 mouse Pokemon with one mouse being 8 times bigger than the other. The crowd knew that Raticate would be the winner. Pikachu did not even listen to Max's orders, fully intent on taking down the bigger mouse. The crowd had already decided the winner in their heads. But imagine their surprise when a thunderbolt from Pikachu knocked out Raticate. Even Ash was surprised seeing the outcome, so was Max's opponent who recalled Raticate and quietly slipped off the hall. Max's celebration was cut off by a bop on his head courtesy of May looking like an angry tigress. She grabbed Max by his shirt and dragged him off to Arceus knows where to dish out the punishment. Ash quietly followed them at a distance knowing that Pikachu has become a target due to its earlier display. Seeing the two joining their parents, Ash breathed a bit easier. Now more focused on his surroundings, Ash saw a vendor setting up his shop. Curious that the vendor was late and dressed a little shabby, just Ash's sharp observation, he went to take a look. "Excuse me, what are you selling?" asked Ash pointing towards the big aquarium. "You are in luck, boy. Come on, take a look here," replied the vendor as he pulled off the cloth. Ash was expecting to see some pearls or something. He did not expect a red fish floating, or rather trying to float in the water. "It is the king of all carp, Magikarp. See how healthy it is," said the vendor picking it out of the water and handing it to Ash. The Magikarp started flailing in Ash's hands. In all of Ash's younger years, he had handled lots of Magikarp in Oaks Ranch. He knew flailing means the Magikarp does not know how to swim. It was very rare for a Magikarp this big to not know how to swim. Ash's eyes narrowed in suspicion for a moment. If it does not know how to swim means it's a baby Magikarp or was stolen as a baby. There is something definitely wrong with this man, thought Ash. Just between you and me, this Magikarp is like a gold mine. A Magikarp lay 1,000 eggs at a time. Each of those 1,000 baby Magikarp lay 1,000 more. 1,000 times 1,000 makes 1,000,000. Each of those 1,000,000 then lay another 1,000 eggs will make it 1,000,000,000 Magikarp. You can sell one Magikarp for $100 and have tons of money in 3 generations. You are going to be very rich man, a very rich man, said the salesman gleefully. Ash paid $100 to the man and took Magikarp's Pokeball. Recalling it, Ash looked around to see if anyone was watching. Seeing all the people were busy and enjoying, Ash decked the man so hard, that he fell down almost unconscious. Getting back his $100, he signaled a policeman to his location and told him of his suspicions. He then quietly left the stall. Meanwhile, at an unknown location. Inside a dimly lit room, a big black screen could be seen. Slowly, as if it was turned on, the blank screen was divided into 16 sections showing images from several spy camera. A man could be seen sitting on a throne-like chair petting a Persian watching the screens with interest. Fufufu. It won't be long now. Soon, people will fear the might of Team Rocket, said the man in the shadows. Back at St. Anne's. An announcement of a special event had herded people into the Great Hall. Seeing that Team Rocket was making its move, some officers hid themselves just outside the Great Hall. The rest of the officers moved to the edges of the Great Hall. Soon as all the trainers, well almost, were gathered in the Great Hall, all the doors closed with a bang. The waiters all ripped their costumes and came emerging in Team Rocket costumes. A black t-shirt with matching black trousers with black hat and a black mask. A big red R could be seen on their t-shirts. Each grunt had some kind of mechanical backpack having Blastoise like cannons on either side. Jesse and James announced themselves in their usual garb and usual motto, making Ash sigh. To protect the world from devastation, Jesse. To unite all people within our nation, James. Yeah, we've all heard of it. Would you please move on, shouted Ash from among the crowd. Jesse bristled at the audacity of a trainer to interrupt their motto while Meowth sighed in annoyance. James on the other hand was looking a bit lost and constantly scanning the crowd. Team Rocket will take possession of your Pokémon now, announced Jessie, regaining her composure. Hearing Jessie's unspoken command, all the Rocket grunts faced the crowd and turned on the machines on their backs. The machines started skiing in air at a tremendous force. But were unable to SCK even a single Pokeball. All they could SCK was some pretty cheap jewelry. Seeing that the machines were not working as expected, the goons started harassing the trainers. Give me your Pokemon, said a goon to May. Before he could say anything, May's Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt attack on the goon. Seeing the goon out of commission by Pikachu's attack, all the trainers were inspired and started fighting back. Soon the Great Hall became a battleground with Team Rocket goons falling like dominoes. Seeing the state of their fellow Rocket members, Jesse and James quietly slipped off the hall and ran towards the deck. The hidden police members chose that moment to reveal themselves both inside and outside. They handcuffed all the Rocket goons as well as Jesse and James. All the while Ash just stood and watched with a mix of surprise and happiness. Back at the same hidden location. No. This was not the way the plan was supposed to go, yelled the man looking at the screens. Muttering to himself about incompetence of members, he fished out a cuboid-shaped box from his pocket. Guess it can't be helped. Can't have all those members get arrested. Their punishment shall be death, said the man, opening the box to reveal a red button. With a small glance at the screen, he pressed the red button and promptly left the room without even a backward glance. The screens turned off automatically as he left the room. Back at the ship. Seeing the police securing all the Rocket members, Ash sighed at getting the job done. The trainers were all cheering at their victory. Ash quietly started to make his way towards the Maple family when all of a sudden his senses went haywire. Everyone hold on to something, yelled Ash at the top of his voice, unknowingly adding aura to his voice. Good thing too, since people listened to him. Confusion was evident as trainers looked at each other before grabbing something to hold on. It was then it happened. A loud blast was heard and the ship shook violently. Many of the trainers who were able to hold on to something were just a little shaken. Others went flying as the ship lurched sideways violently. Knowing that they don't have enough time, all ran towards the deck to get into the boats. Ash reached the Maple family and helped them up after some shocked exclamations. In return he received a surprise that May was nowhere to be found. Norman. Where is May? Asked Ash, his voice full of worry. She went that way to find Pikachu, said Norman, holding his bleeding head. Here, Caroline, use this. Now hurry towards the lifeboats, said Ash, giving her some bandages. But what about May? We need to search for her, yelled Caroline. I promise to bring her back to you. Safe and sound. Now go, said Ash, looking at Caroline in the eye. Seeing the fierce look in Ash's eyes, she nodded and with the help of Mac supported her husband towards the lifeboats. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Ash will be true to his word and would bring her daughter back. Ash hurried in the direction pointed by Norman. It led to the inner part of the ship and Ash was going as fast as he could, considering. If had taken a glimpse outside, he would have seen the storm brewing, but he did not. All his focus was on finding May. He searched for quite some, seeing no signs of May or Pikachu. It was then he heard some voices coming. He ran towards there to find May inside the room, trapped beneath a wide steel pipe. Pikachu was in teary eyes as he tried to remove the pipe with all his might. May, Ash shouted in both joy and worry. May, who was in pain, could only whimper in pain while Pikachu pulled on his trousers, pointed at May and the pipe again and again. Golduck, Machop, I need your help, said Ash, revealing Golduck. Golduck, use Psychic to lift the pipe. Machop, you help in lifting the pipe, ordered Ash. It was easier than it looked as Machop and Golduck effortlessly lifted the pipe and Ash pulled May from underneath it. May had tears, of gratitude and of pain, rolling down as she mumbled thank you as Ash gently hugged her, trying to ease her pain. Thanking both Machop and Golduck, Ash recalled them and bandaged May's legs. The storm had taken a turn for the worse as the waves had already started forming. A particularly big wave hit the ship with enormous force and flipped the ship on its back. What it resulted in was Ash shielding May's body with his and getting knocked out by hitting his head. May also passed out in pain. It left only a disoriented Pikachu. On the outside, the people watched as the ship was flipped by the wave. Many were injured but felt they were saved. Fortunately of them, the presence of police members has helped them in organizing the lifeboats quickly. Where is Ash? Asked a police member. Norman, his wound now bandaged, snapped his head as heard Ash's name. How do you know Ash? Asked Norman in surprise. He was the one who told us about the plan of Team Rocket. In fact, all this planning was done by him, said the police member. The people had looks of wonder on their faces as they realized that their life and Pokémon were saved because of Ash. And they did in fact owe their life to Ash. The blast was not Plan B, no, it was the endgame of Plan A. No survivors meant no involvement of Team Rocket. But where is he? Asked another police officer. And with one sentence a hero became a martyr. He is inside. Looking for my daughter, said Norman, holding back his tears but failing. And the ship started sinking in the raging waters. They all watched from the boats as the ship was completely submerged and no one came out of the ship. All the people were looking sadly at the now grieving family. Even the arrested Rocket members were frowning. They were okay with stealing Pokémon but not with actual killing. Wow, talk about morals. Thinking about how their own boss had not only abandoned them but had also actively tried to kill them, they were forced to ponder on their chosen path of crime and the resulting quick ticket to jail. Line break. Inside the ship was another matter. Since the ship actually did not break, surprisingly, some rocket goon is going to get fired, and was just overturned. The water was filling the ship level by level despite the fact that it was already inside the water for a long time. It was actually a good thing that the ship was turned over, which meant that Ash, May and Pikachu were apparently safe from drowning, for now. May, wake up. May. May, said Ash, shaking her shoulders trying to wake her up. May stirred awake to see Ash and Pikachu both having worried faces. She sat up with the help of Ash and looked around to see the lights beneath her. Are you okay? Asked Ash. Yeah. But why is everything upside down? questioned May. The ship flipped over and sunk. Just take a look out of the window, said Ash pointing towards the window. May looked outside the window to see the water and a swarm of Goldeen swimming along the windows. Pikachu, are you okay? Asked May, hugging Pikachu to her chest, who gave a copy of affirmative. What will we do, Ash? Questioned May. Well, the good news is because of the air inside, the water will fill the ship very slowly. The bad news is that the ship is flipped upside down, which means the deck, the easiest place to escape from, is downwards and filled with water and could be blocked, explained Ash as he took out a Pokeball. There is an easy way to check. Come on, we must not waste any more time, said Ash, leading the way along the corridor to the staircase. What now? We can either go up, which is actually down, or we can go down, which is actually up. Ag, it's all so confusing, said May. Every ship has the whole layout of ship, or rather the map of the ship, on every floor. It is so that the passengers and the crew don't get confused about they are and where they are going. More often than not it is mounted on the walls near stairs or elevators. Let's look for it first, explained Ash. After a few moments of searching they found it near the elevators. Looking over it they realized that the deck was only 2 floors below them. Ash sent Squirtle below to look for an exit to the deck. Squirtle came back empty-handed, finding the way to the deck blocked. Ash thanked Squirtle and recalled her back. Since the way down is blocked, we must reach all the way down of the ship to the engine room. It's where the hull is the thinnest. We can make our escape from there. Let's go, we don't have time to waste. The water is rising, said Ash as he checked May's bandage again and rose to help her. Since May was having trouble walking, Ash was supporting her. May had one of her hands on Ash's shoulder for support while Ash was holding May by her slim waist. If anyone else was present, they would have seen the tomato-red face of May being in such close proximity of Ash. Thankfully, no one else was there to see her embarrassment. They ran into their first challenge when the way to the engine room, which was actually going down, now ran up to the ceiling with no support whatsoever. The problem was taken care of quickly by combined efforts of Mach-Hop and Golduck. The next obstacle was of similar nature and presented even more challenge as the stairs were inverted and broken while the lower part was burning. This time it was Bulbasaur who came to rescue. Okay Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Extend the vines all over to the other side, ordered Ash, pointing towards the gate. Bulbasaur did as Ash said and used Vine Whip to make a sort of bridge over the burning floor, or ceiling if you will. Let's go May, said Ash, extending his hands towards her. May looked at Ash, his outstretched hand then at the makeshift bridge and then at the burning ceiling, upside down. Seeing the fear and reluctance in her eyes, Ash moved towards May and picked her bridal style despite her protests. Trust me, was all Ash said, looking directly in May's eyes. May's reply was a whispered, always, surprising both Ash and herself. All the while Pikachu grinned in the background. Not wanting to waste the moment and time, Ash stepped on the vines, carefully made his way to the gates of engine room. After reaching there and putting May down, he recalled Bulbasaur praising him for a good job. As they reached the engine room, Ash first grabbed 2 life jackets. Putting one on May first, he then donned his. Looking around the room he found some rope, so he picked 2. He called out Golduck and Squirtle and tied one end of ropes to his Pokémon. The other end of ropes he tied on May and himself, May with Golduck and he and Squirtle. His one look towards Pikachu was enough to send him in his now less detested Pokeball. May watched as Ash diligently worked out the plan to escape. She was pleasantly surprised when Ash told Pikachu to go back in his Pokeball, and he did without fuss. The respect for Ash in her eyes rose even more. She continued watching him as he called his magnificent Ponyta. Ponyta, I need you to make a hole through the hull of the ship with your flame, ordered Ash as he stood ready for the influx of water, Ponyta's Pokeball in one hand and May's waist in other. As Ponyta started on her work, Ash explained his plan to May. As soon as Ponyta's makes a hole, the water will come in rapidly. Brace yourself for the first contact. As soon as the water starts coming in, it will fill rapidly and the level will rise. Our life jackets will let us stay afloat. When we'll be near the hole, take a deep breath and hold it and we'll exit through this hole. Got it? Explained Ash. Ponyta was also almost done too, and not a moment too soon the hull was breached and water started pouring in. Ash had recalled Ponyta in a flash to save her from drenching. Soon as the water started rising and reached the level of hole, and gave May a nod, receiving one in return, and took a deep breath, and they were off. The last passengers of St. Anne's were now en route to the surface. Pokémon Center. Vermilion City. The Pokémon Center of Vermilion City was filled to the brim. All the passengers except the rocket members were lounging around the Pokémon Center. Since St. Anne's was monitored by the police, in case something goes wrong, which it did, the rescue operation was organized very quickly. The police rescue operations ship PN-16 was deployed, and all the passengers minus Ash and May were rescued from the lifeboats. In time too, since the storm was getting worse. The rocket members sat in onboard jail, each was handcuffed. Not that they would have ran knowing their boss wanted them dead. They were seriously contemplating their life decisions. The other passengers were thankful that they survived this ordeal, but at the same time a little sad at the passing of their savior. The most affected was the Maple family. Max had fainted due to shock while Caroline was weeping uncontrollably. Her cries were full of anguish capable of melting even the iciest of heats. Norman was trying to put on a brave face, but he failed miserably. His only thought was to just pray for a miracle and hope that Ash and May would still be alive. In the middle of nowhere. There are 3 levels of good luck in this world: lucky, very lucky, and Ash. A lucky person would find an occasional quarter, a very lucky person may win a lottery. But only Ash can survive underwater in a sinking ship, escaping the ship and breaking the surface of water, getting SCKED up in the cyclone created by the storm and waking up relatively unharmed on a beach. And that's exactly how we found them. Ash and the Pokémon, being more durable, were just shaken up. May was relatively lucky as Ash unintentionally cushioned her fall again. In spite of that, her leg had a small shallow wound which was bleeding. At the moment Ash was waking up. "Uff. What hit me?" mumbled Ash as he tried to get his bearings straight. Ash tried to remember what happened, and the memories came rushing to him. Him calling Ponyta to melt the ship's hull, recalling her back the moment the hull broke, holding his breath in anticipation as the water level rose, Squirtle and Golden getting out of the hole carrying them both, and finally getting to the surface. Ash groaned loudly as he remembered what came next. They found some pieces of rubble big enough for both of them, on which they promptly climbed on. He then sent Pidgeotto to look for land, which reminded him. "Pidgeotto! Where is she?" Ash shouted in panic. He received an amused laughter in response. He looked up and was immediately relieved as could clearly see Pidgeotto perched on a tree. Only when she pointed towards May, who was still clearly unconscious, did Ash notice her wounded leg. He swore loudly and looked for supplies in his backpack. Even though everything was drenched in water, he found his med kit with 3 sealed bandages in it. He quickly wrapped one around May's leg and sighed in relief, thanking Pidgeotto for her quick thinking, now knowing who was responsible for waking him up. He also recalled Squirtle and Golduck after spraying a super potion on them. Thankfully that stuff is waterproof. He made May more comfortable as sat down waiting for her to wake up, continuing his thought process. Pidgeotto was out looking for land when the storm took a turn for the worse. He would have worried more about Pidgeotto if that mini cyclone hadn't popped from nowhere. They had tried to escape using Golduck and Squirtle but still got caught up in the cyclone, and they ended up here. Ash sighed and took out his Pokédex. Due to water getting inside the Pokédex, it was not working properly. Fortunately for Ash, the distress signal was working, but unfortunately the call function was not. Now he just had to wait for someone to see that signal and rescue them. Police Station, Vermilion City. "There is a call for Officer Jenny," was the announcement on the speaker. Jenny went to see who the caller was. It turned out to be Professor Oak. She had already informed Oak about everything, starting from Ash's plan for Team Rocket, his attempt to find May to his not coming back. "Officer, Ash's Pokédex just sent out a distress signal," said Oak. "What? Are you sure?" asked Jenny. "Yes, I'm quite sure. I tried calling him but it's not going through." "Can you please check, officer?" said Oak. "Yes, I'll put this on priority." "Send me the coordinates please, Professor," replied Jenny in a determined voice. She quite liked that kid with a sharp mind. What about May?" asked Jenny with a little hesitation. "I'm not sure, Jenny. The location doesn't even tells us it's Ash who is sending that distress signal. But I believe that it's Ash and May is with him," he finished. "I really hope you are right, Professor," replied Jenny as she cut the call. "I want search helicopters ready and I want them ready now," barked Jenny as everyone started following orders with a renewed vigor. Island in middle of nowhere. Ash was sitting in the same place where he woke up. May had thankfully woken up a while ago. The food was no problem as Ash had wandered around and collected some edible berries. It was a waiting game now. Since May couldn't move around much, they decided to stay on the shore itself. Ash didn't want it to wander too far away from May, especially in May's current condition. Good thing too is what they didn't know that the island they were in was the famous Pokémon land featuring various Pokémon about 10 times their size. And currently those giants Pokémon were having a fight among themselves due to a glitch courtesy of the storm. To go in deeper would have meant suicide in this condition. A while later, Ash woke up from his nap hearing some sound. Turned out to be the sound of a chopper. Ash, thanking his lucky start, sent out Ponyta to signal their location. Having paid attention in school about what to do in case you didn't have a flare gun really paid off. The answer, a short burst of ember. The chopper, guided by the ember shot, landed on the shore. From inside came out Jenny along with her officers, followed by a medic. The medic checked May first on Ash's insistence and declared her fine, praising Ash for his first aid skills. May was just advised to rest for a few days. It was followed by a quick checkup of Ash where he too was declared fine. Jenny just shook her head fondly at Ash and hugged him tightly. That kid had wormed his way to her heart somehow. Not romantically, he was still too young for that. It was a familial feeling, one you would feel for your brother or sister. "Don't scare your sister like that," said Jenny, still holding on to Ash tightly. "But I don't have any," was the muffled reply of Ash. "Well, now you do," replied Jenny, causing Ash to hug Jenny harder. Vermilion City. Ash and May did not receive a hero's welcome when they were brought back to Vermilion City. On his request to not wanting to draw attention to himself thinking of his shiny Pokémon, the people were just told that he had been rescued. No interviews, no photographs, just the first name, Ash. He declined the award that the police department wanted to give him, which made Jenny a little upset. But she agreed on Ash's point of view. The tearful reunion of Maple family was a sight to behold. Almost losing your loved one would do that to you. Nobody was happier in that moment than the Maple family. When May told her parents about Ash's heroics and how he saved her multiple times, Norman told Ash in a no-nonsense tone that Ash is always welcome in their home and that Ash could anything and they won't say no. At that time, if Ash had wanted May's hand in marriage, Norman would have wholeheartedly approved. Though seeing the reunion of Ash and his mother and to a lesser extent Professor Oak was quite funny. The image of Ash as an unbreakable warrior was noting in front of his mother, whose one glare was enough to stop Ash from moving. But in the end, Ash was Mama's boy and his mother couldn't stay angry at him forever. What followed was a round of leg pulling which left Ash and May totally embarrassed. The family stayed together till May's leg was healed. Though Norman and Caroline didn't want it to let May go so soon after this incident, but seeing her dedication, probably because of Ash, allowed her to join Ash in his journey with Ash's permission. Then there were two. Hidden location. "Sir, there is a call for you," came a girl's voice. "Transfer it to line 2, said a male voice. "Hello, boss. There is some bad news. Pokémon Land has been totally destroyed," said the person on speaker. "What? How come is it destroyed? I spent millions on that, shouted the male voice. Due to a big wave in the sea that was caused by an explosion damaged the technical Pokémons and the control unit, said the voice. The boss seething inside at his apparent misfortune just cursed loudly. Ash's team in hand. Ponyta, Double Kick, Flame Wheel, Morning Sun, Horn Drill, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Stomp, Attract. Pidgeotto, Gust, Feint Attack, Steel Wing, Air Cutter, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Double Team, Mud Slap, Twister. Golduck, Future Sight, Hypnosis, Calm Mind, Aqua Jet, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Disable, Confusion, Water Pulse, Fury Swipes, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Double Team, Psychic. Squirtle, Aura Sphere, Aqua Ring, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Bubble, Bite, Double Team. Machop, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Seismic Toss, Low Sweep. Bulbasaur, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Take Down. Magikarp, Special Case. With Professor Oak. Geodude, Tackle, Defense Curl, Rock Polish, Rock Throw, Rollout, Rock Blast. Gloom, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Absorb, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Double Team, Sludge Bomb, Toxic. Krabby, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack. Eevee, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack. Charmander, Flamethrower, Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Metal Claw, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Facade, Dragon Rage.